Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Allen. I'm the Ward 6 council member and chair of the council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Friday, February 20th, 2026. We're meeting both in room 500 of the John A. Wilson building as well as on the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 9:38 a.m. and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the committee. During today's performance oversight hearing, the committee will hear from public witnesses on the following agencies: the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency, the Green Finance Authority, the Department of Energy and the Environment, and the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. Briefly here, the mission of the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency is to address the challenges posed by climate change and enhance the resilience of the district by developing recommendations for strategies, policies, and initiatives to mitigate the impacts of climate change. It works to promote sustainability, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and ensure the city's infrastructure, communities, and natural resources are prepared to withstand and to adapt to the effects of climate change. Additionally, the Commission engages with stakeholders and conducts research to support informed decision-making and effective climate action in the district. The Green Finance Authority, also known as the DC Green Bank, was created to provide access to capital to grow the clean economy and develop a more equitable, resilient, and sustainable district. It offers innovative financing solutions for this purpose and focuses its investments on solar energy, greener and more efficient buildings, infrastructure resilience, and transportation electrification. The Department of Energy and the Environment, or DOEE, is the district's lead agency for energy and environmental issues. The agency's mission is to improve the quality of life for residents of the district by protecting and restoring the environment, conserving natural resources, mitigating pollution, increasing access to clean energy, and educating the public on achieving a sustainable future. DOEE has wide-ranging responsibilities, including enforcing environmental regulations, monitoring and assessing environmental risks, developing energy policies, issuing permits, and providing funding, technical assistance, and information to residents and businesses in the district. And the District of Columbia Sustainable Energy Utility, or the DCSEU, its mission is to help residents, businesses, and institutions in the district achieve energy efficiency, reduce their energy consumption, and increase their use of clean and renewable energy sources. The DCSEU offers a range of programs and services, including rebates, incentives, technical assistance, and education to support energy conservation and sustainability efforts across the city. By partnering with the local stakeholders and implementing innovative solutions, the DCSEU aims to enhance environmental quality, lower energy costs, and promote economic development in the district. Before we begin, a few comments on the format of today's hearing. Public witnesses testifying on their own behalf will have 3 minutes to testify. ANC commissioners and those testifying on behalf of an organization will have 5 minutes. If there are multiple witnesses testifying on behalf of the same organization, only one witness will have the full 5 minutes to testify. Any other witnesses will have 3 minutes each. For witnesses testifying in person, when I call your name, please take a seat at the table. For witnesses that are testifying virtually, you're going to receive a prompt on Zoom, so please accept that promotion to be a panelist. That's how we pull you onto the panel. After finishing your testimony, please remain seated or in the Zoom so that if we have questions, you're able to help answer those. And if you would like to find a copy of the hearing agenda or submit written testimony for the record, you can please do so using the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. The record for today's hearing closes on Friday, March 6th, 2025. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to be hearing from public witnesses during today's hearing. We have almost 100 public witnesses for today, so I am going to be watching the clock. I'll probably have to remind myself of this throughout the day, but so I would ask everybody else as well, because I want to be respectful to witness number 91, as respectful as I am to witness number 1, and hopefully not be doing that at 11 o'clock tonight. So please keep a look on the clock, and forgive me if I have to prompt people to wrap up if we're getting close. So with that, let me call our witnesses for our first public panel. I begin in each panel, I believe, is going to be a hybrid of people that are here in person as well as Zoom. If we need to move people around, we'll do our very best to make sure we accommodate that. Okay. We had Nathan Harrington, the Executive Director of Ward 8 Woods Conservancy, but we just heard from Mr. Harrington that he actually is not available right now. We have Aisha Hudson, founder and CEO of A Peace. Alana Mintz, founder and executive director of Urban Adventure Squad. Vic Goncalves, who's the project manager and advocacy specialist with Mikasa Inc. Rohan Salvani, who's the student liaison with the Anacostia Parks and Community Collaborative. Cecile Nuga-Ngog, public witness. Chris Weiss, executive director of the DC Environmental Network. We had Dennis Chestnut, but I don't think Mr. Chestnut's able to join us today. Aaron O'Grady, the DC Regional Director for the Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay. Sasha Nanduri, Healthy Together attorney with Children's Law Center. All right, excellent. Okay, so I think we've got 4 folks here on the table. We have our other panelists that are joining us on Zoom. Fantastic. All right then. So Ms. Hudson, we're actually going to start with you since Mr. Harrington's not here. And good morning. And let me turn it over to you for your testimony.
Good morning, Council Chair, members of the committee, and community representatives. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about my experience with DC Green Bank. My name is Aisha Hudson, and I am the founder and CEO of APEACE LLC. Over the past 26 years, I have owned, preserved, and built small buildings ranging from 2 to 13 units in wards 7 and 8. These apartment homes serve some of our city's lowest wage earning families who seek comfort, security, and deserve the ability to remain rooted in the communities they love. But the reality is clear. Today's lending environment makes it increasingly difficult for small community-based developers to continue this work. That is why DC Green Bank is essential. Its alignment with the district's Sustainable DC 2.0 plan, which will take us closer to a zero-emission city, reinforces the possibility of climate equity and clean energy facilities across all 8 wards. DC Green Bank's support of APEACE was more than financial. It was capacity building for community change. Our partnership delivered a newly constructed 9-unit building in Anacostia and a fully remodeled 4-unit in Kingman Park. Both projects feature full electrification with energy efficient appliances, tankless water heaters, solar roof panels, and lots of native landscaping. The bank's financing terms enabled us to own our solar system so we can earn the renewable energy credits for the lifetime of the equipment. These valuable credits are often forfeited when developers cannot afford the upfront technology investment. As noted by the EPA, green banks exist to deliver projects not sufficiently met by traditional markets and to achieve public benefit outcomes. In this moment, when community-based housing providers are grappling with obtaining financing for sustainable innovations such as EV charging stations or solar water heaters, we need institutions that offer commensurate interest rates and targeted incentives for socially beneficial housing programs as well. APEACE, like many others, desires to participate in the city's collective mission to create social value, long-term stability, environmental benefit, and contribute to the generational impact of keeping families and businesses rooted in our city. DC Green Bank's funding and technical assistance signals to potential private investors that the city intentionally invests in its own local talent. APEACE's capitalization demonstrates a viable pathway to climate resiliency and inclusive economic growth for housing providers who reflect the city's values and understands its neighborhoods through lived experience. Here's my call to action. Keep the DC Green Bank funded so it can continue supporting mission-driven developers and prioritizing the longevity of small businesses by prioritizing also partnership and purpose in every financial decision shaping the future of our cleaner, greener city. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you very much. There we go. Next, let's see. I've got Elena Mintz, founder and executive director of Urban Adventure Squad.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ilana Mintz. In 2014, I launched a tiny nonprofit called Urban Adventure Squad. Our mission was to support families on the many days when public schools were closed with joyful, curriculum-aligned outdoor learning programs that leverage DC as the classroom. We worked with local community organizations to find unused space that we could rent for a fair share on weekdays in different DC neighborhoods. We still do. We dreamed of working inside the public school system and taking the classroom outside because of what we saw in those early years. Children in our programs were getting regular physical activity, understanding and retaining concepts at and above their grade levels, asking questions based on their outdoor observations, and exploring green spaces, neighborhood landmarks, and waterways they'd either never been to before or had been to 100 times but hadn't seen through the lens of a curriculum-connected lesson. We knew that if we brought outdoor learning to the DC public school system, we'd see similar results. In 2017, I met someone who told me about the Community Stormwater Solutions Grant funded by the DC Department of Energy and Environment. We applied in partnership with E.W. Stokes Community Freedom Public Charter School in Ward 5 and were awarded $20,000. It changed the entire trajectory of our organization because for the first time we had funding to create a curriculum that used the city as a classroom during the school day. We won another DOE Community Stormwater Solutions grant 2 years later with Cleveland Elementary School in Shaw. CSS grants allowed small local nonprofits like us to reach thousands of children during and outside the school day, but today that funding is all gone, the result of drastic budget cuts to DOE in 2025. People who followed Urban Adventure Squad's work led us to MIWIs. What? I asked back in 2018 when I had never heard of that acronym and I didn't know what it meant. Meaningful watershed educational experiences include hands-on learning, outdoor exploration, and student-led action projects. It turned out that we were doing MIWIs before we even knew what they were. So we applied for and received our first MIWI grant from DOE in 2021. This was the pilot program, Nature Near Schools, based on our model of bringing high-quality, hands-on environmental education to students on and near school grounds throughout the school year. Students learn about the storm drain on their block and where it leads, the effects of pollution on their neighborhoods and waterways, what the difference is between pervious and impervious surfaces, and why we should care about that. This budding generation of environmental stewards wouldn't wait weeks to sound the alarm on a massive spill of sewage into our precious waterways. Today, an incredible coalition of nonprofit partners, Urban Adventure Squad, KC Trees, the Anacostia Watershed Society, Living Classrooms, and Nature Forward brings Nature Near Schools to 1,200 fourth graders in 28 Title I DC schools. But the ground is slipping from beneath us, and children and teachers are losing out as the DC government steadily and drastically removes funding for this program. Nature Near Schools was cut by 63% from this school year and can support just 450 students of the 1,200 we serve. I wonder which of those students you would choose. Nature Near Schools is a unique national model of affordable, sustainable environmental education. It supports the goals of DC's environmental literacy plan, dramatically increases outdoor time, which we know from a mountain of research leads to positive outcomes in engagement, knowledge retention, academic achievement, chronic absenteeism, and mental and physical health. We have so much to celebrate, but it really feels like we're losing our values. I'm not here asking you for $1 billion, but the city found that much to invest in a football stadium while cutting investments in our most precious resources, our children, their teachers, and our schools. I urge you to do so much better, and I promise it will cost a lot less. And the return on investment, at the very least, 1,200 of them will be here in this room one day. I hope when they sit across from you or where you're sitting right now, they can spend their time praising the investment you made in a unique national model of public environmental education for our most underserved schools and not have to ask you why you said no to a no-brainer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Vic Goncalves with Mikasa Inc. I think you're online.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Vic Goncalves. I'm a project manager, advocacy, and organizing specialist at Mikasa Inc. Mikasa is a longstanding nonprofit dedicated to sustaining diverse neighborhoods and providing affordable housing and technical assistance to DC residents at extremely low income levels. We own and manage more than 250 units of rental housing, and currently we provide technical assistance and development consulting to 10 limited equity cooperatives with nearly 250 units. We do this through developing resident-centered, affordable rental and cooperative housing to ensure it will remain a long-term community asset by providing training and technical assistance to strengthen resident leadership. I urge the council to support and fully fund the Renewable Energy Development Fund and restore funding to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, which fund many clean energy programs like Solar for All, Healthy Homes, DC Sustainable Energy Utility, and Green Job programs. As affordable housing developers, we strive to make our buildings as energy efficient as possible. We utilize DCSEU and Solar for All to support more energy efficient renovations of existing buildings and reduce utility costs for low-income residents. Sustainable energy dollars are scarce and have been difficult for our very affordable small preservation projects and limited equity cooperatives to qualify for. When sustainable energy dollars are available for affordable housing, it reduces the amount that these projects may need from other subsidy programs such as the Housing Production Trust Fund. On the flip side, if funding was more easily available, it could be layered with other programs like the Small Buildings Program and grants and small loans to complete modest renovations of existing small buildings. We urge the council to ensure that programs like DCSEU and Solar for All are fully funded to offset the cost of electrification and sustainability upgrades in very and extremely low-income buildings. If more subsidies are readily available to support sustainable improvements in small, affordable buildings, we will be able to improve environmental impacts while still maintaining affordability and improving the quality of life for low-income residents. Through our partnerships with DCSEU, we have worked closely with them to pursue solutions for small projects. Nevertheless, we've had some difficult time accessing program funding and getting clarity on program criteria. In particular, we sought clarity on what programs affordable cooperatives and small rental properties are best matched with, as well as clarity on timing of the applications and approval process. Some of our projects that have qualified for funding have not been able to move ahead because the buildings lack the available matched funding. For example, some of our co-op projects have qualified for the Income Qualified Efficiency Fund. This program covers 70% of the cost of electrification and energy efficient upgrades in affordable housing. However, these small, very low income cooperatives, which operate on narrow margins and minimal reserves, have not been able to come up with the additional 30% needed to utilize the program. This program requires us to only use approved contractors, and in some cases, these contractors have provided much higher cost estimates for the scope of work needed when compared to quotes that we have seen from smaller contractors in similar projects. Higher estimates drive up how much the cooperative or small rental project must contribute in order to access the program and have been a large barrier for affordable housing accessing these energy improvement projects. The Affordable Home Electrification Program, which would fully fund electrical and energy efficient upgrades, would be a better fit for more affordable buildings with minimal reserves, many of which average 22 to 36 units. More buildings would benefit from these upgrades if the criteria were expanded to allow buildings to qualify, since 20 units is the cutoff. We recommend that the AHEAP program criteria be reviewed and made in line with the DHCD Small Buildings Program so that these two can be used jointly to maximize the use of both programs for residents' benefits in small, very affordable buildings. Ultimately, more investment and clearer, more flexible administration of these funds with predictable timing and funding would help Mi Casa and the cooperatives that we work with be able to reach higher environmental standards and preserve long-term affordable housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Rohan Salvani.
Good day.
You're joining us online? Yep.
Hello. Yes. Good day, Chairperson Allen and other members of the committee. My name is Rohan Salvani. I'm a Ward 3 resident, a student at Georgetown University's McCourt School of Public Policy, and a member of McCourt's Policy Innovation Lab, which is currently working with the Anacostia Parks and Community Collaborative on a project on land use. Thank you all for this opportunity to testify, and thank you all for being here to commemorate on these important issues. I would like to begin by thanking the DOEE staff who frequently show up to APAC's community meetings, both to explain new and upcoming restoration projects and to listen to the concerns of residents. From our perspective, the DOEE continues to demonstrate a commitment to improving environmental conditions in neighborhoods east of the river. However, in our attendance of many of APAC's community meetings, we have gotten to experience firsthand how residents of Wards 7 and 8 discuss the intersections of transportation and environmental development. First, although many green space development projects are occurring throughout the districts, residents of Ward 8 are unable to fully benefit because the parks and natural areas are difficult to reach, and existing transportation systems and networks primarily function to support commuting and commuters. As a result, these environmental investments unintentionally reinforce these transportation inequities. The Committee on Transportation and the Environment must support development of multimodal transportation networks in order to promote equitable access to green space and connects Wards 7 and 8 to these spaces. Secondly, Environmental development projects such as stream and wetland restoration projects also intersect directly with transportation infrastructure such as trails and roads. As a result, these projects require coordination amongst different agencies in terms of their development, but also in terms of their maintenance. When these projects are not maintained, flooding and erosion can damage transportation infrastructure, which decreases access and increases transportation costs. Overall, developing a more proactive and streamlined way to coordinate between agencies for development and maintenance of these projects would benefit community access and the environmental investments that have already been made. Third, we urge the committee to strengthen standards for community engagement and projects that affect transportation networks and public lands. Community members in Ward 7 and 8 are passionate about wanting proactive opportunities to shape how their land is used and how access to this land is designed. Being more transparent in the early stages of development with clearer timelines, more accessible information, and effective feedback loops would be very impactful in ensuring the residents get a voice and make sure that it is heard in projects that affect their land and transportation infrastructure. Most importantly, we want to emphasize that equitable access to public lands and green spaces is a public health issue. Residents of Ward 7 and 8 experience significantly worse physical and mental health outcomes compared to other wards. And community members repeatedly connect their physical activity and their emotional well-being to access to these green spaces. Furthermore, access to green space gives these communities dynamic multi-purpose spaces that are used to foster unity, shared identity, a sense of belonging within where one lies. It is with these benefits in mind that we call for our committee to recognize the importance of working to more efficiently develop more green space and to connect the pre-existing and future green space to transportation networks. Overall, environmental development, land use, and transportation are an intertwined issue in Ward 7 and 8, and overall. How transportation networks are designed determines who can actually access these green spaces, and how restoration projects are maintained determine the long-term environmental and transportation costs, and how the community is engaged determines whether green space actually serves the residents. By taking an equity-oriented approach that strengthens multimodal transportation, improves coordination across departments, and brings in community input early and meaningfully, the district can make public land a true public benefit. Thank you for your time, and look forward to working with you all soon.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to, actually, Cecile, I don't think is here. Okay. So next, let me turn to Chris Weiss.
Good morning, all. My name is Chris Weiss, and I direct the DC Environmental Network. Our environmental movement, and uniquely the DC Council, have achieved so much in the last 2 decades. Together, we created the DC Department of Energy and the Environment. We pushed DC Water in the region to create the Clean Rivers Project to reduce raw sewage discharges. We were the first to establish the strongest tree protections and building energy performance standards in the country. And we created hundreds of green jobs focused on green infrastructure and clean and efficient energy. Today, this golden age of our movement is threatened. For the last 5 years, Mayor Bowser has systematically attacked her own agency, DOEE. Much like Trump, Bowser has aggressively weakened environmental protection, stormwater, and climate crisis programs, culminating last year in a sweep of hundreds of millions of dollars from our most important initiatives. Bowser has done this as she has put all her creativity and energy in supporting bad economic policy, like her football stadium development, arguably the worst let's bail out billionaires football stadium deal in the history of our country. Still, our movement really cares about DOEE, DCSEU, and the DC Green Bank, and the people at the agency who wake up each day to try and make a difference. DOEE has been treated like an ATM by the mayor for some time now. It is likely the mayor's proposed budget will push DOEE farther down a fiscal cliff in the FY27 budget. Still, the agency is striving to make it work and are trying to keep moving forward. DOE has extremely qualified and motivated staff, and so far have been able to maintain its FTEs. The DCSEU had a pretty good FY26, but will likely be sliding down a fiscal cliff in 2027. The DCSEU will likely not have enough money or projects in FY27, which may necessitate the firing of staff. A decision maker pointed out to me that DCSEU is on track to get significantly less money in FY27 than was originally appropriated in 2011, the first year of its establishment. Doing better on climate makes energy more affordable. In the last year, DOE had some good work shifting the climate crisis focus towards energy affordability in a way that programs can both help reduce carbon emissions, protect health, and reduce energy costs. Good news, in the last year, DOEE completed flood maps for the entire city. Flood maps are extremely important data for targeted climate crisis mitigation. F25 was a good year for the green infrastructure maintenance programs. Sadly, there's little, if any, money in this year in FY26, and things could get worse in FY27 as the district continues to be out of compliance with its MS4 stormwater permit requirements. The committee restored backfeed funds using GI maintenance monies in the last budget. Much of those funds were used for MS4 compliance and a federal grant match. Programs that were not funded by the bag fee included river boat trips, river smart homes project, trash trap maintenance, to name a few. Talk about that bad timing. Even as the Potomac River is experiencing massive historic raw sewage discharges, the mayor's cuts resulted in elimination of citizen-driven E. coli testing programs. Our movement today at this hearing and for the rest of the budget season will do what we can to advocate for the environment. Last year, we, DCSEU, Sierra Club, and other organizations and advocates worked harder than we ever have to try and restore critical funds. We had a record number of advocates show up to this committee's DOE budget hearing and logged, as best as I can count, the most meetings with council offices that we have had in years, somewhere around 100 budget meetings. This committee did the best they could. This committee made helpful changes to the BSA, and funds for healthy homes, green bank, and the bag fee were protected or restored. Arguably, we exerted too much energy and got too little. Something different has to happen. And these are just some ideas. We need to keep updating this, but the DC Council needs to help the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. The committee chair, Allen, is doing everything he can to save environmental programs, but he can't do it by himself. He needs more support from his colleagues. He did not get much of that last year. The DC Council needs to work together to stop environmental SBRFs and other funds from being swept and given to other committee priorities. The DC Council, one idea, well, I think many testified it in past years, but the DC Council needs to increase the DOE stormwater fee. DOE uses the stormwater fee to implement its MS4 permit implementation by keeping trash and other pollutants out of the rivers, installing green infrastructure throughout the district, ensuring that new construction and redevelopment projects incorporate green infrastructure, and providing incentives for volunteer retrofits. This fee has not been changed since 2011. Robert Swain, a British polar explorer and environmental leader, once said, "The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it." I am guessing very few council members will spend much time at this hearing. We're going to have to do a better job at reaching out directly to council members. Time is running out. Our DC Council needs to feel empowered to be a leader, like we used to be, that can set an example and inspire other communities to help save our planet from environmental threats. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We next have Mr. Chestnut, but he is not here right now. Hopefully we can get his testimony later. But let me turn to Aaron O'Grady now. Good morning.
Good morning, Councilman Allen. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Aaron O'Grady, and I am here on behalf of the Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay. The Alliance has partnered with the district for over 20 years to implement stormwater compliance programs, workforce development initiatives, and water quality monitoring across all 8 wards. I want to be clear at the onset, the complete elimination of funding for stormwater infrastructure maintenance and water quality monitoring, and the 1/3 reduction to River Smart programming has created an urgent and preventable crisis for our rivers, our communities, and our workforce. These are core programs to meeting the district's MS4 and TMDL obligations. What makes this especially troubling is that many of these programs don't necessarily need new revenue. They are funded through special purpose revenue funds established by you, our council members, specifically to restore and protect our rivers. So today I want to focus on 3 urgent issues. First, special purpose revenue funds must be restored and protected. These funds are generated through the stormwater fee, bag fee, and other related environmental assessments that should be restricted for environmental compliance. Per the District of Columbia Special Purpose Revenue Funds report, the stormwater fee is, quote, "a non-lapsing fund that must be used solely to fund the costs to the district government for complying with the MS4 permit from the EPA." In FY26, these funds were repurposed for other district expenses. At the same time, the stormwater fee remains frozen at $2.67. As Mr. Weiss told us, a rate established in 2011. Now, that rate has not been adjusted for inflation, increased regulatory requirements, or climate-driven rainfall intensity. We are long past the point where this fee reflects the true cost of compliance. In DOEE's December 2025 MS4 annual report, the first certification question asks whether the district has sufficient finances, staff, equipment, and support to implement the permit. The answer given by DOEE was no. That is not an advocacy statement. That is the district's own admission to the EPA. The result, the district will be out of compliance, risking federal enforcement and significant fines beginning as early as January 2027. My second point, stormwater program reductions are already causing harm. When fully funded, our RiverSmart and stormwater maintenance programs trained and employed 12 district area contractors, supported a workforce of 89 returning citizens, employed over 100 district residents, maintained hundreds of stormwater practices, and installed an average of 800 practices a year. Crews developed skills that are transferable across public works sectors, a workforce that the district necessitates. When funding was eliminated, that progress reversed quickly. Already, at least 30 jobs have been lost, 375 maintenance sites are now unmaintained, and 300 fewer stormwater practices are being installed. Without installation and maintenance, we will not meet MS4 and TMDL obligations. Furthermore, the district's growing green economy faces job loss in a viable sector and the collapse of a trained workforce of district residents. And my third point, eliminating water quality monitoring removes accountability. The alliances support the district-wide bacteria monitoring program, collecting over 500 samples annually at 26 high-use recreational sites. That program no longer exists. The complete removal of funding for coordinated water quality monitoring creates a dangerous gap. Monitoring is now decentralized among private and nonprofit partners without consistent funding, long-term accountability, or centralized public access to data. At the same time, DC Water is managing what has now been described as the worst sewage spill in US history. Yet at the very moment residents are asking whether our rivers are safe, the programs that provide these answers and prevent pollution have been dismantled. In DC Water's February 11th open letter, CEO David Gaddis wrote, quote, "Protecting the Potomac is not the responsibility of any one organization alone. It is a shared obligation, and we value the advocacy, expertise, and vigilance of those who hold us accountable." How can we hold anyone accountable when we eliminate consistent monitoring? In closing, the district has a history of leading the nation in environmental standards. Allowing these programs to disappear puts this leadership and our communities at risk. Councilman Allen, we urge you to put protections in place for the appropriate use of special purpose revenue funds, increase the stormwater fee to reflect the real cost of compliance, and fully fund stormwater and monitoring programs to meet our MS4 obligations. We thank you for your leadership and your commitment to protecting the health of the district and its residents.
Thank you very much. And then last on this panel, we have Saisha Nanduri. If I mispronounced your first name, please correct me.
That's correct. Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding DOEE. My name is Saisha Nanduri, and I'm a staff attorney with the Children's Law Center's Healthy Together team and a district resident of Ward 2. The Children's Law Center's Healthy Together team works with medical providers to assist families and children with addressing health-harming legal needs, such as housing conditions. Today, I'm going to testify about my experience in trying to work with DOEE to provide relief to a family who lived in a rental unit that tested positive for lead hazards in at least 50 areas of the home, and where the family's toddler tested positive for severe lead poisoning. I represented the family in their search for a safe place to relocate. Lead poisoning can cause excruciating pain, learning difficulties, and long-term developmental delays. The long-term effects of lead poisoning can be irreversible and devastating. One of the best things that a family can do in this situation is to relocate to prevent further exposure. For our clients who receive rental or housing assistance, that proves to be nearly impossible. In the course of my representation, I learned that DOEE was the district's regulator and enforcement agency for lead, and in this case had ordered preliminary monetary sanctions against my client's landlord. I further learned that under the Lead Hazard Prevention and Elimination Act and 20 DCMR Section 3319, DOEE is authorized to order relocation assistance, but hadn't in this case. When I inquired with DOEE about agency assistance and enforcement, DOEE informed me that the lead levels in the child's blood were not high enough and the lead-based paint hazards in the home were not harmful or severe enough to warrant ordering relocation. When I asked DOEE what would be high enough to order relocation, DOEE could not point to any internal agency guidance or policy that provides such standards. DOEE also informed me that if the landlord did not repair the lead-based paint hazards in the home, the agency was reluctant to utilize any administrative methods that are already available to them to recover those fines. Not only was I confused by DOE's unsupported conclusions, but I was troubled that DOE did not effectively act under laws that already give them the authority to prevent lead exposure and to protect families facing lead poisoning. As a result, families are left to seek relief from an already overburdened court system. I am deeply frustrated that our clients bear the consequences of undefined agency policies and gaps in enforcement. If, as an attorney, I was at a loss for solutions, families without legal representation would likely be left without a sense of where to even start. With the recent move of the Healthy Homes program from DOEE to DC Health, I am more concerned than ever about how lead-related responsibilities have been divided amongst the agencies and how families can seek relief. My colleague, Patrick Cothern, will share oral and written testimony about how DOEE can improve transparency and performance. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I think that's everybody for this panel. I have a couple of questions and follow-ups. I want to thank everybody for your testimony, not just showing up today, but you show up every day and doing all of this work, and I appreciate it. And that's in the face of last year's budget, where I recognize many people who also came in and advocated. Last year, the mayor proposed cutting our DOEE budget, for example, by 24%. An entire quarter of an agency's budget just slashed. That's on top of the federal cuts of another 10 to 15%. There is not a single agency in all of government that was targeted this way and cut. At the council, we did our best to put some of the funds back together again, but we were very upfront. It was going to be very difficult to be able to put it back together again. The mayor's budget proposed a cut of the total stormwater and flood mitigation budget by $16.6 million. We were able to restore about half of that. That meant half was cut. And that, as we heard already on this first panel, and I know we'll hear throughout the day, directly impacts the services that we can provide. We were able to restore $2.3 million to the Anacostia River Cleanup Fund, also known as the bag bill. But again, we were completely unable to restore all of it. And Mr. Weiss, I appreciated your point. I do need some backup to be able to continue to fight to put all that back together again. I did want to follow up on a couple of questions. Excuse me. Ms. Mintz, I'm pretty sure my own kids have been able to enjoy the programs that you've had. So you don't have to convince me of the value of what it is that our kids, our students, our educators get out of a program like yours. Can you just talk a little bit more about, though, what you've been able to either see or perceive the direct negative impacts for those students or those experiences because of the budget cuts last year?
I think even in our best budget environment, best funding environment, we always want more time and the kids always want more time. Nature in Your Schools is an excellent program because we get at least 5 visits, experiences with a particular school. So there's continuity. When you don't have that, it becomes very difficult to ensure any sustainable learning. And we know how easy it is to do that. We know how affordable it is to do that. So if you're at a school 5, 6, 7 times in a school year, you really are setting children up not only to connect with their existing curriculum and hopefully support teachers in the process, but also setting them up for their next grade level. We really do have the potential to have an incredible sort of actionable environmental literacy plan that introduces children to some of these concepts in 3rd grade as an introduction, and really focuses them in the 4th grade. Nature in Your Schools, the overnight programs that we have that have also been cut, those are, I believe, primarily 5th graders. And then you're really setting up kids for middle school when we can do other kinds of middle school programming like Anacostia Riverkeeper does. All of these programs have been smacked down in different ways. And as a coalition of all kinds of nonprofits, we find ways to partner and just continue that work. But it's just a sad commentary on a district that honestly, we are on the cusp of being, there's very few, if any, national models that take outdoor learning and say, we want you to learn right here on your school grounds and in your neighborhood, so that when you go a little farther away to overnight programs or in your life, you know the basics about how stormwater moves around the city, what trees are local and native, bird species, how your ecosystems work, so that you don't have a situation, which is in many other school districts in the country where this stuff is actually funded. We put kids on buses and say, oh, let's go for this nature program at a pond or something. Those can be wonderful, but they're happening much less often. They're happening a long distance away from neighborhoods. We want neighborhoods to be uplifted and seen as the beautiful outdoor classrooms that they already are without additional infrastructure. We've got incredible green spaces and waterways, and it is a shame that the district is not building on that, funding it in ways that are, again, affordable and sustainable, so that we can uphold it as a national model for public environmental education that reaches children in underserved neighborhoods on a regular basis.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vic Goncalves, I was going to ask you, and then Ms. Hudson, I might bring you into the conversation as well from the Green Bank side of this. But could you say a little bit more? You started talking about some of your recommendations around alignment with DHCD definitions around maybe, I think it was 20 or fewer units, maybe it was 20 or more. Could you help just say a little bit more about why and what the impact is on costs and on your ability to deliver new housing, and kind of just speak a little bit more about what your recommendation was about how to better align maybe some of the DHCD definitions or definitions to a DHCD definition?
Yeah, so we have the majority of our buildings average between 20 and 40 units, and they're small preservation projects, either affordable rental or limited equity cooperatives. And they have only been able to qualify for the Income Qualified Efficiency Fund, which requires that they provide 30% of the funding for the electrification and energy efficient upgrades. And these very affordable buildings just don't have that 30%. So we would love for them to be able to participate in the Affordable Home Electrification Program, AHEAP, which fully funds electrification and energy efficient upgrades. But that program has a limit of 20 units. So it would be ideal to increase the unit cutoff to align with the small buildings program at DHCD, so that if we were able to pair the affordable home electrification program with the small buildings program, either a grant or a loan from them, we could have a pretty substantial renovation that completes electrification, improves energy efficiency, improves housing conditions, and ultimately preserves that building as affordable for the long term. But right now, we're not really able to pair those programs together, and it limits, how much we can do, because if we are able to access electrification funding, we have to go into the walls to change the electrical system. It would be ideal if we could also, at the same time, get funding for plumbing upgrades from another program, so that we're only going into the walls one time, for example. So that was our suggestion, is increasing the criteria to the small buildings program, which is currently a cutoff of 50 units.
Got it. Okay. I'd love to follow up with you after the hearing as well to explore this a little bit more, if there's potentially a legislative change that's necessary. Did you look at the DC Green Bank as a possibility for some of that type of financing assistance?
Yes, we have definitely considered DC Green Bank. They ultimately, the interest rates are not feasible for some of our projects. So we haven't been, we've asked them for proposals many times, but we haven't been able to actually utilize DC Green Bank,
Okay.
DC Green Bank funding.
Got it. Well, let's see on that side too. Ms. Hudson, you've been a really phenomenal advocate for the DC Green Bank and making sure that we're putting that public investment in. I know that definitely over the last couple of years, when we look at our public investment in the DC Green Bank, every dollar we put in leverages about 9 or 10 private dollars back. I would argue that our Green Bank isn't just about more sustainable buildings. It also is actually helping with affordability for businesses, for residents. So I think it's a win-win when we are putting dollars into our Green Bank. I don't know if you wanted to kind of share any thoughts as you heard, and maybe it's just in real time, so you need a little more time to digest what we heard from Ms. Goncalves. But any other recommendations about changes or tweaks to the ways in which the Green Bank is able to reach and expand its availability?
Yeah, I echo the prior speaker's sentiments about the coordination. For our projects, we've had to use DC Green Bank funding along with DCSEU incentives and rebates. I'll be submitting written testimony about my experience with the vital, essential programs that DCSEU also offers. So in our experience, we had to couple these programs, and we would also like to tap into others that DC government offers for our sort of aging housing stock, but it's extremely difficult to coordinate the resources across agencies. And it really creates a hurdle that limited capacity organizations and residents aren't able to overcome.
Yeah, feels a little bit inefficient as well when we have a lot of well-meaning and sometimes well-resourced programs just in so many different buckets, and it's up to you to figure out how to tap into a dozen different buckets at the same time, when we could probably do a better job of maybe having some type of clearinghouse or coordination there.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'd love to work with you on thinking how we improve that as well. Ms. O'Grady, appreciated your testimony as well. Two parts of your testimony stuck out. One, the risk we have for the MS4 permit. I was going to ask you to share a little bit about the potential consequences of falling out of compliance. We're
Ooh,
certainly headed towards.
what a wonderful question. Falling out of compliance would be a huge financial risk on the district. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. I'd be happy to share those with you. But unfortunately, we are currently going to be out of compliance. We just cannot experience those risks as DC government until the December 2026 report is given to the EPA. So we will officially on paper be out of compliance in December, but I would say we're probably out of compliance in the next couple of weeks or months. And this will be not just a financial risk on the district, which they'll have to find the funds and capability to answer to the EPA for this issue, which will be coming from fees. I don't know where that money would have to come from DC government. This would add to the problems they're already
There's
facing.
like 74% of DOE's budget left, so I'm sure they'll find a way to.
Sure.
Yeah.
But on top of that, we're going to be facing a lot of concerns about how do we address stormwater in the long term. If we're already out of compliance and we have to catch up to this, we are going to be behind by a year and then still trying to meet the needs for FY28, FY29. It's going to lead us in a bit of a hole.
Yeah. Absolutely, and it's going to, not only does it mean we're not having the water quality and health of the river that we want and we've been working toward, but we're just digging a deeper hole for ourselves financially as well.
Yep.
So, and then that means I don't have the resources to put towards the other things I need to be able to do. You also brought up a really great point, which I appreciate, about the special purpose revenue funds. And that is a source of frustration for the council as well. So we've created these. Looking at the SETF, we've made modest increases to it over the years. Typically what happens is the mayor vehemently disagrees with any change to the SETF, but then is more than happy to take the funds and sweep them and spend them on other things. So last year, we again saw the mayor sweep away the SETF fees that everybody pays into, just to pay DC's utility bills, to keep the lights on in this building, right? So we split that because I just don't think it's being honest to the residents and businesses of the district. So we split it to say, This is our SETF fund. We're just going to call it the mayor's energy surcharge. If you're going to keep swiping this and turning it into paying the bills, let's just don't hide the ball. Let's just let people know that's what they're paying for. So now on your utility bills, you'll start seeing that. The tariff was just published, so those will start to show up on your utility bills so people can just be more transparent about it. And then I think it will also strategically help us better protect what is left of the SETF so that it can go to the purposes that we want it to go towards. So that's our goal. So as we head into the budget, that's one of the strategies we're trying to do to help protect those special purpose revenue funds rather than just let them get swept year after year after year.
Amazing. Thank you.
Well, we'll see how it works. That's our goal. Ms. Nanduri, I definitely didn't like your testimony, not yours, but what you were sharing with us. I mean, having the response be, well, it's just not high enough to warrant action. How many times have we all said, like, there's no amount of lead that is healthy for a child? So I understand at some point you have to draw a line somewhere. So I think we can all understand there's a threshold of where you put action, but we'll all acknowledge there's no amount of lead that's a good thing for a kid. You talked about your experience of, in this case, for example, warranting relocation based on both, if I understood the testimony correctly, both the lead level testing for the child as well as for the lead paint in the home, of just not testing high enough. How does this compare to any other cases or actions you've had, either that you've helped represent or your colleagues have? Have you seen, well, I guess I'm getting at is, was this a unique case and experience, or have you seen this as part of a larger trend of other cases? And I'm not sure if you know the answer to that yet, but we kind of welcome your thoughts on it.
Sure, thank you. So I think, I will say that of the percentage of housing conditions cases that we get, we primarily deal with mold and we deal with water damage in units. And so we definitely have a better sense of what isn't acceptable or what the standard should be, right? I think with lead, a lot of families don't even know what relief is available to them. And part of the issue that I ran into in representing this family is trying to highlight an issue that many families are probably facing, but don't even know that they can seek relief from DOEE as a starting point. And so I think when we're talking about standards, I think because there are, I don't want to say obvious issues, but there are mold you can see, water damage you can see, right? We're better because it's more routine, so to speak. We have a better sense of what those standards are. With lead, I don't want to say that it's unique. I think it's because families don't always know where to even begin when their kid has lead poisoning, that we are not even sure what those standards are, which is why I asked DOEE, and the response I got was, in understanding that a standard for relocation should exist somewhere, not knowing what that standard is at all, or not having any sense of where DOE was coming to me with their conclusions with. So to answer your question, I'm not entirely sure, what that standard should be or where it comes from, but I will say that I don't think lead is a unique issue. It's just one that I think families are not always sure where to start with.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's helpful. And we can also follow up with you so that when we get to the agency portion of the hearing, then we'll be able to follow up more closely with DOE too and see what we can do there. So thank you very much. Mr. Weiss, as always, appreciate your consistent testimony and action.
Can I just say one thing?
I was going to say, is there anything else that you would like to add?
Because
I know you do.
Susan Shore will get mad at me if I don't say, we know that the DOE is really going to love working with us on the bottle bill next year. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
I was like, Susan's going to bring that up too, I'm pretty sure. So no, I appreciate that. And for that, as well as many other efforts, it is crucially important that we also are funding DOEE and the staff positions and the great people that work at DOEE at an appropriate level to where they can actually do their job. We talked about this in the budget last year. While there weren't the FTE reductions, the work and the ability to do a job was greatly diminished. So while on paper I could say, look, we've been able to not see any FTE cuts, if they don't have the resources, the mandate, or frankly, the political will backing them up to do the job, it's really hard. And I got to believe that the morale at DOEE suffers as well. And so I certainly want them to hear, hopefully a few of them are tuned in today, that there's a lot of partners and allies and advocates, I count myself among them, that really appreciate and believe in the work that they do and want to keep fighting to help make sure they have the resources to be able to do the good work. It's important for our city, for our region, in a crisis like we've seen over the last month. Just kind of reinforces why when you hollow out an agency's ability to act, when that crisis happens, you just can't react and respond the way that everybody needs.
Let me just finally say, this is one of the best environmental agencies in the country. I really do believe that. And I check around, I have friends that work in San Francisco and New York in their environmental entities, but that is at risk. It may just take a couple years. They could, a couple more years of these attacks against their budget, and could be really, really damaging. So I'm hoping we can turn that around.
Yep, agreed. Well, thank you all very much. I appreciate this first panel of testimony today.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move to panel number 2. And again, I believe we have a bit of a mix of folks that are here in the room, and then we have a few folks that are online. But let me go ahead and start calling folks out. We've got Sabrina Rhodes, community organizer with Empower DC. Also leadership as an ANC commissioner, but I think you're testifying in Empower DC hat, but you just let me know. We have Michael Sellner, a statistician with Empower DC. Maritza Mendoza, environmental justice manager with Empower DC. Anthony David, community organizer, Empower DC. All right, I also have Afeni Evans, public witness. Online, okay, thank you, online. Patrick Cawthorn, policy attorney with Children's Law Center. All right. Mr. David, would you mind if we pull one more chair next to you? Okay, thank you very much. So Mr. Cawthorn, if you can just grab one chair, we're gonna handle this on the fly. We got it, we're cozy. And we'll just share that mic when it comes time. Thank you very much for your flexibility. And then Brenda Richardson, coordinator with Anacostia Parks and Community Collaborative. Okay. She may join remotely, or we'll definitely get her testimony, or maybe later today she's able to help testify. Okay. Ms. Rhodes, we're going to kick it off with you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Allen, staff, and all the witnesses here. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I want to say first, I'm sorry about the budget. The budget is harming a lot of our communities that need the resources, such as Ivy City, which is a historic Black community, 153 years old, 70% Black residents, 80% impervious surfaces, and only 11% tree canopy. We suffer from the urban heat island, with temperatures that can get from 16 to 20 degrees hotter than other communities. We have seen up to 4 feet of flooding water as recent as August in 2023. Our air quality is the worst in DC, with asthma rates 2.5% higher than the city average. But with all of that said, we are a resilient community who have faced decades of environmental injustice and disinvestment, and the cumulative impacts of polluting industries. We want to have continued air quality monitoring in Ivy City because of the poor air quality, and this data will be retrieved and used to help with how we do our resiliency planning. The area around Ivy City is in close proximity to major transportation corridors with higher daily vehicle traffic volumes, such as New York Avenue, and high concentrations of industrial activities, which generate air pollutants that settle in Ivy City. Poor air quality increases the negative impacts of high surface temperatures during the warmer months of the year. With this being said repeatedly in every document about our neighborhood. We also want to make sure there's a Ward 5 Community Resiliency Hub that's in Ivy City. According to the DOEE website, resiliency hubs are part of the Sustainable 2.0 and Climate Ready DC, which is part of the mayor's plan to help communities such as ours with mitigation and resources to combat extreme weather events and preparedness. For the Resiliency Hub, it will be walkable, ADA accessible, a location familiar to all Ward 5 residents. We would need to have solar and battery backup, cooling and water, multipurpose rooms, kitchens, private rooms for health services, counseling, basic needs, health and wellness, green job development, child, youth, and senior programs. You asked about all that last time, so I figured I'd add that. Also, Jen with DOEE, she told me about the Climate Commitment Act of 2022. And it's a task force represented by a lot of district agencies, but I didn't notice Department of Buildings or the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. Those two should be added there. And with the cumulative impact bill, the division that's proposed, the task force will be a good start. We already have a task force. We don't have to, reinvent the wheel, right? Since we don't have no money. And also Lewis Crow Park will be a source of flooding mitigations and will be used as a bioretention space per the Ivy City Climate Resiliency Strategy Plan that our community has worked really hard on with DOEE's Flood Division. Lewis Crow Park will be transferred over from the DC Housing Authority to the Department of Parks and Recreation. The sooner the park is turned over to DPR, the sooner we can begin the process of saving our community from historic flooding and heating. And I just want to, everything is in my written testimony that I will send off, but I just want to add what is planned for Ivy City per the Ivy City Small Area Plan and the Ivy City Climate Resiliency Strategy Plan. It states options will be explored to move the Okie Street DPW maintenance yard and expand the use of green space. Increase shades with trees on public space and private property, like having rain gardens, planting trees, and creating an urban forest at Lewis Crow Park, which would improve the air quality from gas and diesel emissions coming from Mount Olivet Road and New York Avenue. And we can also explore grants. All right, I'm gonna wrap up. We can also explore grants and fundraising opportunities. It don't necessarily have to come from DOEE budget, but can we talk about that? Because we really need this park to be developed into like an urban forest, and we don't want to wait for the budget to have the money. We can work on that now.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Sellner?
Good morning, Councilperson Allen, and members of the committee. My name is Michael Sellner, and I have lived in Ivy City for over 10 years with my daughter, and I'm affiliated with Empower DC. So I'm here today to show my strong support for the funding and implementation of the Ivy City Climate Resiliency Strategy. So Ivy City experiences extreme heat and flooding in ways that directly affect families. So as a parent, I've seen how heat limits safe outdoor time and how stormwater affects mobility and safety in the neighborhood. So I would like to commend Empower DC and DOEE for engaging the community throughout the process, through community meetings, maps, art projects, neighborhood events, and celebrations. So now the next step is implementation. I respectfully urge the council to ensure this strategy is fully funded and carried out as designed. Let's make Ivy City a model in the district for climate resiliency. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Maritza Mendoza. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Maritza Mendoza, and I'm the Environmental Justice Manager at Empower DC. Today, I'm calling for this committee to use your power and authority to clarify and strengthen the racial equity and enforcement efforts being undertaken by DOEE. In Brentwood and Ivy City District, agencies continue to fail residents by neglecting to enforce environmental laws and allowing the harmful effects of industry to proliferate in historically Black neighborhoods, hurting residents' public health and quality of life. DOEE must lead in coordinating action among DC agencies. Empower has pushed for the creation of an interagency council on environmental justice in which multiple agencies would meaningfully engage with impacted residents and organizations to set goals, develop plans, and report out on progress to address environmental injustices. This could also be a space to create action on racial justice, as it is still not clear how racial equity reviews leads to changes in how DOEE operates, nor improvements in residents' daily lives. DOEE must also prioritize and improve enforcement in EJ-impacted communities. Brentwood and Ivy City residents continue to bear the burden of calling 311 for the lack of enforcement of environmental laws, often perpetuated by DC's own government workers. Brentwood and Ivy City are surrounded by over 100 industrial facilities that contribute to the degradation of the environment. It should be a priority for DOEE to ensure that this overconcentration of industrial land does not harm residents, instead of placing the burden on residents themselves to meticulously track violations, follow up, and advocate for their own safety and health. If there are constant complaints about illegal idling on W Street in Brentwood, is DOEE increasing enforcement patrol or holding a training session with facilities on W Street about illegal idling? DOEE must start revoking polluters' operational licenses and permits if they keep harming the community. We have seen time and time again that fines are not enough. Additionally, Empower recently learned that an odor complaint against a facility with an odor control plan is not a violation of the facility's plan. Why are we creating odor control plans if an odor complaint does not lead to any larger consequences? DOEE is falling short in enforcement, both conventional and creative. I want to end with asking this committee to make sure the Ivy City Resilience Hub Eminent Domain Authority Act gets passed out of committee before the budget, and urge the full council to ensure the Ivy City Climate Resilience Strategy is published so we can continue working together to implement it. NEP should never have been sited near homes and cannot be in Ivy City any longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anthony David?
Good morning, Chairperson Allen and staff. My name is Anthony David Jr., and I'm a community organizer with Empower DC. I'm here today to testify on the performance of DOEE, specifically regarding the implementation of the Air Quality Advisory Board, its recommendation. The advisory board convened 12 members, 8 impacted residents, and 4 subject matter experts who met 10 times over the course of 2024 and 2025, which I definitely want to thank DOEE for hosting this. With collaboration with Empower DC, we compiled recommendations from the board and submitted them to the Air Quality Division. This was not symbolic engagement. It was a serious community-rooted effort to address inequities in DC's air quality systems. Today, my question is simple. What has DOEE done with those recommendations? Because performance is not measured by convening a board, performance is measured by implementation. Right now, emissions permits are published in the DC Register, a platform most residents do not read, cannot navigate, and are not notified about. The board has recommended a more accessible online portal to track pending permits, permit submissions specifically, and permits approvals, regular reports to ANCs, and clear guidance on how to appeal air quality permits. Residents are given 30 days to comment on an already approved permit, often technical documents with no clear explanation of denial thresholds or enforcement history. Meanwhile, facilities are granted renewal extensions and allowed to operate on expired permits for years. Air quality processes currently appear to favor operating facilities, but DOEE's mandate is to protect our residents. Currently, facilities self-report emissions annually. That is not real-time accountability. The board has recommended that mandatory fence line monitoring at all permitted facilities, public access to real-time data, clear thresholds for permit denials and facilities shutdowns, operations, and enforcements beyond fines. No one from DOEE could provide data to the board on permit denials or facility shutdowns, which is deeply concerning. Our air pollution causes asthma attacks, respiratory illness, maternal health impacts, and long chronic diseases, fines alone do not undo those harms. If a facility continuously violates district law, why is permit denial not a standard outcome? Data should not be a gatekeeper to justice. It should be a tool for action. And importantly, we reject the idea that communities must wait for more data before action is taken. The symptoms, the stories, and the science already is here. DOEE must adopt a cumulative impacts framework to address DOE's air quality. Like my colleagues have mentioned, residents, specifically in IVC, are overburdened to facilities, and we need to do a better job addressing that. So we need to have more interagency collaboration to track health disparities, prioritize enforcement, and act even when pollution is below national ambient air quality standards, because federal standards were built around healthy adults, not children, seniors, or residents with pre-existing conditions. In closing, the Air Quality Advisory Board was a meaningful process, but if its recommendations sit on a shelf, then it becomes performative engagement. So today, I urge the committee to ask DOEE, what is the timeline of implementing the board's recommendation? What budget allocations are attached to these actions? What enforcement thresholds will trigger permit denial or shutdown to the facilities to exercise the already authority that we have to do so? And when will cumulative impact analysis be formally embedded into our permitting process? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to go online. I have Afeni Evans. And after that, we're coming back to you.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Councilmember Allen and all members of the Committee on Transportation and Environment. My name is Afeni Evans, and I'm a community organizer with the Fair Budget Coalition. I'm here to urge the DC Council to protect the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund and funding to ensure it goes to the Healthy Homes Act and other clean energy and affordable housing programs that benefit low and moderate income households. The council must ensure that the fund is not rated by the executive for use on unrelated projects. Protecting the Healthy Homes Act is important because Black children in DC, especially Black children east of the river, deserve a fair chance at having healthy bodies and healthy lungs. Children in predominantly Black neighborhoods, such as Ward 7 and Ward 8, experience higher rates of asthma linked to pollution from industrial facilities and freeways, and their homes should be safe havens for their growth and development and not an extension of these problems. This is an economic issue for families struggling to stay in DC amid rising costs. Homes with HVAC systems and other appliances that are on the verge of breaking down, replacement costs would be a major burden to many DC families. The Healthy Homes Act frees up those households of any financial burden by providing new equipment and appliances that will reduce air pollution, save energy, and cut utility bills at no cost to the household. Rating funding meant to go to struggling low-income DC families would hurt low-income families and undermine housing affordability in DC, sabotaging the mayor's and council's own housing affordability goals. Washington Gas wants to charge DC residents billions of dollars just to maintain its current fossil fuel infrastructure. If averaged across DC's roughly 300,000 households, it would cost $32,000 to $50,000 per household, and that money could be invested in removing polluting fossil fuel systems from those homes while improving indoor air quality and public health. Burning gas indoors harms public health. Gas appliances fill our homes with many of the same pollutants as car exhaust, like nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, particulate matter, benzene, and formaldehyde. As we learned during the COVID-19 pandemic, dangerous particles in the air pose greater risk indoors and those same particles that pose outdoors. Yet we're still burning those dirty fossil fuels inside of our homes. The Beyond the Gas Coalition released a report finding that 77% of nearly 300 homes tested in DC have unhealthy levels of nitrogen dioxide, which causes respiratory and other illnesses. Children in homes with gas appliances are 42% more likely to develop asthma. And asthma rates in children living in homes with gas stoves are comparable to children living with cigarette smokers. Children who are Black and lower income are disproportionately impacted. Children in Ward 8 are 10 times more likely to go to the hospital because of an asthma attack than children in wealthier areas in DC. Black Americans are 55% more likely to die from causes related to pollution and fossil fuel burning appliances than white Americans. Leaky pipes and valves in gas appliances can emit methane and benzene in houses even when the appliance is off. These are known carcinogens linked to leukemia, multiple melanoma, and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Eliminating those indoor air pollutants by continuing to fund the Healthy Homes Act and allowing households to transition off of gas improves public health, avoids hospital admissions, and saves money. Thank you for your time and for listening to my testimony.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. All right. And now, Mr. Cawthorn.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Patrick Cawthorn. I am a DC resident in Ward 8, and I'm testifying on behalf of Children's
Mr.
Law
Cawthorn,
Center.
could you pull the mic just a little bit closer? I know
Yes.
we got you right on the edge of the table, but that'll make sure it gets
Is
picked up.
this better?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. Should I start over or keep going?
Let's just start over to make sure
Okay.
everybody knows.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Cawthorn. I'm testifying on behalf of Children's Law Center, who believes that every child should grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education. Children's Law Center appreciates the important work that DOEE performs, but we have concerns about the efficacy of some of that work. Today, I will briefly review our concerns with DOEE's mold and lead practices. With respect to lead, DOEE has been tasked with regulating lead-related problems in the district, and as a part of that, has the authority to relocate households who are exposed to lead hazards. It also has the authority to bring enforcement action for violations of lead regulations. Based upon my colleagues' testimony earlier this morning, they are not conducting their lead responsibilities. But to add further confusion to that situation, some of DOE's lead-related work has been transferred to DC Health, effective at the beginning of this fiscal year. It is not clear what responsibilities DOEE retains with respect to lead and what has moved to DC Health. There do not appear to be any materials available online or elsewhere that explain what has changed. And I myself, being in the advocacy community, am also struggling to understand what has moved and what has not moved. If the advocacy community is unsure about which agency to go to for an item, I think we can reasonably anticipate confusion among residents as well. DOEE's mold inspection practice is similarly concerning. Mold is one of the most frequent complaints that our clients bring. Some colleagues who provide direct representation have shared with me that half or more of their housing cases involved mold exposure. Again, DOEE is the agency designated to make regulatory and enforcement action relating to mold. However, their practices do not reach the expectations that we expect for them. Since December 2025, we in the advocacy community have been hearing from others that DOE may no longer be even performing mold inspections. I've reached out to try and get clarity on that situation, and I have not been able to get a response since that time. We hope that DOE will explain the scope of their current inspection work in their testimony. Even when mold inspections do occur, they are insufficient. They currently perform only visual inspections, but the presence and the absence of mold cannot be confirmed by a visual inspection alone. Scientific analysis is necessary to determine whether mold is present or to confirm its absence. The applicable district requirements for mold inspections state that the best practice standards should be met, and a nonprofit trade group that establishes best practices for mold inspections says that inspection should be done with scientific analysis. So in short, that means that mold inspections are a very inefficient use of our resources. If they are being performed, when they are performed, they're not done to the best practice standard and are less reliable than we would like them to be. So to close, we urge this committee to ensure that DOE performs more efficaciously with respect to its mold and lead authorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks everybody for their testimony. a couple of follow-up questions I was going to ask. Ms. Rhodes, did I hear correctly, when it comes to climate commitment task force, you were recommending that we make sure that the Department of Buildings is included in that? Did I hear that correct?
Can you repeat that?
When it comes to the climate commitment task force, I think were you making a recommendation that we need to have some representation from the Department of Buildings on that
Yes.
task force in a kind of formal way?
In a formal way, Department of Buildings and the Department of Licensing, because they're agencies that cover our buildings. Especially the new buildings are supposed to be net zero, right? And also the licensing, that agency need to be stronger with their licensing. And I'll testify on that at their hearing. But they distribute the business licensing to the folks that have these businesses or have the buildings that they're building with businesses that are supposed to be net zero. So I think they should be included as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and of course, those two agencies used to be one, DCRA.
Yep.
So that makes sense that both of them, you'd put both of them together on that. Okay, so we can follow up on that. In terms of, I think, Maritza Mendoza, you brought this up around just advocating for the legislation to move. So one, I want to thank everybody who came and testified at the hearing that we held. We're continuing to work on the legislation even as we go through oversight. So our goal is to move this. We're actively working on it. And so I just want to make sure you hear me say that committed to moving it forward. I can't commit an exact timeline, but I know sooner rather than later is certainly the goal. I think I heard you say your goal would be before the budget, but we're going to keep working as hard as we can to get this done, even while we're doing all the oversight hearings. So I just want to make sure you know that that remains a priority for me, and I know it does for many others as well. Let's see. Ms. Evans, online. In your testimony, you asked if the council can ensure the mayor won't raid the fund. I wish I could tell you that I can ensure the mayor won't raid the fund. I will commit to you, though, that if she does again, I'm going to do everything I can to repair and restore the fund and put that back. And I'm not sure if you were here from an earlier panel I talked about. Last year, after having multiple years of the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, the SETF, be rated over and over again, we split it up so that we have the SETF, and then we now have the Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund. That'll show up on people's bills, just and frankly, it's just a transparency measure too. So if every ratepayer in the city is paying an extra fee to keep the lights on in the buildings and the energy costs, I just think we shouldn't hide the ball. And so let's keep it straightforward. So the actions by the Public Service Commission were done just recently to approve the language on it, so people should start seeing that reflected in your own bills. So I think that'll just be more transparent about it. And I hope what it does also is protect the SETF from being rated further. So I will commit to that. I also know that, I appreciate advocating for full funding for the Healthy Homes Act. I certainly agree with you on that. Any other policy recommendations that you have around what the council should be working on as we head into the budget as well?
I mean, I have a whole.
I mean, you're with the Fair Budget Coalition, so I know you got a long list of them, but
I must say I have a whole lot.
specific, I guess, to this conversation. Yeah. I do appreciate that in coalition, you're working on a wide variety of impacts. Yeah.
Absolutely. I don't pretend to be a environmental expert. I think that would be a better question to ask Maritza or somebody that is from the Sierra Club. What I will say, and just like a question to ask to you, and maybe we could just talk about it offline, but I am wondering what the accountability measures for Mayor Bowser or any mayor for that matter who directly defies the council and what has been legislated. But yeah, environmental policy. I love my environmental girls. I'm not one of them. And I don't want to say things that I'm not well versed in. But I appreciate the question.
Yeah. Well, we're all stronger when we stand together. So I appreciate that. And I know the spirit is there in collaboration. So thank you. And Mr. Cawthorn, I'm going to ask my staff to follow up with you directly too, just to provide and share the latest updates from what we know on DC Health as well.
Thank you.
But I do believe I've kind of heard consistently some confusion around what's with DOEE, what's with DC Health. And I think, and we heard from our earlier panel with one of your colleagues, just the confusion impacts residents' ability to know what is available to them and how to seek recourse and services. So we'll work to share the latest with you as we can. And then when DOEE comes up, when we have that portion of the hearing, we'll make sure that we give them a chance too to help clarify and get more information out. Because I think that we are suffering from a lot of folks just not knowing who's doing what. And that means that residents don't know what's available to them and how we help protect them and their families and their neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it. Well, again, thank you everybody for your testimony today and for your action. I look forward to continue to work with you. All right, let me move to our third panel of witnesses. And again, I believe we've got a mix of folks that are in person and online. So I have Maya Burton, public witness. Okay, I think Maya Burton is here in person. All right, Laura Levinson, Energy Committee Chair with the Sierra Club. And if I don't have enough chairs, I'm going to ask you to do what our last panel did and just take action and pull up an extra chair. Susan Shore, public witness. Stephanie Miller, public witness. Mark Rodefer, co-chair of Beyond Gas DC. All right, if I actually end up with too many people, I won't be able to fit enough chairs. So if I have to split this up, I can. David Whitehead. Mr. Whitehead, we're gonna see if we can fit 6 chairs. If we can't, we'll just do our best. Gail Leleveld, public witness. Ann Du Bois, public witness. And Barbara Briggs, WIN liaison with Friends Meeting of Washington Peace and Social Concerns. And we had Claire Mills. We're going to have Claire, she'll submit her testimony separately. Okay, got it. Okay, then if we're ready, Maya Burton, we'll have you kick us off. If you push the buttons, the red light comes on. And there we go. You got it.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Maya Burton. I'm a third year at Georgetown University, and I'm here to ask that the DC Council shield the Department of Energy and Environment from budget cuts this season. Specifically, I urge you to protect the Sustainability Energy Trust Fund and provide full funding for the Comprehensive Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Access, Readiness, and Sustainability Act. Cutting these programs would not only deliver a devastating blow to DC's environmental goals, but it would also create a crisis of equity. This winter, DC saw its longest freezing streak since 1989, an example of an extreme weather event that we can only anticipate will become more frequent as fossil fuels perpetuate the global climate crisis. Meanwhile, DC residents are experiencing energy bill increases as high as 13%, so companies like Washington Gas can build even more fossil fuel infrastructure. The cruel irony here is that fossil fuel pollution destabilizes DC weather systems and makes the city less and less livable. Residents, meanwhile, are asked to pay an increasingly high rate to the very fossil fuel companies, creating that same instability. This is what makes DOEE and the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund so crucial. Funding energy efficiency measures, rooftop solar, and the Healthy Homes Act helps lower energy costs while cutting pollution. The Healthy Homes Act increases electrification and helps assure housing affordability. As winters become harsher, it's imperative that DC make housing and heating a guarantee for everyone. At Georgetown, I volunteer with the Homeless Outreach Programs and Education Club. I've seen firsthand how critical wintertime is for people experiencing homelessness, and I know that energy or HVAC replacement prices should never be the reason that someone goes without heat or shelter in freezing conditions. The council must continue to fund environmental programs because they're implicit in securing public health, housing security, and basic human dignity. In a similar way, the Comprehensive Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Access, Readiness, and Sustainability Act encourages vehicle electrification, charging stations, and brings down gas usage in cars. This is another crucial step in reducing DC fossil fuel usage and pollution levels to keep global weather systems stable. Environmental funding should not be perceived in a vacuum. Instead, it should be seen as a necessary step in assuring citywide livability and protecting vulnerable groups through mitigating climate change. It protects families from rising costs, strengthens infrastructure, and keeps the city livable in the face of accelerating climate change. Securing DOEE funding is the right step for everyone, and I thank you for allowing me to voice my support.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I've been warned that I cannot put 6 people at the table. I potentially will knock the camera off. So we can do 5. And then if we need to swap out Mr. Whitehead when it's time, we'll just switch chairs. Camera only has so much range that it can go left and right, apparently. And I don't want to be responsible for breaking the camera. Okay, Laura Levinson, we'll go to you next.
Councilmember Allen, thank you for your strong leadership on environment and sustainability. My name is Laura Levison, and I'm the Energy Committee Chair for the Sierra Club DC chapter. The Sierra Club is America's largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization with millions of members and supporters, including 7,000 DC residents. And we are proud members of the Fair Budget Coalition. We are offering testimony today on several aspects of DOEE's portfolio that are also areas of concern and focused work for the Sierra Club. There are programs on energy, zero waste, clean transportation, protection of our water and natural places, cumulative impacts and environmental justice. The 4 of us at this table will present on energy and zero waste, and David Whitehead will come after us to present the other topics. So regarding energy issues, across the country, electric and gas utility bills are increasing much faster than the rate of inflation. There are several reasons for this, and they vary in different areas of the U.S. But much of the news coverage about rising utility bills fails to mention a central problem: the willingness of state utility regulators to give investor-owned electric and gas companies whatever rate increases they ask for, allowing these companies to make bigger profits. We see this phenomenon reflected in utility costs right here in D.C. From 2020 to 2025, electricity prices in D.C. increased 93%, a larger increase than anywhere else in the United States. Gas bills in D.C. have increased about 6% each year since 2014. Gas prices in D.C. will skyrocket if WGL spends additional billions in ratepayer dollars to replace gas pipelines rather than phasing out the gas system in a timely manner. At the same time as utility costs are rising steeply in D.C., the mayor keeps trying to dismantle the programs that the D.C. Council has created and placed within DOEE to assist low and moderate income D.C. residents to transition to clean, affordable energy. Councilmember Allen, thank you for your leadership in enacting the Healthy Homes Act, and many others are talking about it today, so I will just say that this law provides economic justice for families struggling to stay in D.C. as costs continue to rise. The main source of revenue for home electrification and other DOEE clean energy programs is the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, the SETF, which is funded by small surcharges on gas and electricity bills. Over the past 2 years, as we've been discussing, the mayor's budgets have diverted much of the revenue in the SETF to pay the district government's utility bills rather than delivering it to DOEE, as intended, to fund programs to assist DC residents and promote green jobs directly or through the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. Last year, the Sierra Club supported this committee's amendment that renamed the portion of the SETF that the mayor rated as the Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund. We do want customers to see on their bills that the mayor is using these funds for other purposes than sustainable energy. Sounds like you might have done something about this already, Councilmember, but I checked my Washington Gas and Pepco bills a couple days ago, and I regret to report that on my gas bill, the Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund is abbreviated as MESF. On my Pepco bill, I see only Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. So it sounds like you're dealing with that. We urge this committee and the council to reject any new proposals by the mayor to siphon funds from the SETF, and we ask you to restore SETF funding to its intended uses to the best of your ability. Moving on to the Building Energy Performance Standards, which were enacted in 2018 through the Clean Energy DC Omnibus Amendment Act. The Building Energy Performance Standards, known as BEPS, are a cornerstone of the district's climate strategy. Because buildings are the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in DC, improving the efficiency of existing buildings is essential to meet our climate commitments. BEPS provides a clear, predictable framework that drives emissions reductions, lowers long-term operating costs, and supports clean energy jobs. After thoughtful updates recommended by an advisory task force and adopted by the council in 2024, the program is already calibrated to move forward effectively. So we urge DOEE to continue full implementation and ask the council to reject any proposals from the mayor to weaken, repeal, or delay BEPS as has been attempted in prior budget cycles. Further delay is unnecessary and unfair to the building owners who are already working to comply. Importantly, the law already includes flexibility for buildings with unique circumstances, called alternative compliance pathways, or for buildings facing financial distress. Financially distressed buildings may choose to delay their compliance up to 3 years by seeking approval from DOEE. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Susan Shore.
Good morning, Councilmember Ellen. My name is Susan Shore, and I co-chair the Sierra Club DC Chapter Zero Waste Committee. We wish to thank you for co-introducing the bottle bill and greatly appreciate your efforts in steering this landmark legislation through this committee. Given growing concerns over microplastics and harmful chemicals used in plastic production, it's clear the district needs to do more to reduce plastic pollution. The bottle bill is one key step. My testimony will address 2 other plastic pollution reduction measures, and Stephanie Miller will address the third. We call on council to update our bag fee law to better drive reusable bag adoption, just like in Prince George's County. Our 16-year-old bag fee policy is not working on several levels. We have to sell polluting plastic bags to fund the cleanup and protection of the Anacostia River, which is perverse. Bag fees are deposited into a special purpose revenue fund, but as has been discussed, the mayor has tried to sweep these funds into the general fund and not for Anacostia River protection. Council members and advocates then dedicate countless hours trying to save these funds. Last year, even after this exhausting funding restoration dance, some of our partners' grants were cut. Prince George's County passed the Bag It Right bill in 2024. This law bans single-use plastic bags, charges 10 cents for paper bags, and exempts nutrition assistance beneficiaries from paying the fee. After this legislation went into effect, single-use plastic bag use dropped from nearly 88% of customers to a mere 1.8%, and adoption of reusable bags more than quadrupled. These are the results we'd like to see in the district, and we call on council to adopt the Bag It Right bill here in the district. It's the same conclusion reached by a study prepared for the Anacostia Riverkeeper, which you will find linked in the chapter's testimony. Council should also adopt a policy of requiring reusable cups in sports and entertainment venues. Reusable cups have dramatically lower environmental footprint than other cup options. The chapter's written testimony includes links to case studies, articles, and presentations on the cost savings and plastic pollution reduction realized by entertainment and sports venues that switch to reusable cups. This includes a presentation by IMP on costs of implementation in all 4 of its music venues in the district. These reports and studies highlight the need to compare the full system costs for reusable and disposable cups. Venues have realized cost savings both on procurement of hundreds of thousands of disposable cups and on waste hauling and disposal fees. We're confident adoption of reusable cups will benefit the environment, residents, and businesses alike. We thank you, Committee Chair Allen, for your vision on this issue, and the Sierra Club DC chapter would be pleased to work both with you and DOEE to cut more plastic pollution in the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Stephanie Miller.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen and staff, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Stephanie Miller. I'm a member of the Sierra Club DC Chapter Executive Committee, an active member of the Zero Waste Committee, and I'm delivering this chapter testimony on one of the 3 zero waste issues, namely education, outreach, and enforcement of existing plastic pollution regulations. The district has some really excellent regulations in place that support its goals to reduce plastic pollution, including the polystyrene ban, the plastic bag ban, the straw and stir ban, and the utensils on request regulation. However, these regulations, in particular, the straw ban and utensils on request, are not well known and are largely ignored. When ordering takeout meals from DC restaurants, I'm often given plastic utensils despite not having requested any. We believe a small budget of less than $15,000 is all that's needed for DOEE to send out an annual multilingual flyer to all district food service entities to inform them about the district's ban on polystyrene, plastic straws and stirrers, and the requirement to only provide single-use utensils and other food service accessories upon request. Why an annual flyer? Because the district's restaurant sector is marked by high turnover of staff, management, and ownership, so there are always new people to inform. Mailing a flyer should cost no more than $10,000 to $15,000 annually, truly a low-budget measure. Yet we understand that DOEE has no budget for postage to send an annual mailer. We would appreciate it if this committee would confirm if DOEE lacks funding to send an annual mailer, and if so, how much it would need to implement this. In addition to continuous education and outreach, greater enforcement of our existing plastic pollution laws is needed. DOEE needs funding to at least double its number of annual inspections to 600 of food service entities annually. Enforcement is necessary for compliance with utilities on request. We'd also like to flag that we've been unable to find any enforcement regulations for the utensils on request requirements on DOEE's website. There are enforcement regulations for the polystyrene ban, the straw and stir ban, the plastic bag ban, but no regulations for utensils on request, even though DOEE has a utensils on request webpage set up. Has DOEE established enforcement regulations and practices for the utensils on request requirements? And if not, why not? Can this committee ensure that enforcement mechanisms will be put in place and implemented? Thank you for the opportunity to testify on DOEE's performance.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Next, let's go to Mark Rotifer.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen and your talented committee staff for allowing me to testify alongside my Sierra Club colleagues today. My name is Mark Rotifer, and in addition to my Sierra Club roles, I'm a leader of the Beyond Gas DC Coalition. We urge the council to stand strong against the expected mayoral budget proposals to gut the Climate Commitment Act, the Greener Government Buildings Act, and the Clean Energy DC Building Code Act. The building code law requires that the mayor issue regulations by the end of this year for new buildings in DC to be net zero. These buildings do not burn fossil fuels on site, they are highly energy efficient, and they maximize the use of renewable energy. The all-electric requirement is the most crucial. A new building with methane gas equipment will continue to pollute for decades. New buildings that are all electric will save money because heat pumps are 3 to 5 times more efficient than gas equipment. Building buildings without fossil fuels also eliminates indoor air pollution, outdoor air pollution, and climate pollution. The building code law went into effect in 2022, 4 years ago, but the mayor has done nothing to implement it. Instead, she has impeded it by leaving the draft code on the shelf after the technical work was completed. Then a few days ago, she dissolved the Construction Code's coordinating board and killed the pending building code update. This is a brazen disregard for the work of code experts, design professionals, and industry stakeholders who contributed to updating the code. It involved approximately 6,000 hours devoted by CCCB members and technical advisory group members. We estimate that over $1 million worth of those experts' time has now been wasted. This includes taxpayer dollars because both DOEE and Department of Buildings employees spent many hours working on the code. DC is required by law to update its green building code every 3 years, but 6 years have passed since the last update. The mayor now says she'll start from scratch and finalize a new code by the end of 2027. This is totally ridiculous, and we think legislative action is needed to make sure that our climate commitments are upheld, and we should not allow the mayor to just violate the law, as we saw recently, and then the DC Council changes the law because they say, well, she's not following it, so we'll come up with a law that maybe she will follow. We don't think the right approach, and we think we need legislation to fix this problem. The Greener Government Buildings Act requires net zero standards for new DC government buildings. Now, the oversight of the law lies primarily with the Facilities Committee, but DOEE reviews exemption requests from the Greener Government Buildings Act. And we're just, as I mentioned, this is what I was referencing when I said, as we recently saw, we were appalled that the mayor stated she's just going to ignore the net zero requirement for new government buildings. And we understand but regret that the DC Council then felt compelled to do emergency legislation to weaken the Greener Government Buildings Act. We understand maybe there are some issues and it may be necessary to change some parts of the law, such as getting rid of the requirement for power purchase agreements. And we are on board with that. But there's nothing that necessitates rolling back the entire law and all of the monetary climate and health benefits that it brings. And this isn't in the written testimony, but I did want to add one thing, which is that at this hearing earlier, I heard the testimony of Mikasa asking about why the Affordable Home Electrification Program won't serve buildings over 20 units. I talked about this with some of my Sierra Club and Beyond Gas colleagues, Laura Levison, Matthias Palstian, Sidra Siddiqui, and we all agree with Mikasa. We think they should allow buildings over 20 units to participate in the affordable home electrification plan. Of course, they have to be income qualified, but I think, the Sierra Club and Beyond Gas agree with Mikasa on that. I would say, and this isn't a reason not to do it, but there's the issue of funding. If you don't fund these laws, Mikasa's buildings and nobody else's buildings are going to get it because the mayor keeps raiding the funding. So, that's why it's very important for you, Councilmember Allen, to restore the funding. But we think that we also need to explore legislation pursuing other funding sources that are not on utility bills. You heard Laura talk about how much utility bills are going up. So we need to fund this, but we don't want to see utility bills going even higher. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. All right, next we're going to bring up David Whitehead, who's on the other side of the table. And I trust that you're going to tell me if the camera swings so wildly that it just falls off when David starts talking.
It looks
I
great.
can't see it, but I'm going to trust you to tell me what happens.
Councilmember Allen, thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your continued leadership on climate and environment issues. My name is David Whitehead, and I am the chapter director of the Sierra Club's District of Columbia chapter. The Sierra Club is America's largest and most influential grassroots environmental network or organization with millions of members and supporters, including 7,000 DC residents. New this year, I'll note, we are proud members of the Fair Budget Coalition. I will focus today on the transportation and water sections of our organization's testimony, but first I just want to echo the outrage of the massive cuts proposed last year by the executive that cut 24% of DOEE's budget. Since that happened, as we've heard today, we have seen cuts across critical programs that benefit low-income families in DC and protect the district's environment. We cannot afford another year of such draconian cuts to DC's climate and environmental programs. The entire situation is particularly galling because many of these programs require no additional revenue from the district. They are funded through small fees we all pay. Most of the cuts DOE experienced last year were caused by the executive repurposing special purpose revenue funds to cover other district government expenses, a blatant disregard for this council's intended purpose of those fees. As utility bills rise and low-income residents are especially impacted by both rising costs and by climate pollution, it's unacceptable that these fees be misused and moved around. An example of this connects directly to the health of the district's rivers and our ability to safely drink water here in DC. We asked the DC Council to protect the Anacostia River Cleanup Fund that supports watershed protection and stormwater management. Water utility ratepayers have spent billions of dollars over the past 10 years to improve our river water quality. Cutting funds again in the coming fiscal year would cripple environmental programs for education, trash removal, and ecological restoration. These funds are going to be even more critical given we are in the middle of the worst sewage spill in U.S. history in the Potomac River. Sweeping and repurposing these funds wastes DC's previous investments in water quality protection and is financial mismanagement. We are equally concerned about funds for lead service line remediation. Lead is a neurotoxin that can severely diminish mental ability in children. We call on the council to protect the Lead Poisoning Prevention Fund, a special purpose fund created by the council and purposed to advance public health by reducing lead hazards. On the issue of transportation, first, we want to thank you for your leadership in introducing and passing the EV Infrastructure Act. DC climate laws call for at least 25% of all vehicles registered in DC to be zero emission by 2030. To meet this goal, the Sierra Club urges full funding of B250106 to accelerate the installation of more EV charging stations across the district. Beyond EV infrastructure, our chapter's testimony for this year's DDOT Performance Oversight hearing highlights our other priorities for sustainable transportation system, including comments on improved bus, bike, and pedestrian infrastructure, as well as recommendations on everything from congestion pricing to parking reform. There is more detail in the DC chapter's written testimony, including details about the cumulative impact bill. In short, we support policies to measure cumulative impacts and prevent increased toxic burdens in already burdened communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Camera still there? All right, we're in good shape. Okay, next, let me turn to Gail Lilleveld, who is joining us online. Gail, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
You're ready.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Gail Lelyveld. I live in Ward 3, Tenley Town at Friendship Terrace Senior Living. I want to speak briefly about healthy homes and even more briefly about the Shine Safely Act. It's most important to keep funding healthy homes. With the climate changing, we need to keep funding healthy homes as a help to fellow citizens to keep damage down by keeping the carbohydrates down. How does that happen? One uses electricity rather than gas or coal for heating and cooling and cooking. Healthy Homes is helped by the tree cover for the city. As I said, I live at Friendship Terrace Senior Living. During the big windstorm of this fall, the big tree that lived in the grassy part of the sidewalk in front of my building fell down across the street. It made a horrible noise. It was Friday. Instead of watching TV or listening to the radio, I watched the tree department cut up my tree. I learned from NPR that carbon dioxide is trapped in trunks of trees. That tree had a lot of carbon dioxide. I thought I had a cold. It was the tree releasing CD. Now the temperature is getting higher. My apartment gets up to 75 with the heat off when the sun is out. Finally, the Shine Safely Act. Let's get rid of mercury and do LED. Mercury is dangerous. It would not be good if a maintenance person died of mercury poison because a fluorescent bulb broke when he or she was working with it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Ann Du Bois. Good morning.
Person Allen. Good morning. And Director Jackson and council staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ann Du Bois and I'm a resident of Ward 3. The DC Public Service Commission has recognized the charge it was given in the 2018 Clean Energy DC Omnibus Amendment Act to consider climate change and district climate policies in all of its utility decision-making. My point is that the DC Public Service Commission could not do its job without the DOEE's Energy Administration staff. I'd go even further and say that the DOEE has done and continues to do work that the Commission should be doing itself. A prime example is the 2023 Strategic Electrification Roadmap for Buildings and Transportation, a significant landmark achievement in policy and planning. I need not remind you that there is no coordinated, comprehensive energy planning going on at the Commission, such as is delineated in the roadmap, which is to say the excellent staff at DOEE engages in a level and quality of planning that the Commission appears unwilling to take on. The technical expertise among the DOEE staff and the consultants it engages is indispensable to fulfilling the district's energy and climate goals. I'm here more to praise the outstanding and seemingly tireless work of DOEE in providing objective, data-driven information to the Commission. Sometimes, though, instead, the DOEE's role is to call into question what the Commission has allowed. Again, a form of doing the Commission's work for it. An example is the 2021 Fugitive Methane Emission Survey performed for the DOEE by Gas Safety USA, the results of which have been disputed by Washington Gas to this day, since these results do not match the utility's much lower leak count. Currently, just launched, is the PSC's Integrated Distribution System Plan Working Group to support modernizing the utility's electrical grid through distributed energy resources. The DOEE's staff's knowledge and vision are essential to this endeavor. Would that the relationship between the PSC and DOEE were of a more welcomingly collaborative nature, as in some other jurisdictions. The firsthand experience I've had in witnessing the DOEE's exemplary performance at the Commission is through PSC technical conferences, working groups, utility rate case proceedings, and the PowerPath DC Governance Board. I earnestly salute the dedication and the significant contributions to the district's clean energy future by the staff at the DOEE Energy Administration. Thank you, Chair Allen and committee, for your attention today. Please see my longer written testimony.
Thank you very much. And then next, let me turn to Barbara Briggs, who's also joining us online.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen, Council staff. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and for your leadership on climate and energy issues. My name is Barbara Briggs. I'm here today on behalf of Friends Meeting of Washington's Committee on Peace and Social Concerns. Our Quaker meeting works closely with Beyond Gas DC, a collaboration of the Sierra Club, Washington Interfaith Network, and Interfaith Power and Light, and others, working to speed DC's transition off fossil fuels in a way that is immediately beneficial for DC's families. We know we need to move off fossil fuels, which are a primary driver of climate change, whose impact we're already feeling. Since 2015, we've experienced 10 of the hottest years on record. Heat, climate-related weather events, and environmental changes are endangering DC residents and making us sicker. Burning fossil fuels in our homes and buildings is also making us sicker, producing emissions that pollute the air we breathe. Our Beyond Gas coalition is now testing homes with gas heat for nitrogen dioxide and carbon monoxide. The numbers are not in yet, but we're finding nitrogen dioxide in most of the homes that we test. I'm here today to ask for full implementation of the Healthy Homes Act and other good laws DC Council has passed to move our city off fossil fuels, and to give low and moderate income homeowners and landlords the help that they need to make this transition to cleaner, healthier electric heating and cooking equipment. The program established by the Healthy Homes Act in May 2024 is required to retrofit 30,000 homes by 2040. That would be an average of 2,000 homes a year. Given that DC has roughly 300,000 homes and some 17% of DC residents are low income, helping transition 10% of homes in the next 15 years is a good but modest start. So where do we stand on this implementation? Last year, the program electrified about 35 units. This year, the goal is 100 units. That's compared to 2,000 homes a year that need to be transitioned off gas to achieve the mandated target of 30,000 homes by 2040. We know that there are well over 100 families on the waiting list. There would be more if the program were better promoted and if neighbors were actually seeing their neighbors' homes electrified, made energy efficient, and solar ready. I personally know of 2 families that have dropped off the list, tired of waiting and told there's no money. Please ask DOEE and DCSEU what is getting in the way of an appropriate ramp up of this program and help remove those obstacles. Given the draining of the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, which I know others have spoken to in much more detail, it's likely that sufficient funding and also reliability of funding are major factors. Please do what you can to not allow the SETF to be robbed again this year. And I know that you have spoken to that issue and are working on it. Obviously, we're facing another very tough budget year, but I'm here to ask that this program be given the priority it deserves, including adequate and reliable funding. DC doing its part to avert catastrophic climate change is not something that should fall off the table when times are tough. Implementing the Healthy Homes Act by moving 2,000 homes a year off fossil fuels will help us meet our climate commitments and will make DC families healthier in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Briggs. All right. Thank you to everybody on this panel. Brought a lot of issues up. I'm going to try to touch on a couple of them. I may not get to every single one of them, but I appreciate everyone's testimony. Ms. Burton, thank you for your testimony, both talking about DOEE cuts, and while I know we're not in the DDOT hearing, advocating for the electric vehicle expansion. You know, we talked about this at the DDOT hearing, very much celebrating the fact that they've put one pilot program charger in Ward 1. That's 2 chargers. It's been 2 years since we passed the EV charging law. So at this pace, in about 100, 200 years, we'll finally have maybe a little charging infrastructure. It's a pace that's like, we can both be glad that there's a pilot program rolling out, but we don't need to pilot this. Like, we should be doing more. It's probably, for people who are making the decision to move to electric vehicles, it's the number one thing that I hear people talk about is the inability to find publicly accessible charging. So we have one pilot. DDOT couldn't even tell us where the other 7 will go, and that's after 2 years. So we can do a heck of a lot better, and we need to do it in a much faster way, make public charging available. So that's just an issue of will, I think. It's just willpower to get that type of stuff done. But I appreciate your comments about making sure that that is part of what we're doing. Ms. Levison, appreciate your testimony. And yep, there we go. We'll swap out a chair. Thank you. I did talk earlier, and we're going to be following up on this because, as you noted, on your Washington gas bill, it doesn't actually say Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund. It just says MESF. And now we're DC, and we live in a world of acronyms, and we're pretty facile with a lot of acronyms. But I'm going to wager most people don't know what MESF is. Who made the decision to not put down the actual name of the fund, but just a random abbreviation of letters? People appointed by the mayor. So we're going to have to work to get that done because it needs to say Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund. Because if you look at your bill, it does say SETF, Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. So we spell it out in one place, but not the other. Again, this is just about transparency. Stop hiding the ball. Just tell people what we're asking them to pay for. So we will be following up on that. You will see, because the Public Service Commission just approved what they call the tariff for the language for the PEPCO bills. So starting next month, we should start seeing that. And again, we should see it spelled out because that's what the order says, is what the tariff says. It uses the words Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund. So
Thank you.
It may feel small, but I really think it's important for transparency for folks to know what it is that they're seeing and paying on their bills. Other issues, of course, you talked about, I think not just you, but others on the panel talked about the ways in which we try to reduce our utility bills and the rising rates that everyone sees and feels. We've been at this in partnership with you and many others, specific to what your Washington gas bill can look like. And while every single person wants to ensure safe pipes, the question is, do you completely replace every pipe in the city, or do you have strategic efforts to, when there is a leak, you go in and you repair it and find ways to do that? One costs a lot more than the other approach. And so I think we're waiting, and it may be imminent, that we'll see a Public Service Commission release what their decision is on the next stage of this, but it has deep impacts for everybody's gas bills, at least, which then speaks to the efforts around getting off of gas infrastructure, moving towards cleaner sources of energy. Are there any other cities, states, jurisdictions that you want to point to that's just done a better job or a more streamlined process than the district has? Not sure if there's a place that's kind of done it better or is doing it better than the district, but I was curious if you've seen any.
Mark, any thoughts on that? I know there's a pilot project in Massachusetts that, what's the name of that company? Eversource, right? They're doing a pilot project on geothermal, making a geothermal network in a neighborhood to take the whole neighborhood off gas pipelines and put in a highly efficient
Mhm.
geothermal system instead. And that's a utility company. They have both gas and electric branches. So there certainly are not a lot, but a few companies that are more forward-looking than the ones that we have here in the District of Columbia. Mark, any other examples you can think of?
No, that's really the only one. The utilities want to do this. You know, they make a lot of money off of it, so they want to replace these pipelines.
Right. Well, it's also because you and I pay for it. They're not paying for it.
Exactly. And it's also good to remember that just the cost of a gas pipeline, like to my doorstep, it's like $30,000 per house. So it's a crazy amount of money having the whole city networked for gas. And if we can find some way to shift part of that investment into electrification and clean energy, it would make a huge difference.
Yeah.
And we do have lots of ideas about that, as you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Ms. Shore, appreciate your testimony. I was going to focus for a second on the issue around reducing the single-use cups and reducing that pollution. IMP uses a company called R Cup, which was one of the first of its kind. What we have heard back is both that it allowed them to capture about 90% of cups used on site. So that I would put as a good thing. I've also heard from some venues that have talked about just challenges operationally of what to do after that. Have you or others sat down with some of those larger venues to kind of hear what their experiences are, both what worked well and then where some of those challenges might be that kind of help guide and inform how we try to do more of this?
We have not yet sat down with any of the venues, but we would like to meet with IMP. But they did, as I mentioned in the written testimony, Donna Westmoreland, who is, I think, the general manager, was present at a DC Climate Commission meeting, made a wonderful presentation, really getting into the costs. And one of the things that she highlighted is they were able to cover some of their costs by adding a sustainability fee. And I have seen other case studies, and I put links to those case studies in the written testimony from three landmark venues in San Francisco, you know, like the Fillmore and other venues of that type. And they all realized cost savings as well as cutting the plastic pollution.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Appreciate it.
But we would be
can certainly-
happy to try to set up meetings with the venues if that would be of assistance to you. Just let us know what we can do
I think
to
it will
help.
be, and we can follow up on that.
Okay,
Be helpful.
great.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Miller, I appreciated your testimony as well. And yeah, I mean, the cost of a mailer to how many numbers, like for those of us that live in a political world, not afraid of sending out a mailer and knowing exactly how much it costs. $15,000 is probably about right for being able to reach that universe. It's not a huge budget lift within an agency, but if they're not funded, like you pointed out, to have either for postage or for printing, it needs to be more specific. So we can follow up with the agency about that. I'm also surprised, I do get a lot of mail from my government for the things that they really want to prioritize. So I feel like, again, it's an issue of political will. If they want to do it, I have 100% confidence they can find $15,000 in a budget to help pay for that. It's do they want to do it? But we will follow up on that with the agency, certainly when it comes up. Absolutely. Thank you. All right. I don't have any other questions here. I know there's a good flow of a lot of issues that we're going to work on together. And Mr. Rodefer, definitely take your points and encouragement as well. So thank you very much about the council's actions and working the right way to help hold accountable. And once we make a law and once we make a deal, holding fast to it to be able to move that forward. So thank you. All right. Thank you all very much. I'm going to turn next to panel number 4. Again, we've got a mix of folks that are both online and folks that are here in the Wilson building. I've got Laura Nunn, public witness. Annie Acosta, public witness. MJ Gray with DC Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. Neil Seldman, public witness. Okay, I think Mr. Seldman's joining us virtually, but isn't here yet. So we'll slide him back in later. Ann Scanley. No online. Okay. Holly Pollinger, public witness. Not online. Okay. Alia Frost, public witness. Sorry, Ayla Frost. I transposed my letters there, sorry. Ann Common, public witness. I think Ann's joining us online. Okay. And Kaden Kuntz, public witness. Right there. Okay. Hayden? Okay. 5 chairs won't break the camera. 6 will. So 5's good. So if you want to slide your chair up, if people don't mind getting a little close. There we go. All right. Thank you all very much. All right. Laura Nunn, we're going to start with you. Good morning still.
Okay. Excuse me. My name is Laura Nunn, and I'm a DC native and a Ward 7 resident living in Kingman Park. I'm also the founding board member for the Friends of Kingman and Heritage Islands and a mom of 2 DCPS students, serving on both our middle school and elementary school PTOs. The work that DOEE has supported has been critical to all areas of my life and my community. Neighbors from both sides of the Anacostia River came together almost a decade ago to establish the Friends of Kingman and Heritage Islands as a proactive move in anticipation of the impact of the RFK redevelopment on our neighborhood, our river, and our parks. From the beginning, our community has worked closely with the staff at DOE, along with Living Classrooms, on efforts to protect the critical areas in the watershed. From cleanups to invasive removals to tree plantings to mussel restoration work, our community has partnered with groups like AWS, Anacostia Riverkeeper, and Casey's Trees to put in hard work and get our hands dirty to support a healthy watershed. All of these groups rely on collaboration with the DOE. Many of these residents have discovered and become involved in these efforts through the boat rides funded from the bag fee. These boat rides are not only fun and beautiful experiences, but offer critical education to our community. These educational opportunities are also critical to our youth. As you heard earlier from testimony from Alana, our students rely on these outdoor classroom opportunities that provide low-cost enrichment in places that they can walk to and take their families to. When resources for these programs are cut, we put our futures in danger. So I hope that we can continue to provide resources to protect our most vulnerable residents and make sure that DOE can continue to do the great work that our communities rely on to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Annie Acosta.
Thank you, Chairman Allen and staff, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Annie Acosta, and I'm a longtime resident of Ward 3 and part of the district's growing community of people deeply concerned about the climate crisis and its effect on our natural resources. This is why I want to express my support for protecting and expanding the work of DOEE. As you know, this agency was targeted by the mayor last year for the largest budget cut, 24% to any agency. I thank you and the other council members who were able to restore some of that funding. Unfortunately, fiscal pressures will likely worsen as the district loses revenue from federal and related private sector jobs. This reality calls for a shift from reacting to environmental harm to greater prevention, and from public-only costs to shared responsibility with those involved in causing the damage. I'll briefly address 2 examples: invasive plants and plastic pollution. First, invasive species. The district deserves credit for acquiring native plants in DOEE and DDOT planting projects, but we should go further and join the 25 states that have enforceable nursery sale bans on specific invasive plants. Most district land is privately owned, and residents often unknowingly introduce species that spread beyond property lines. Rock Creek Park, our natural crown jewel, though federally owned, has been classified as in imminent or probable failure of regeneration. A major cause is invasive plants preventing young trees from getting established, yet some of these species, such as English ivy, are still sold locally. Second, plastics. The Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025, known as the Bottle Bill, which I sincerely hope is able to be enacted this year, appropriately shares costs with industry, But beverage containers are only part of the problem. The district should phase out as many single-use plastics as possible, including bags and stadium cups, and ensure DOEE has enough resources to enforce the utensils upon request law. Finally, please protect the special purpose revenue funds that help protect our lands and waterways. Advocates spent years securing them, and diverting them violates public trust and likely the law itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MJ Gray, good morning.
Chairman Allen, thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the performance of the DC Department of Energy and Environment. My name is MJ Gray, and I'm a policy fellow at DC Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. Today, I will address two interconnected environmental health challenges: the district's growing heat vulnerability and persistent gaps in mold oversight. Though distinct, these issues are deeply related. Rising temperatures and climate volatility exacerbate moisture intrusion, housing deterioration, and indoor environmental hazards. Extreme heat is not a future threat. It is a current and escalating public health emergency. The district has the highest EMS activation rate in the country on high heat days. That statistic alone demands urgency. Over the past several years, the district has produced multiple climate and heat-related plans that outline thoughtful goals. We appreciate the efforts of DOEE and other agencies to develop these mitigation plans. However, Keep Cool DC in particular lacks dedicated funding allocations and clearly defined implementation benchmarks like timelines. Without committed resources and measurable targets, even well-designed strategies cannot deliver results. Now, DOEE is developing Climate Ready DC 2.0. The introduction to that plan indicated it would be finalized in 2025. We're now in 2026, and there's still no clear publication timeline. As this updated plan moves forward, we emphasize the need for it to include defined timelines, funding commitments, measurable benchmarks, and clear cross-agency collaboration. Otherwise, we risk repeating the cycle of releasing plans without ensuring execution. Last year, I recommended creating a public, regularly updated heat and health dashboard to track temperature trends, cooling access, energy assistance utilization, and other ward-level metrics. While there is a heat sensitivity exposure index map available through Open Data DC, we would like to see more data, including the location of those EMS activations. We also want to see the map updated more regularly, as the most recent data upload appears to have occurred in August of 2022. DOE has worked closely with DC Health, and we hope the creation of the Environmental Health Administration will continue to improve that cross-agency implementation. The Council plays a critical role in ensuring necessary cross-agency collaboration and sufficient budget allocations to address a growing threat. Without that leadership, heat-related illness will continue to disparately impact those communities in the district already facing disproportionate environmental burdens. Now, mold is both an environmental health and climate resilience issue. Increased humidity, heavier rainfall, and aging housing stock will intensify mold risks in the district. Even when not visible, mold poses serious health risks and increases the likelihood that a child will develop asthma. In 2017, childhood asthma rates in wards 7 and 8 were nearly twice the national average. Impact DC's Healthy Housing Map identifies multifamily buildings with high rates of pediatric asthma hospital visits and unhealthy housing conditions that exacerbate asthma. As is often the case, communities and children east of the river are disproportionately impacted. DC tenants seeking to address mold face a complex, fragmented system. Multiple agencies share oversight. DOEE conducts visual inspections and licenses mold investigators and assessors. The Department of Buildings enforces housing code violations and conducts visual mold inspections. The DC Housing Authority may conduct inspections for subsidized properties. The Department of Health's Environmental Health Administration, through its Division of Indoor Environment, eliminates environmental hazards and now houses the Healthy Homes program. Many tenants must ultimately file a case in DC Superior Court, where judges routinely request professional mold testing, including air quality samples, before requiring landlords to hire certified remediation experts. The system is confusing and burdensome. Residents often don't know which agency has authority or whether an inspection will identify hidden risks. The complaint-driven structure places the burden on renters to navigate multiple agencies while remaining in potentially unsafe conditions. While the Impact DC Healthy Housing Map provides important information, Children's Hospital acknowledges gaps in the data. There's no centralized, publicly accessible reporting on the mold complaints, inspection timelines, referrals, or outcomes. DC holds the relevant data, but doesn't correlate it in a way that ensures residents can access it. We appreciate the work of the DC agencies and community groups to address mold. However, aging housing and rising heat will worsen the problem in coming years. We encourage DOEE to work with partner agencies and nonprofits to proactively and transparently collect data and ensure landlords adequately investigate and remediate mold. The district should establish public-facing performance dashboards, create a unified intake and tracking system, and prioritize proactive interventions in buildings and neighborhoods with histories of mold infections. DOEE can play a leading role in strengthening interagency collaboration to address this climate resilience need and improve the experience of residents seeking help to address the mold in their homes. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Ayla Frost.
Thank you. Good morning or lunchtime, and thanks for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Isla Frost, and I'm a DC resident living in Columbia Heights in Ward 1, and I'm also a community organizer with the Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund. I have been involved in local organizing for almost 3 years now, which sometimes feels like the blink of an eye, but it's been long enough for me to notice a really concerning pattern. Every year, I learn about exciting new legislation that we're working on and passing here in DC. Many thanks to a lot of the policymakers and advocates here in this room. And yet, every year we stand up here and we have to fight for funding for these programs that we have already determined that we all support. They already passed. The Healthy Homes Act, for one, is a great example of a law that can help fight climate change, improve indoor air quality, and reduce costs for DC residents who are already struggling with the crazy high cost of living in DC. Using an air quality testing tool, I have watched air quality pollutants spike in homes with gas stoves and talked to concerned parents about what to do about it. Electrification can be a very expensive and complicated process. We need DCSEU and DOEE to have the money to function well so that these parents and families can get the help they need. Another example of this is the Lead Poisoning Prevention Fund, a fund created by the council but raided by the mayor last year. This money was supposed to go to lead pipe remediation to prevent lead exposure, and yet we still need to go on defense to make sure this program is funded and enacted well. We can't keep chronically defending these programs. Environmental issues are not optional in DC. DOEE funding is something residents rely on to keep bills low, to breathe clean air, and to ensure a safe and livable climate for years to come. So please reverse the pattern of chronically funding DOEE, so DC, or defunding, defunding DOEE, so DC residents can live safe, happy, and healthy lives here in DC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I wish that the full funding was our problem. Next, let me turn to Ann Common online. Then after that, we'll turn to Caden Coons.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you see me? Oh.
I think we just need you to turn your camera on, but we can hear you okay. There
Okay,
we go.
now
We
you
got
can
now.
see me. I was
Yep, we
having
got you.
trouble with the camera. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify, and more importantly, thank you for your climate championship. We are also grateful to you. I'm a longtime DC resident and mostly in Ward 3 where I live now. I want to thank DOEE and the DCSEU for the excellent work they do, even with their limited funds. And I want to urge full funding for DOE, DC, the SETF, and especially for SETF funds for healthy homes. You know all the reasons healthy homes is important. We got to save our climate, and this does it equitably, helps our most vulnerable residents, and invest in people's homes, health, and also our livelihoods. Nobody has been talking about that. DC, the Healthy Homes Act is a jobs act, and it's very important for that reason. I would also like to push for full funding for lead pipe removal. When I was trying to get pregnant many, many years ago, I had a freak exposure to lead paint in the new house I was moving into. Fortunately, we caught it quickly, but in an hour in that house cleaning up, even though I showered the minute I left it, my lead level tripled. and my husband's doubled. Now, fortunately, I wasn't pregnant at the time. I wasn't allowed to get pregnant for months more at age 38. But one really good thing came out of it. We were so scared, we paid with our own money to replace the lead pipe from water pipe on our property. And as I've learned more over the years, I didn't know that much at that point. I just was really scared. And what I've learned over the years is, thank God I protected my child. It seemed like a lot of money at the time, but one of the best investments I have ever made. And every single family deserves to have their children healthy and their homes healthy. So we need more money for healthy homes, more money for DOEE in general, and more money for pipes, to replace pipes. And if we took that money from the stadium, think how many homes we could retrofit and how many lead pipes we could replace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Caden Coons, let's turn to you next. And you might need to pull the mic just a little bit closer to you so we'll pick you up. Yep, if you push the button, the red light comes on.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm new to this.
You got this.
I'm a beginner.
You got it. You'll be a pro by the time you're done.
That's what I'm hoping, but I only have 3 minutes to prove it. Thank you very much, Council Chair Ahn, for the opportunity to testify here. My name is Caden. As you mentioned, I live in Ward 6, and I came to DC for college, but have since stuck around. I've been here for 6-7 years now. And I'm here to urge council to pass a ban on single-use plastic bags, and then also protect the funding that's needed for DOE to support and implement that ban. So when I was in college, I took part in some river cleanups in the Anacostia, because I just moved here and I wanted to kind of learn about the lay of the land and pitch in. And I was really shocked, especially the first time, to see how much plastic does make its way into the Anacostia. I mean, it was like a full carpet. I'm sure a lot of people here have seen it, a full carpet of plastic on the surface. And, you know, the majority of the plastic that I saw was plastic bags and bottles, which, you know, I think both are pretty relevant to things that are being talked about here. And I mean, we saw a basketball hoop. It was crazy. But the main thing was that there was a sort of horrifying amount of plastic. And I think that the sad truth is that plastic bags that are sold in the district end up in our rivers, and that's just how things seem to go. And you know, plastic waterways, as we all know, plastic in our waterways, as we all know, leach microplastics and other toxins into the water. And even if we don't drink the water from that river, which I think is the case for the Anacostia, I can't say I'm super read up on all of the information, but I think most of our water comes from the Potomac. But regardless, if plastic gets into our waterways, it ends up in the food chain, and even if we don't drink the water, it ends up in the food that we eat. So this has, you know, pretty horrifying health impacts. I was just reading a Stanford Medicine article that I Googled just before this, that said that, you know, microplastics in our food can cause cancer and heart attacks and other reproductive issues and respiratory health issues, I think. So obviously a huge problem, and I think that, you know, the district can do something to solve it. So in 2009, the plastic bag tax was you know, cutting edge, but now if you look around the country and even close to home, Prince George County has a ban on single-use plastic bags. Montgomery County does. Even places like Austin, Texas, or Charleston, South Carolina, like cities all around the country that I would like to think DC might be leading are ahead of us on this issue. So I think it's time for DC to take sort of a leadership role once again on the plastic bags issue. There's another study that I saw from Environment America that said that a ban on single-use plastic bags can reduce the number of plastic bags that make their way out by 300 bags per person per year, which is a crazy number, but kind of illustrates the point. So, and you can also, you know, exempt people who are receiving nutrition benefits. So there are ways to sort of tailor the policy to solve the problems we have. So I think that in tandem with the bottle bill, a plastic bag ban would really make a huge dent in this problem that we all have to deal with. And, you know, protecting DOE funding is the only way to actually successfully educate businesses and implement that plan in a way that would be fair and, you know, solve the problems that we have. So that's all I have to say, and I really appreciate the opportunity to testify here.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And thanks to everybody on this panel. Couple of follow-ups I wanted to look at. to Ms. Gray, I appreciate you kind of hit two themes connected, but did both very well. I think one of the things that we look at over the last month certainly is we've had to and will continue to need to respond to an environmental disaster. Having worked with the leadership at DC Water, been out to the site myself, I am convinced that DC Water has a plan for how to repair the broken pipe and to stop the sewage from overflowing. What I've not seen is a plan for the actual remediation. We have a C&O canal that is essentially an open air sewer right now, as raw sewage is pumped into it. We have spill zones that go into the water. And we have where the flood site was, because it's drought conditions and lower water right now, just all sitting there. So over the coming weeks and months, we're going to see more and more of an impact, I think, on a river, but also just it's going to take a lot of work. That pipe's going to be repaired well before the environment around it is repaired. And when we have these massive budget cuts, like we talked about at the beginning of the hearing, DOEE was cut 24% on the local side, and that's before you tack on all the federal cuts that we've had to absorb as well. And so that starts to hollow out the agency's ability and capacity to respond. You talked about the Climate Ready DC kind of 2.0, and we can't predict every crisis that's going to come. We can't predict every disaster that's going to come our way. It's part of why you want to have your agencies have the readiness and constantly be working and building those muscles. Can you just talk a little bit more about why you think that's important to have the type of climate ready plans in place, and then also a well-resourced entity that is able to take the action when necessary?
Yeah, of course. As you mentioned, we're currently dealing with an unprecedented environmental disaster, and that really does underscore the need for us to be doing this proactive planning. But also the planning isn't going to be making that immediate impact in the way that a lot of the plans, like the Keep Cool DC plan, that has a lot of these benchmarks or goals, these broad goals about the things that the change we want to see, but not a lot of the action items, particularly about how we're going to get the cross-agency collaboration. So with Climate Ready DC, as we prepare for other climate and environmental disasters that will impact the public health, we need to have the infrastructure in place, particularly for the cross-agency collaboration. Right now with the Potomac River, we've seen, we have the environmental side. Obviously, this is horrible for the river, for the resources, everything that lives inside the river. But we also have the risk for E. coli, MRSA, all of the environmental health components of that. And yet our Environmental Health Administration, I believe only a few days ago released their recommendations about how to protect the people and stay away from those health risks. And that was something that I had to go and search for. That wasn't something that was pushed out to people to really be able to, communicate that information on a basis for the public that doesn't regularly check the updates of our district government websites. So having a Climate Ready DC plan that will particularly look at how the agencies, when things happen like this, are going to immediately go into the planning about how we're going to work together, whose job is what, since that is often a big issue, trying to figure out what agency is responsible for what, instead of pointing fingers and bouncing residents around, as what often happens with the mold remediation. Residents are ping-ponged between agencies and often aren't resolved and have to do something on their own. So we want to have this plan to make sure that those agencies are ready to work together.
Yeah. Well, and I would actually, using this current crisis as an example as well, it's not just about our agencies having good collaboration with each other. This is a regional issue, right? The spill is actually in Maryland. The Potomac River impacts DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And so it's important that we have our own house in order. So we have that coordination happening. I would argue that we, of course, I think we do well in a lot of things. So DC needs to be a leader in the region as well, to pull in our Virginia colleagues, pull in our Maryland colleagues, and be able to have a regional approach to it. Because when it comes to climate and environmental issues, they don't really care where the border is. That sewage spill is going to just be where it is. It's not paying attention to where it passes the state line. And so we've got to have a stronger regional response as well, I think. I appreciate that. To some of our other witnesses today, one of the common themes, and I'm very grateful for it, is just such a strong push and support for making sure that these agencies are funded at the levels that they need to. We've already heard about the detrimental impacts of the budget cuts. We heard about jobs that were lost, but educational opportunities that were lost, stormwater maintenance that's not happening. So we're watching in real time all the impacts of what that budget cut from last year was. It is challenging because I can do a lot of things, but it is when you have an agency that is a quarter of its budget removed, that is very difficult to just repair because it is so large and significant. So I am very hopeful that the mayor's team is listening and taking to heart the testimony that we hear, because I don't know what the agency looks like if they try to cut it another 24%. As I mentioned, we are able to keep the FTEs, so the positions, the real people that make the agency do good work. And I know that they have been able to, even with less resources, been able to do good things. They work hard. So I'm grateful for that. I don't know how we also just maintain and keep the talent that we have at the agency if they see their budget eroded year after year after year. And so I know that sometimes they're watching, so I hope they're hearing that too, and I'm sure they appreciate the advocacy that you all are making to push on that as well. Let me see if I had any other questions here. Oh, for Ms. Common, I appreciated your testimony. I did want to highlight, in case you would like to join another hearing, our DC water oversight hearing is going to be taking place on March 2nd. And I have a strong hunch that we will also be talking a good bit about pipe replacement at that hearing. And so if you want to share and come to that one as well, welcome you coming to that. To Mr. Coons, did a good job. You got your first hearing under your belt, so you nailed it. Great job. When we did the bag bill many years ago, one of the almost immediate impacts that we saw was a reduction in the number of single-use plastic bags. Doesn't mean it solved the problem though. So we still see bags out there. I think the number one item being pulled out of the Anacostia River right now are plastic bottles. Some of that has to do with the fact they actually float, so you can see them and you're pulling them out. But I think we'd all agree there's just way too many single-use containers, plastic bottles and cans. And so I think that's why there's been such an emphasis on working toward the bottle bill. So I think just to set expectations, I think the committee is working hard on that bill. I don't think, just to be upfront, I don't think we could take on a plastic bag ban at the same time we're working with a large variety of stakeholders to see how we can move forward DC's bottle bill. So just want to be upfront with you, but I appreciate the advocacy around that issue. And I do think our bag bill approach has reduced those single-use bags in the river and in our community, but there's still more work to do. Absolutely. All right, I don't have any further questions, but I appreciate everybody's testimony and your work day in and day out. Thank you. All right, we're going to move to our next panel. This is panel number 5. So we have Oscar Villalobos, who's the Green New Deal organizer with DC Jobs with Justice. Got it. Okay. Actually, I think you just did. There we go. All right. So Oscar is joining us online. Evan Raskin, Earth Day Network National Campaign Manager, I think is joining us online. And Matthew Sir Sweeney, co-chair with We Power DC. And Matt, if I mispronounced that, please correct me. Dusty Horwit, public witness. No Dusty, okay. Jim Doherty, public witness. I do see Jim here. Brendan Shane, climate director, Trust for Public Land. All right. Anita Beyer, member of the Ward 3 Democrats, here. All right, excellent. All right, thank you all very much. Oscar Villalobos, we'll start with you when you're ready. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Oscar Villalobos, and I'm a Green New Deal organizer with DC Jobs with Justice. And I'm here today in this budget oversight session to advocate for the protection of the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. In particular, ensure that the funding goes into the Healthy Homes Act that will benefit low and moderate income households in the district. Council must ensure, or at least as you mentioned previously in this session, Council member, advocate for the fund to be not used in other related projects. Protecting Healthy Homes funding is really important for working people in DC. It provides energy security, environmental, and economic justice. Healthy Homes funding frees DC residents from higher energy costs with solar panels, with new home equipment and appliances that contribute to saving energy and cost. Washington Gas, for example, one of the utility companies, wants to charge DC residents billions of dollars just to maintain its wealth and continue to grow it. If averaged across DC's roughly 300,000 households, the cost would be $32,000 to $50,000 per household. Insane amount for a time where cost of living is going up. Money that could be invested in removing polluting fossil fuel systems from those homes while improving indoor air quality and public health. This will also help homes with HVAC systems that some of these homes are very old. Those HVAC systems need to be upgraded, and some heat pump upgrades as well. Protecting healthy homes funding for DC residents is also a health priority. As many of my colleagues have mentioned, gas appliances fill our homes with many of the same pollutants, such as car exhaust, nitrogen dioxide, formaldehyde, and some other particles that are damaging to our health. And as we learned during the pandemic, dangerous particles in the air pose greater risk indoors than those same particles pose outdoors. Yet we're still burning dirty fuels in our homes that are affecting the health of DC residents. Asthma rates in children living in homes with gas stoves are comparable to those of children living with cigarette smokers. So this is a serious health issue. In particular, in Ward 8, children are 10 times more likely to go to the hospital because of an asthma attack than children in more affluent areas of the city. As a result of the opportunities, but also the challenges in order to protect healthy homes, these are some of the questions that hopefully DOE could answer later on, which would be what progress has been made in implementing healthy homes, what have been the challenges in implementing healthy homes, and what kind of outreach has been done in the city, specifically east of the river and immigrant neighborhoods in the city. And in particular, in the topic of healthy homes, we believe that if a law is passed, it should be implemented. Radical. Hopefully with upgrades to homes being able to improve the health outcomes of residents in the city. And I think DC Council should be pushing for more funding for DOE, but also holding the agency accountable in order to have the proper funding and the proper implementation of policies and improve environmental justice in the district. That would be my testimony, and I'll submit a written version of this for the record. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you very much. Let me next turn to Evan Raskin.
Hey, thank you. My name is Evan Raskin. I am the National Campaign Manager for EarthDay.org and a member of the Ward 2 community here in DC. This is not a routine budget year. The district faces structural deficits and significant trade-offs, and in this environment, the relevant question is not whether environmental programs are desirable. Rather, the question is whether reductions in these areas are going to increase long-term financial risk, public health expenditures, or legal exposure, and in many cases, they do. For instance, the Healthy Homes implementation is a cost avoidance measure. These electrification retrofits reduce indoor air pollution associated with asthma and other respiratory illnesses that drive emergency room visits, school absences, and other long-term health costs impacting district finances. Simultaneously, failure to transition aging gas infrastructure increases the likelihood of future rate shocks and stranded asset disputes. Protecting these funds and ensuring that they are deployed as authorized reduces downstream financial pressure. Lead service line remediation is also a direct public health liability. Lead exposure is a known neurotoxin linked to permanent cognitive harm, an issue that the district is already reckoning with. The 2001 DC lead crisis exposed residents to lead levels 83 times higher than the accepted safe limits and left thousands of children with lifelong health risks. We cannot let this happen again. The long-term costs associated with reduced educational attainment, increased healthcare expenditure, and workforce impacts substantially exceed the upfront costs of pipe replacement. Preventing the diversion of dedicated funds is a matter of fundamental public health needs underscored by fiscal prudence. Now, river cleanup, stormwater management, and watershed protection are both compliance obligations that are tied to federal water quality requirements. Underinvestment increases the risk of enforcement actions, it increases penalty risk, and can lead to expensive remediation, as we're already seeing. The district has already invested billions of dollars into water quality infrastructure, and this has, until recently, led to historic improvements in the quality of our rivers. Allowing these funds to erode undermines the sunk costs that we've already spent to achieve the progress that we have and exposes the district to higher future capital expenditures. Now, zero waste enforcement is a similar risk management tool. Inadequate enforcement of the existing plastic laws that we have, it increases cleanup costs in waterways and public spaces. And these are costs that the council has already signaled a need to mitigate. And these can be further reduced by additional policies to address the most commonly polluted single-use plastics in district waterways. This can include the full phase out of plastic bags and, of course, the DC bottle bill, which all of us here today know and love. In this budget cycle, dedicated special purpose funds should not be swept away in ways that create legal, programmatic, or financial instability. Reductions in core environmental functions do not eliminate these obligations. In fact, they defer them, compound them, and make them more expensive. We must preserve these programs which keep the city healthy and fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me turn next to Matt Sweeney.
Good afternoon, council member. My name is Matt Sweeney. I have been a Ward 1 resident for the past 5 years, and for as long as I've lived here, I have organized with We Power DC, a campaign of Metro DC DSA. On behalf of We Power DC, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in this hearing. We Power DC is a coalition of community members fighting for a power system that works for and is owned by the residents of the District of Columbia, one that fights transparently and democratically to fight the climate crisis and meet everyone's needs regardless of their ability to pay. Our campaign aims to fight the climate crisis while fighting the energy affordability crisis that is currently crushing DC residents, with an understanding that true energy democracy is the only way to deliver affordable rates while shifting away from fossil fuels, neither of which our investor-owned utilities are particularly interested in doing. While our primary focus as a campaign is to advance ratepayer protections and utility reforms with the ultimate goal of municipalization, we are also very concerned with the state of funding for climate and clean energy related programs in the district. So we are testifying today to urge DC Council in the strongest terms to reject any proposed cuts to DOEE funding to protect the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund funding for the Healthy Homes Act. DC has laudable climate goals and has taken robust steps in recent years to advance them equitably. The Healthy Homes Act is a perfect example of this, putting our poor and working class neighbors first in the climate transition by shifting tens of thousands of LMI residents off of natural gas. This addresses a profound public health issue. Burning gas in our homes puts us at drastically greater risk of asthma and cardiovascular disease, while simultaneously advancing our climate goals by reducing the amount of fossil fuels we're burning. This is a model bill for the crisis moment that we're in, and one that other states are interested in emulating. Passing this bill was a major win for climate and public health, but passing it only matters if its funding is protected. As our investor-owned utility fights tooth and nail to ensure that DC continues burning fossil fuels for decades, continuing to poison our air and heat our planet, our only hope to meaningfully address the climate crisis is a united approach from DC government. That means not just passing strong laws, but fighting relentlessly to defend their funding. Washington Gas cares only about its shareholders' profits. We need to know that you care about our health. So please stand up for economic and environmental justice in DC and ensure that DOEE's funding is protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Jim Doherty. Good afternoon.
Mr. Fagan. I'm Jim Doherty. I'm a member of the DC Commission on Climate Change, speaking today on my own behalf. What I'd like to talk about today is the progress that's being made or not being made in reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. As you know, as most people in this room are aware, we have laws in place that set ambitious goals for reductions, including carbon neutral by 2045, 60% reduction by 2030, which is just 4 years away. And so in my work on the commission, I've been pressing DOEE to give us their information, let us know, are these ambitious goals reachable? And more importantly, what's happening in the real world? Are we on track to achieve the goals? And in the last few months, I've gotten the answer. And the answer is no, we're not on track. They released new information last October, suggesting that based on the 17 years of data they've collected, our reductions have amounted to 31.5%. if you take account, as we must, of all the fugitive methane that leaks out in our homes, under our streets, and in the fracking fields. And again, a goal for 4 years from now is 60%. Now, by the way, that's just kind of luck. It's nothing we did. Most of the credit goes to the fact that our electricity is greener because over 17 years, they've been bringing on solar and wind. What PJM is telling us is over the next few years, they're going to have to build dozens, if not scores, of gas-fired electric generators to handle the data center. So our profile is going to get worse, and our reductions are going to themselves be reduced. Secondly, we have statutory mandates in place to electrify. You're very aware of them. And the DC government and the environmental community and the Office of People's Counsel took those mandates to the Public Service Commission in proceeding 1167 and argued that the PSC should respect the council's mandate to move gradually from gas to electric. And the commission said, forget about it. We're sticking with gas company, and they can continue to sell as much gas as they can for as long as they want. So we're basically headed over the cliff. And either we need to change our goals, or maybe at least stop bragging about them. But actually what's called for is real steps. We need to fund the SETF. We need to fund the health. We all know what needs to be done. But it's the time for lofty rhetoric and aspirational goals is behind us. The time for concrete action is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doherty. Next, I have Brendan Shane. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Brendan Shane with the Washington Office of the Trust for Public Land. At TPL, our mission is to connect everyone to nature and to each other by creating parks, trails, and schoolyards where they are needed most. If people lack access to parks and public space, we help create it. If public spaces are neglected and don't serve the community well, then we help improve them. We believe free, close-to-home access to nature and healthy environment are essential for people and communities to thrive. Given the many witnesses here today, I'll try to keep my comments brief because they will be repeating a few themes. The district is blessed with an amazing resource in the Department of Energy and Environment, sorry. The staff is truly committed to protecting and improving environmental and public health, but they are being hamstrung by the extreme budget cuts from this year. A clean environment and vibrant natural areas are not nice to haves. They're vital to the health and happiness of district residents and to our long-term resilience and prosperity. Cuts to the DOE budget. I used to work at DDOE. I have to remember to say DOEE, sorry. DOEE budget are reverberating across the city as contracts and grants are cut. Critical investments in a greener and cleaner city are slowing. Green infrastructure maintenance is lagging, and more trash is flowing into waterways. We're failing to invest in our homes, businesses, schools, and natural areas, and the jobs and business opportunities DOEE programs have created in the past. Cuts at DOE also put at risk federal funding. Many of the agency's programs leverage funding from the federal government, but if DC cannot provide the required match, we leave funding for our communities on the table. The council in this cycle should really ensure DOEE has full matching resources necessary to secure every federal dollar possible for environmental protection and hazard mitigation. Dedicated DOEE staff are doing their best to manage severe cuts, but you can't manage your way out of that larger hole. It really is a bad precedent to sweep dedicated environmental funds, and these programs should be restored, reverse that precedent, and maintain to ensure we deliver a clean and healthy environment. Finally, I'll just echo comments today that there are options to increase revenue. The city's stormwater fee, which is critical to funding programs and meeting our legal obligations under MS4, has not been increased in 15 years, essentially, since it was created. It's not indexed to increase over time. The mayor and the council should correct this and ensure that fees we all pay to support a cleaner environment are sufficient to meet the need. We can't continue to undercut our investment in a clean, healthy environment. Our shared natural resources improve physical, mental, and environmental health for our city's resilience, and our city's resilience as storms and heat waves grow more intense. The council really must prioritize investment in DOEE to ensure the agency, the programs it delivers, and the partners it funds in communities all across the city can deliver the healthy, clean environment DC residents deserve. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you very much. And then next, let me turn to Anita Byer.
And thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name is Anita Byer. I'm a resident of Ward 3, and I am testifying on behalf of the Ward 3 Democratic Committee, which I will refer to as the committee or the Ward 3 Democrats. I'm the co-chair of the committee's Task Force on Transportation and Environment. The committee thanks the Department of Energy and Environment and the DC Sustainable Energy Utility for excellent work in protecting the environment and helping DC residents despite your constrained resources. Today, the committee asks the council to protect funding for the DOEE and to keep and reinforce, and to my colleagues' comment, to enforce all of the laws that you have enacted that are reinforcing our city's commitment to the environment. And I truly hope that is an actual commitment. And in particular, we would ask you to please protect the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund for funding for the Healthy Homes Act. And I know we have talked and talked and talked about the Healthy Homes Act, but this act is ensuring benefits for low and moderate income households. We have to ensure that we do not raid this fund for use on unrelated purposes. The Healthy Homes Act was passed unanimously in 2024 under Councilmember Allen's, excellent leadership. It is an historic piece of climate justice legislation, provides for up to 30,000 low and income households in our city to remove harmful methane burning appliances from their homes. It helps the low income residents improve their health, save on their energy bills, and it creates a sustainable future that is free of harmful fossil fuels, a goal that we have repeatedly said we will achieve and we need to work very hard to get to. And the Healthy Homes Act prioritizes our most vulnerable residents. They need our help. In 2023, the Ward 3 Democrats unanimously passed a resolution supporting the Healthy Homes Act and the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund funding. We will file that with our written testimony and would be happy to answer any questions you have on that. The Ward 3 Democrats is concerned for the health and safety of all city residents and for continued progress towards the district's goals for sustainable energy. Eliminating indoor air pollutants by continuing to fund the Healthy Homes Act helps households transition away from gas, improving public health, avoiding illnesses that require hospital admissions, and saving money. Rating the SETF funding that is meant to go to these struggling low-income DC families hurts these families and further undermines housing affordability in DC, sabotaging the mayor's and the council's goals for housing affordability. Another important component of the Healthy Homes Act is the training it provides for district residents to perform the retrofits. This will provide jobs for our citizens, and the skills that they gain in this process will help them secure good jobs going forward beyond this program. Therefore, Ward 3 Democrats ask you today to commit to continued funding for the Healthy Homes Act so DC families can transition funds from fossil fuels to clean and efficient electric power. Ward 3 Democrats urges the DC Council to protect the SETF funding for the Healthy Homes Act and ensure that these funds go to the benefit of the low and the moderate income households that need them so badly. Ward 3 Democrats also urges the DC Council to protect funding for the Department of Energy and Environment, and to do this with regard to the other climate laws, and we've mentioned some of them, so I'll point out the Greener Government Buildings Act, the Bottle Bill, and these are all things that in Ward 3 we're working on, and we very often send you our support and applaud that the city is undertaking these. Just to wrap up, it is clear that we in the district have significant budget challenges, and the mayor and the council will need to make yet another round of painful decisions and likely need to in the years to come. But we're also in a situation of compounding crises, housing unaffordability, childhood illnesses, climate change. Given this, we can't afford to sacrifice environmental goals that are so important to the quality of life of our residents. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thanks to everybody on this panel. I really appreciate how many people talked about our Healthy Homes Act and law. And importantly, reminding everybody why and what's at stake with this, right? Being able to fully implement and fund healthy homes means that rather than just having the people who have the means already to make the switch to electrification, we are prioritizing intentionality around working families, lower income households, seniors on a fixed income. Because if we don't, they will be the ones that are left with the legacy costs of the gas infrastructure, and that infrastructure will stay the same, just fewer people paying, which means their rates go up. It's also about affordability. It allows us to be able to help people lower their housing costs, their utility costs, and be able to stay in their homes. It's healthier air, which is going to be good for everybody. And it really is something that I think, again, can be a model and should be and is a model for other cities and other places around the country to look at. We just have to fund it. And we've got to make sure it's actually moving forward. We've laid out a pretty ambitious goal. There are a couple of panels earlier talked about, how many thousands of households is the target to work our way through. And, Mr. Doherty, you talked about our overall goals. We're behind already. We are not on pace to hit many of our goals at all that have been laid out here. And it really starts with making sure that the agencies that we charge to do this work have the resources and the full funding to get that job done. You, Mr. Doherty, kind of framed it as a cliff. I want to see if you want to add anything more to what do you see in that cliff and what do you see on the other side of the cliff?
You said the clip?
Cliff. In your comments, you said we're approaching a cliff.
Oh, the
cliff.
Yeah. Well, some people are taking false hope in the fact that we've seen a 31% reduction, but if you really look carefully at the statistics, the news is all bad. And the problem, I think, is mayoral leadership, particularly involving the PSC. In most progressive jurisdictions, the PSC is a force for change, and they have environmental representation. We don't have that. We have industry people. And to me, we've got 2 members that are up for reappointment, and we need to focus on that closely.
Okay, thank you. I will note that next Friday, we have the oversight hearing for the Public Service Commission. Might see some faces again there, but make sure people know that that's coming up. To Mr. Villalobos, maybe even Mr. Raskin, Mr. Saraswini, are there any upsides that you've seen thus far with some of the electric modernizations of households, either with the small sample size on healthy homes or anywhere else where you want to highlight different efforts that you've seen? I'm not sure if Mr. Villalobos is still online or not. He may have dropped off. Mr. Saraswini, anything you wanted to add of what you've seen? You helped advocate for healthy homes. Anything that you're seeing around homes that are being electrified and both cleaner and better air, but also helping tackle the affordability?
Yeah, I mean, I will say that it is important in this moment of rising energy costs to recognize that electricity is also, it's expensive right now. And so I think that while it's incredibly important for us to be electrifying and putting our low and moderate income neighbors first, it is also important to be doing what we can to invest in efficiency measures, things like getting heat pumps into homes. There's some pretty interesting efforts going on in Maryland to do that, to get heat pumps into, heat pump water heaters, window heat pumps, which are especially great for tenants. So I would not exactly an answer to your question, but I will say that it's exciting. It's great to see. We need to be electrifying. But then, of course, we also need to be addressing efficiency, both at the individual level and then, of course, at at the utility level. There are also major concerns related to the way our utilities and are handling the current energy moment that deserve quite a bit of scrutiny.
Mhm. Got it. Well, we'll definitely be digging in that next week at the oversight hearing for the Public Service Commission and the Office of People's Counsel, certainly. Mr. Shane, anything you wanted to add to some of the prior comments we heard from the Alliance for Chesapeake Bay on the impact of stormwater funding cuts, what that impact looks like for MS4 permit compliance costs or consequences, as I like to tell my 9-year-old, if we do not act and do the things we're supposed to be doing here for our MS4 permit compliance?
Yeah, well, I think they're right on target. I mean, you put yourself at risk a whole number of ways, sweeping the funds, undercutting the compliance. And yeah, so if I remember correctly, I think that's right, that, we have not only the fact that we're not able to maintain the systems that are, reducing flooding and protecting homes or neighborhoods, businesses, but you're then putting yourself at legal risk. So no, I think I just echo those comments.
Yep. Well, I know I've heard some people say, well, but at least with this White House, probably not going to be putting EPA standards and actions as their highest priority. You don't need to look for logic to try to make it make sense. I have a hunch if this administration sees an opportunity to do something to the district, they're going to take advantage of it, even if it doesn't logically align with where people think they may be. So. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for your testimony and advocacy. Again, it's really important to have your voices heard. So thank you.
And thank you.
All right. Next, we're going to move to panel number 6. Again, a combination of folks that are here in person and folks that are joining us online. First, let me call up Andrew Schichtel from Casey Trees. Jamani Overby with the DC Conservation Advocate with Nature Forward. Max Broad, Founder and Executive Director of DC Voters for Animals. I saw here earlier, maybe stepped out. Ronnie Sharangpani, Public Witness. And if I mispronounce that, please correct me. Jim Monsma, Administrative Director with City Wildlife. And we've got Jim online. Trey, there we go. Trey Sherrard, Riverkeeper for the Anacostia Riverkeeper. Evan Quintner, Volunteer and Water Quality Coordinator with Potomac Riverkeeper Network. Okay. If I can ask you, Trey, if you don't mind, if everybody slides down this way just a teeny bit, we can fit one more chair in. But I cannot add a 6th chair. Janet Phoenix, I don't believe is here with us. Paul Schwartz, co-founder of Campaign for Lead-Free Water. And Neil Sauter, Public Witness. All right, I think we've got everybody here and online. All right, Andrew Schichtel, we're going to start with you. Good afternoon.
Perfect. And good afternoon. And thank you, Chairperson Allen, for your commitment to environmentalism in Washington, D.C. We appreciate your interest in our programs and their efficacy in the district. As mentioned, my name is Andrew Schichtel. I'm the Executive Director at Casey Trees, and I am a resident of historic Anacostia in Ward 8. Casey Trees works hand in hand with DOEE to meet our city's 40% tree canopy goal. And last year, we planted nearly 3,100 trees across the city, including the River Smart Homes program and the River Smart Schools program. Both programs prioritize tree planting and stewardship to increase shade and to foster more suitable outdoor learning spaces on school grounds. A sustainable tree canopy does require generational care, which is why we devote significant resources to youth outreach and educational programming. We are thrilled to continue leading the cohort implementing DOE's Nature Near Schools Meaningful Watershed Educational Experiences to 4th graders and the Overnight Experience to 5th graders. This program extends across the district and 100% of the participating schools have a Title I designation. However, significant funding was cut last year, 65% to be exact. This has resulted in significantly fewer students being offered environmental education programs that support DC's environmental literacy plan. We strongly urge DOEE to once again fully fund this successful and cost-effective program as we strive to ensure all DC students are environmentally literate. Last year, during performance and oversight hearings, we testified about the need for increased management of our city's forested and natural areas. Invasive plants and dumped trash pose a major threat to existing naturalized areas. These threats are taking years off the life of our city's trees and reducing the ecosystem services they provide to surrounding neighborhoods. We hope to see Councilmember Janice Lewis George's bill, the Natural Area Conservation Program Establishment Act, moved forward by this committee. We also encourage the renewal of the park maintenance grants. These grants allow for community organizations to improve natural assets and to support green jobs. Finally, similar to our forests, our green infrastructure requires ongoing maintenance, just like our gray infrastructure. DOEE's Green Infrastructure Maintenance Program has been critical to ensuring the investments we made to manage stormwater and improve water quality are maintained over time. The program has additional benefits by creating local green jobs, by providing year-round employment and training opportunities to pay living wages for DC residents. We were disheartened to see the reduction of funding last year impeding the full implementation of this program. We encourage the council to allocate the necessary funding and resources in the coming year. Protecting our environment, fighting for clean air and clean water is paramount. The investments we make today will pay dividends in public health, community, and the climate resilience for generations to come. Without continued action now, we risk losing the progress that we've made and leaving future generations with a less healthy, less resilient city. Let's not leave our city's future behind. Thank you both for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Shimoni Overby, good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jamani Overby, and I'm the District of Columbia Conservation Advocate for Nature Forward, an organization of more than 28,000 members and supporters that has been helping residents of the DMV enjoy, learn about, and protect nature for 129 years. I also serve as the DC lead for the Choose Clean Water Coalition, a regional coalition comprised of 320 local, state, regional, and national organizations that are working to restore clean water to the Chesapeake Bay watershed. The coalition's comments have also been submitted for the record. As I discuss the following priorities, I want to emphasize that none of these concerns are independently environmental issues. They are a matter of intersectional justice that require interagency coordination and collaboration to address priorities, funding, resource allocation, capacity, and equity across programs, pending bills, and new initiatives. The city needs cohesion among agencies and its leadership for impactful progress to be made. Nature Forward urges action on the following priorities, including passing the Cumulative Impacts Analysis Amendment Act of 2025, which would establish a cumulative impact statement process that must be completed to obtain district permits and other relief for environmental harm actions in overburdened communities. It would also establish a modified cumulative impact statement to assess district agency plans that affect the citing of significant sources of environmental harm and create accountability to ensure these processes are enforceable and a result of meaningful progress for overburdened communities. Please move forward with this bill as there is a huge lack of transparency and public insight into permitting and impact companies will have on the environment and public health of residents. This legislation is about taking action against facilities and infrastructure that continue to target wards 5, 7, and 8 as sacrifice zones. The passage of the Recycling Refund Amendment Act of 2025, even with our regularly coordinated cleanups, community groups cannot keep up with the litter that plagues our city, and a bottle bill would make this a communal approach to solving this issue and protecting our rivers and the Chesapeake Bay watershed. Nature Forward is a proud member of the 3RC for DC Coalition, and we urge Council to pass this bill as written to ensure DC residents have a strong and equitable bottle bill that will also address layers of the issue in the city. We also ask for cross-agency coordination and transparency for the post-Potomac interceptor pipe collapse remediation. On January 19th, 2026, the collapse contaminated the Potomac River with more than 300 million gallons of raw sewage, making the water unsafe to touch. Not only are we asking for DC Water's full transparency, but in collaboration, that DOEE conduct a comprehensive environmental impact statement and restoration to address the harm of the C&O Canal and Potomac River, and be held in for there to be accountability with a thorough investigation of the cause of this disaster, along with fixes and other known weak points in the system. Funding is a big talk of this year, but that is definitely a top priority for DOEE. During the FY26 budget, DC's leading environmental agency took major cuts, and many programs that benefit residents and youth were eliminated, and Nature Forward will continue to advocate for restored and additional funding for community and youth education programs that address environmental and public health. That includes the misappropriated and misdirected millions of dollars for funds for other uses. Funds established by the council in law to support specific programs should not be repurposed by the executive. We also asked for prioritization of boat tours and trash trap maintenance, and confirm and protect the special use Anacostia River Cleanup and Protection Fund funded by the district's BAG law and directed toward its intended purposes, including community-based programs such as boat and education programs, but trash trap maintenance and other conservation initiatives. And getting into a little bit more into the development that protects the Anacostia floodplain. There is significant excitement around the redevelopment of the RFK Stadium and its proximity to the Anacostia River. There are many, many concerns, and we want to ensure that this floodplain that supports diverse ecosystems is protected, as well as the residents in those communities. And last but not least, we also asked for the protection of the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, and we advocate for the committee to maintain and increase this funding as support of the district climate commitments and transition off of fossil fuels. My additional comments have been submitted for the record, but I thank you for the time and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Mr. Sharangpani.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ronnie Sharangpani. I think you did great. And I'm a resident of Ward 1. In the past, I've worked on direct action initiatives in Ohio, the biggest of which was an establishment of a food pantry that offers nutritious, sustainable options to East Ohio still to this day. And I'm here to ask that the district implements and enforces the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act as it was established. I'm speaking before the Department of Energy and Environment because this department oversees the law. In response to the concerning trends defined as climate change, it is critical to use all tools at our disposal as early as possible. Though we justifiably hear a lot about fossil fuels as the leading cause of climate change emissions, the second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions is food. Globally, food accounts for more than a third of all emissions, and yet receive less than 3% of climate finance and is mentioned in only 5% of all articles in the media on climate change. Despite diet change being largely considered the best individual action one can take to reduce one's environmental footprint, 74% of the public do not think that diet would be impactful, and considering these numbers, it's no wonder why. Although it's relatively easy to ignore the urgency of food procurement, that does not make cities like DC immune to the consequences. Secure climates supported by sustainable food procurement are critical to create a habitable way of life that implicates housing, food systems, and healthcare. Low-income persons and communities are the first hit and the hardest hit if we leave tools to combat climate change unused. DC's goals of reducing food-related carbon emissions by 25% by 2030 is noble and within reach. DC can meet and possibly even exceed this goal if the bill, as passed, is properly implemented throughout, which unfortunately it is not. While the consequences of climate change are indifferent to our political climate, I'm not here today to ask to ignore what is already institutionalized or to defy governing representatives. The Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act has already been passed. It doesn't require new appropriations. It doesn't demand technological breakthroughs. I simply ask that our agencies do what they're already legally obligated to do, and that is consider climate impact when spending taxpayer money on food. Perhaps serendipitously, sustainable food procurement is in line beautifully with the next steps to support local farmers. which can help make nutritious food options more accessible across communities in the district. And the result could be real food grown by real people that tastes real good. I humbly ask that the council members today support this future for the good of the district, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to go online to Jim Mansma, who's the Administrative Director for City Wildlife.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson Allen, for this opportunity. My name is Jim Mansma. As you said, I'm the Administrative Director for City Wildlife, a nonprofit organization that provides rehabilitation for sick, injured, and orphaned native wildlife in our city. City Wildlife is Washington, D.C.'s first rehabilitation center, and we are still the only one in the district. I would like to commend DOEE and especially the Fisheries and Wildlife Division, whom we know best, for the excellent work they do to preserve biodiversity of our city. City Wildlife enjoys a very productive and harmonious working relationship with that division, collaborating closely on many diverse and important efforts. We have always found the DOEE staff to be knowledgeable, resolutely dedicated to the preservation of the district's environmental heritage, and invariably eager to collaborate on productive projects. For example, we are currently working together on the district's Wildlife Action Plan, which federal regulations require the city to update every 10 years. DOE is consulting with City Wildlife in this process and using our data. The data we collect through our work at the Rehabilitation Center, through our Lights Out DC program for migratory birds, and through our Duck Watch program for nesting waterfowl are always available to guide DOE's efforts in preserving the district's wildlife. 4 times a year, we share an updated version of our wildlife database with DOEE. Both City Wildlife and DOE are committed to educating the public, both young people and adults, about the district's wildlife heritage. Consequently, each summer, DOEE invites City Wildlife to help with their Green Zone environmental program, an environmental education program for young people in the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program. And over the years, we have given many other joint presentations to the public on environmental matters, helping people understand and appreciate the rich biodiversity that Washington hosts. In fact, one of City Wildlife's most popular webinars ever featured the DOEE's Dan Roush, who spoke on finding and enjoying wild birds in the city. Many of the efforts that DOEE collaborates with City Wildlife on go beyond the scope of protecting biodiversity. The surveillance of highly pathogenic avian influenza, bird flu, that we perform with DOEE's help is an important step in protecting people from this disease, a disease to which people, as well as birds, are susceptible. And our work rehabilitating bats, which is authorized and supported by DOEE, helps prevent well-meaning people from trying to care for sick and injured bats themselves. Bats can only be handled safely by properly trained and equipped professionals. But the protection of these animals, who are natural controllers of insects that carry West Nile virus and are species of greatest conservation need in the district, is of vital performance. Finally, we are working with DOEE on developing a safer method of controlling the district's rat problem. The Department of Health's Rodent and Vector Control Division frequently points out that rat poison is not an effective way of controlling rats. That has been tried for years with very limited success, and the poison claims many victims who are not rats. With DOEE's help, City Wildlife has compiled extensive documentation on the damage that rodenticides cause our wildlife. And we have discovered that many pets, too, are harmed and even killed by poisons. Moreover, local doctors tell us that last year, 12 children were threatened in the city hospitals were treated in the city hospitals for ingesting rodent poison. Clearly, something needs to be done, and City Wildlife is happy to be exploring better, more effective, and safer options together with DOEE. All of these fruitful and beneficial efforts are supported by DOEE's annual Wildlife Rehabilitation Grant. City Wildlife is extremely grateful for the support, and we take very seriously the responsibility to serve the public and improve the quality of life in the District of Columbia that comes with the grant. The staff at DOEE with whom we work exemplify this ethic of public service, and we are proud to work on behalf of the city alongside such competent, hardworking, and dedicated professionals. And I appreciate this opportunity to commend them.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Trey Sherrard.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. My name is Trey Sherrod. I'm the riverkeeper for Anacostia Riverkeeper. So people don't realize that the entire eastern half almost of DC is part of the Anacostia River watershed. We are primarily in wards 5, 6, 7, and 8. And as Jamoni mentioned, there's a long intersection between racial justice and environmental justice in our watershed. In previous years, it's been my privilege to commend DOEE on a long list of initiatives that they have funded, things that they have improved, oversight of other agencies and problems that they have conducted. That is not my privilege this year. The end of the previous fiscal year, Anacostia Riverkeeper received in one email news that 3 of our significant grants with DOEE were being canceled, effective almost immediately. That includes the trash trap maintenance of 8 trash traps across the district. Those traps are still in place. They still have trash piling up. We understand that DOEE staff are trying to get out there as often as they can, but they were already pretty tight on their schedules. And this is an extra piece of workload for them that had previously been handled for over a decade very effectively and very efficiently by nonprofits like our own. This included water quality monitoring. You could not have done this as a worst possible time, as we've seen with the Potomac Interceptor spill, and then smaller spills that have snuck under the radar, like the one on Sunday up in the upper watershed that came through DC. We saw that highlighted in DC Water's water sampling from this past Monday, even with a very high limit, over limit result for E. coli in the Anacostia. This is not the time, with all of this crumbling infrastructure, to be removing water quality monitoring, and that was done as well. Finally, the boat tours, Anacostia River Explorers Tours. We actually just last year celebrated the 20,000th person, mostly DC residents, to get out on the Anacostia River. And that's just on the Anacostia River skiff, not to mention other boats that were funded through that program. To find out 1 month later that that program was being canceled after celebrating such a success sends a really difficult message. The funding is not the only problem. We have already been looking at potential issues of the stormwater permit compliance with DOEE on behalf of the district that could put the district at legal jeopardy even before these cuts. So with these cuts, we expect to see a lot more problems with MS4 compliance, right? And that is one of the things that we're going to be looking at to see if it's worth something like a Clean Water Act suit. We were promised last year that the cuts we were asked to absorb, right, on behalf of the agency, despite this committee putting the money back in for the Anacostia River Cleanup Fund, we were then told that that funding was going to staff, right, to make sure that the agency didn't lose staff. Since then, we have been hearing personally and informally of several different inspectors at the agency who weren't fired necessarily, but whose contracts simply were not renewed. So I encourage this committee to look much more deeply into that. I don't know if those were individual scenarios or if that's part of a larger thing of which we're not currently aware. Again, at a time of crumbling infrastructure, we need more inspectors, right? We don't need less. Another good example of this is the recent ice pile at RFK Stadium and other sites in the district. We understand that the only filtration placed into storm drains around those ice piles were physical filters, right? So something that sits across the storm drain to catch trash. And while that is a commendable, thoughtful piece of the pollution that comes from that kind of thawing ice, it's not everything. One of the reasons we might be seeing higher bacteria counts, fecal bacteria in the Anacostia River, would be all the dog waste that was scraped up into those ice piles. There's a lot of toxic compounds, both from tires, right, tire additives, and other chemicals used on the road that are in there. And then there's the salt itself, which is incredibly toxic in a freshwater-only system like what we have here. While we're looking at RFK, we're also excited about the potential benefits, right, of the development there with the stadium and everything else. There are some concerns. One of them is going to be making sure that we're not just being careful with a snapshot of what Kingman Lake and the Anacostia River and RFK look like right now, but that we are being careful for the entire usable length of that development. We know for a cold hard fact that sea level is coming up. DC is at sea level, a fact we often forget. Right now, the riparian, the water buffer area drawn in, is set at an arbitrary 200 feet. horizontally from the current edge of Kingman Lake. We would like the council's assistance in pushing forward some better definitions of that riparian area to account for where the water level will be in 2040 and past that years. Thank you all for the opportunity to comment, and I will be here for questions.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Evan Quinter.
Thank you for the opportunity today. My name is Evan Quinter. I'm a Ward 1 resident, and I'm here representing the Potomac River Keeper Network. And of course, talking about the Potomac Interceptors Bill, of course. So, Councilmember, this is a problem that you're, of course, knowledgeable of. But since January 19th, there's been an estimated 243.5 million gallons of raw sewage dumped into the Potomac. For context, the Deepwater Horizon spill was 210 million gallons of oil. So this is one of the worst environmental crises of modern history. While DC Water has installed a bypass system, it has potential for overflows and for failures. We've seen that on Super Bowl Sunday, which released 600,000 gallons of raw sewage into the Potomac. And while we're thankful that DC Water has finally made it to the damaged section of the pipe, on the short term, they've said the repairs do not go until mid-March. On the longer term, they do not estimate repairs until 9 months from now because, quote, of the uncertain integrity of the remaining pipes. So we're dealing with overflows, we're dealing with the continual issues of sewage residuals coming into the river, and the unknown environmental impacts. We're going to be dealing with this for a long time. The Potomac River Keeper Network and University of Maryland were the first to begin monitoring on this. On January 23rd, we found that the E. coli levels were almost 12,000 times above the EPA safety limit. Since then, we've been doing weekly monitoring. The E. coli levels have fluctuated beyond the safety levels at Lock 10, where the sewage spill is, all the way down to the Washington, D.C. tidal basin. Researchers at UMD have also studied Staphylococcus aureus and the antibacterial strain MRSA. They found both consistently at the sewage spill site, and they found staph even as recently as this week at Fletcher's Cove, which is 7 miles downstream, and National Harbor, 20 miles downstream. While there are natural sources of staph that can enter the waters, these positive rates are above the typical U.S. surface waters. So exposure to this type of water could lead to gastrointestinal issues, skin and eye infections, more serious complications for children, older adults, and immunocompromised individuals. So along with our monitoring, DC Water began publishing theirs the first week of February. Unfortunately, DC DOE did not publish any monitoring of their own until last week. And I acknowledge the DC DOE budget cuts, but it also took 3 weeks for DC DOE to publish a public health advisory, even when Prince George's County, Montgomery County, and the Maryland Department of Environment all published health advisories beforehand. And as we've heard in prior testimonies today, the public health advisories are difficult to find. People do not know where to find the information. And it took Mayor Bowser's office an entire month to put out a state of emergency. And so I thank DC DOE for finally beginning their own environmental monitoring. I thank you, Councilmember Allen, and Councilmember Pinto for going to the site and their advocacy on this issue. But we're hoping moving forward that we're calling for really daily and consistent monitoring of the situation that involves publicly accessible water quality monitoring, clear health advisories, and collaborative regional communication. So boaters, anglers, and community members know whether it's actually safe to be on the water. And we need dedicated funding for even further research, both on the environmental impacts, biological monitoring, nutrients, sediment, pathogens. There's just so many unknowns still with this spill that we need to be researching. We need accountability assessments to understand how this disaster unfolded, what led to this issue, and what implementations we can put into the future to ensure this does not happen. Councilmember Allen, as you've noted, we also need a remediation strategy, and one that focuses on the community and community trust and transparency. Public health, economic impacts, and environmental degradation inflicted upon the watermen, river recreationists, And any community member who encounters the Potomac needs to be addressed within the coming months of this issue. The public deserves a transparent, science-driven investigation that leads not only to answers, but to enforceable safeguards that can prevent this from happening again. We hope that the DC governing bodies will take full action to fully monitor the Potomac Interceptor spill to prevent further infrastructural failures and protect the health of the Potomac River and our impacted shoreline communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then last on this panel, Paul Schwartz, who's online. Let me turn to you, Mr. Schwartz.
Good morning, Councilperson Allen, and thank you to your staff. I moved into my current home in the District of Columbia on December 23rd, 2000. And in the last 25 years, I think two historic national disasters have been bookends. One was the lead and water exposure, massive, 20 to 30 times bigger than Flint, that happened from 2001 to 2004, revealed in 2004. And now this huge national natural disaster with the Potomac Interceptor collapse. In 1965, President Johnson called the Potomac River a national disgrace. We've spent literally billions of dollars in built infrastructure and through other approaches, both in the district and in Maryland and Virginia. And now we're back at that same point where we have a national disgrace going on in the Potomac River. I really appreciate, Chairperson Allen, your site visit and your call today for collaborative federalism with a lead by the district government. That has not been the case over the last 25 years. I think we've heard today that environment has been deprioritized as seen in the budget. And we've heard today that the consequences of that and the impacts on our waters, whether it's combined sewer overflows, sanitary sewer overflows, like the violation that happened with the discharge from the Potomac Interceptor, and stormwater issues, are all contributing to discharge into the Potomac River this year. And so we're looking at collapsing infrastructure. We're looking at systemic problems. What is it going to take to make a difference? This is a performance oversight hearing on DOEE. In the outcome of the lead and water disaster, there was a call by DC Environmental Network, Clean Water Action, Appleseed, DC Appleseed, to create primacy over our drinking water and over our clean water programs. We are one of two states in the country that don't have that, the other one being Wyoming. This has left us in the precarious position of having Region 3 EPA out of Philadelphia be our state primacy agency. And they've been missing at the wheel. They're part of the coordination and oversight of this disaster at the Potomac Interceptor, but they have not moved well ahead of time to prevent this disaster. They have not enforced the Clean Water Act. They have not enforced the Safe Drinking Water Act on lead and water in a robust way. And so the question of what steps can we take at DOEE and in our government to gain primacy over our drinking water and clean water programs is at the center of long-term action that we need to have a robust local leadership of a regional approach to the Potomac River and to deal with the public health issues that still riddle us. Right now, 20 years after the Washington Post, 22 years after the Washington Post put lead and water as a central issue and the exposure of the people of the District of Columbia, we have now gone with the inclusion of 9,000 brass service lines to 53,000 service lines that need to be replaced, now at the cost of $1.8 billion. Now, I know we'll hear more about this in the DC Water Oversight hearing coming up on the second. But I just want to say that, as Antonio Gramsci said, the public intellectual in Italy in the 1930s, I have a case of pessimism of the intellect, and I am searching for the optimism of my will. It is really important what this committee does, and I support the call by my colleague Chris Weiss for more of the council to participate in these hearings and to make environmental justice and justice for planetary justice, health justice, more of the center of our investments, our oversight of these agencies. Thank you so much, and I look forward to hearing any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz, and thanks everybody for your testimony here. I have a couple of follow-up questions. Mr. Schichtel, you talked about, and we had an earlier panel that talked about some of the cuts and the way they're hitting a lot of our educational programs. And I think I heard you say, but correct me if I'm wrong, that it was about 65%.
Correct.
Cuts to educational environmental programs. How many, I don't know if you can give a number, how many students, what I'm trying to make sure we can kind of quantify is, how many fewer students does that translate into? How many fewer experiences does that translate into? And obviously, I would argue those lost experiences translate into a significant amount of what the students are missing.
Absolutely. So that's a great question. I can tell you in the last cycle when the grant was fully funded, we engaged 3,000 fourth and fifth grade students. And so 65% decrease, you can do, back of the envelope. We're not done with this cycle of programming yet. We're right in the middle of it. But we had to make some very tough decisions around which programs we would be able to carry forward, and which ones we had to make some concessions on. And we are one of 6 partner groups, one is sitting right next to me, that helped carry the program forward. And we all had to figure out how to keep the robust programming going forward, but at a significant cost. I can tell you the program is effective at getting kids outdoors, getting them to know their environment, getting a connection to their environment, but it's also outdoors and fun and engaging and keeps kids in the classroom and learning. And so there's a massive, both just a cost and a per student analysis, but there's also a ton of intangibles to also look at as well.
Yeah, okay, thanks. And as a partner organization, anything you wanted to add to that, Ms. Overby? Anything you'd like to add to that?
No, I think Andrew gave a really great overview of like that impact, but it has also impacted Nature Forward's ability and our expansion actually across DC schools to provide environmental education and also environmental justice, intersectional education to students as well.
Got it, okay. And you mentioned in your testimony too a few different pieces of legislation that we're working on. So I don't have a hard date to be able to say this is when it's coming forward, but we're working hard on those. And so I appreciate your advocacy for those legislative reforms. For Mr. Sharangpani, do you think is it issue that are there legislative reforms or changes that are needed? Or is your argument when we talk about the Green Food Purchasing Act, we just need the law to have more oversight and actually be implemented?
Correct. The main issue is implementation of the act as passed. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. I appreciate them. And then to our river keepers, just thank you. All right, let me try to dig in a little bit here from the Anacostia River side. So Trey, can you talk about the water quality specifically? Because obviously, as we've talked about some earlier panels here, when we cut funding and we reduce capacity, when a crisis happens, and crises will happen, we're just not as prepared to be able to respond and manage through them. What did we lose from the ongoing water quality testing that you were talking about?
So what we lost with this grant that was canceled was weekly sampling of E. coli as a proxy for bacteria, viruses, anything else that might make people sick in the Anacostia River.
And how far south did it go? Like it just
all the way through DC. So there's 7.5 miles of Anacostia River in the district. There's plus 2 miles of Kingman Lake. So it's a significant amount of geographic information that's been lost. And it's weekly, May through September, which is when we anticipate people contacting the water. There is no legal swimming in DC. There's a lot of illegal swimming in DC. We see it regularly, and there's a lot of waiting. There's a lot of kids dipping hands into the edge. There's a lot of desire, right, amongst district residents to interact better with their river that they've been separated from for so long. And it's an incredible slap in the face, right, for those residents and for organizations trying to do this work. And just as we were building up the momentum to where it seemed like we had a good start, right, it takes a long time to get this kind of change in attitude. To have this crisis happen right after removing the tools that could help monitor it more regularly during the swim season is just an incredible drop.
Yeah. And then, one of the things that there's a lot of folks trying to manage the information that they do have, try to make sense of it. I think you said daily testing. I strongly agree with that because there is natural fluctuations that's going to be taking place. And so one test on one day is not really telling me the full picture. But since we now have, 2 some odd weeks worth of daily testing, you can see some trends with fluctuations within it. And then you can start to say, why am I seeing certain things happen? So for example, the testing just a couple of days ago, we saw a big spike at the base of the Anacostia River. And immediately, rightfully, people's question was, is that associated with flow coming down the Potomac River? Is that coming through the Anacostia? But since we don't have testing taking place up the Anacostia, I can't be for sure. But then you referenced there was another spill that might be related to that. We also know that when we see a rain event, that's going to naturally elevate. And we can see that because the E. coli readings north of the spill site jumped up right around the times of the rainfall. So everyone's trying to make sense of all of these numbers. And if you don't have good quality, regular testing taking place, it is hard to be able to help give advice to the public. We have communities not just that play on the water. I have constituents that live on the water. I have live-aboard communities who are asking, I literally live on the water. My boat's here. Like, is it safe for me to be outside? And being able to provide real-time information is really important. Trey?
There are people, district residents, district employees that work on the water. So one of the groups that we've been talking to about this need for more data just in the past 2 weeks is DC Fire.
Yep.
DC Police. They have divers in the water, both for drills in case they need to rescue someone. You just saw a rescue on the Potomac, 3 weeks ago? I guess a recovery. They can't train and they need to know what's in the water, whether or not they need to have their divers in extra safety gear. There are private companies whose work is being stopped right now at a time when they are actually needed. We work with several salvage companies. This time of year, after a hard freeze and thaw cycle, this is when boats sink. A boat that wasn't properly winterized, I can think of 5 that went down just in the past 2 weeks at district marinas, and that's without doing a survey on purpose. That's just the ones I heard about. And these divers can't safely get in there to lift those boats, right? So the environmental hazard of the sunken vessel is being compounded across days because of this other environmental hazard of the bacteria from sewage. And I do want to caution, a lot of people have been saying in articles, and you said it yourself, it's easy to get into this bad habit of saying that bacteria levels naturally rise after the rain. There is nothing natural about that. That is dog waste that wasn't picked up. That is infiltration of rain into sewage lines causing more overflows. That assumption, right, the fact that it happens every time it rains, that is just one more big red mark in the failing nature of our infrastructure.
It's a fair point. I should say it commonly rises, not naturally, due to our combined sewer overflow and everything else. So appreciate that. Mr. Corner, add your thoughts on, from a regular testing perspective, it's kind of as we switch from the Anacostia to the Potomac.
Yeah, I mean, this is all happening during the non-recreational season, right? So all these groups are needing it now. There's also crew teams and sailing groups that are also wanting to use the river and asking if it's safe or not.
And they will be soon. That season starts just in a couple of weeks.
Right, yeah. So this is all just going to ramp up. And there's these unknowns that we don't know right now. If the nutrient load, are we going to have algal blooms? We just need more data. We need more research. And that's why we need daily monitoring. We also need other programs that were previously funded that were not funded anymore. We just need more support. We need more data. and
Yeah.
we need better information.
Yeah. Well, the part, and you noted it, you've heard me talk about this, that, going out to the site, meeting with DC Water leadership, I am convinced they are taking the repair part very seriously. It's an incredible amount of equipment they've mobilized. They're working 24 hours a day. I do believe that they are taking the repair of that pipe very seriously, and I think they're doing what they need to be doing to get that fixed. What I don't hear the same level of urgency is, what are you doing after that repair? And when we asked on Tuesday, so what is that going to look like? What I got was, we're working on a draft of a plan. It felt very much like there's a concept of a plan. I think it's going to be not just a couple of weeks, that's going to be months worth of remediation work. And again, we have an open air sewer at the moment with the C&O Canal. Not to be overly graphic, like it's just caked. Just imagine inches of just caked raw sewage. It's going to be very difficult and challenging to remediate that. Has DC Water reached out to you and the Potomac River Keeper Network to begin a remediation plan?
No.
Does it stand to reason that you would be a logical partner they should be reaching out to?
I would say so. Yeah.
Okay. Has the Riverkeeper or the network kind of thought through at least the beginnings of your ideas of what does a remediation plan look like? And again, because I don't think everyone has actually seen the site to fully understand, I kind of think of it as like at least three major components. You have the C&O Canal, where we're basically just trapping all this stuff right now. You have the actual, I'm going to use the phrase of a creek bed, but essentially where the overflow went down, you can see exactly where it flowed down. Then, of course, you have the spill site itself, which, because it's low water levels right now, it is just a sludge that is a large area. While I was there, the Canadian geese seem to be doing just fine, eating everything they could possibly find there, which is going to add another level of transmission in other places. But there's multiple, like each one of those things is going to have a different type of strategy and plan to manage each of those. Any more thoughts of where we need to be focused, at least at this stage, on remediation and where we can put pressure points?
Yeah, I think that's so much of a call for collaboration between both DC Water, DC agencies, environmental groups, academia, and researchers that are going to better understand the further impacts. To your point, like the remediation is going to be both the physical at that site where, like truly just like a trench of toilet paper exists, right? There's the physical, but there's this long-term environmental impacts that we're going to need so much more input in. So for remediation, I think we just need everybody in rather than just one entity.
Right. And I know there'll be some people who hear me say we and be like, but wait a minute, this took place, the spills in Maryland. It's by Lock 10, it's just north of the border. There's not a we to this. It's not DC land. This is one of the spaces where, as part of a region, it is a we. This river runs through all three jurisdictions. It absolutely has an impact on DC residents, wildlife in DC. I was talking just yesterday with folks who are seeing an economic impact, people who have businesses or restaurants along the water's edge. These aren't folks that are environmentalists or river keepers. They run a business where people eat out and like to dine outdoors looking out upon the water. And they're like, people are calling now, canceling reservations because they're not sure, is it even safe to do that? So we have an economic interest as the district. So this needs to be a regional approach. It needs to certainly have the federal government with National Park Service and others where that land is play their part. But I'm going to keep using the word we because it is a shared asset. It's a shared resource that impacts everybody. So we have to focus on that.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, I really appreciate it. And to our panelists online as well, thank you guys for the questions. And as we move towards DOEE and their hearing, it'll certainly be part of what we continue to focus on as well. I realize I would be remiss in not noting the DOE director has actually been here since the beginning of the hearing. And he's one of the few agency directors that actually comes and sits through and listens to all the testimony. So while he's not going to get his turn at the microphone today, do just want to at least acknowledge that our DOE director, in most cases, is physically present here to hear the testimony, to collect that feedback, and I very much appreciate that. All right, so thank you all very much. We're going to move to our next panel. All right. And Max, because I had called you in the last panel, but you're here now, so I'm going to tack you on here. So Max Broad, come on up. Neil Sauter. Is Neil here? Online? He's online. Okay, sorry. Neil's online. Got it. We had Liz DeBarros, but I believe Liz can't make it, so hopefully we can get her testimony later. Tyrell Holcomb, I saw here. Mr. Holcomb will come on up, Vice President of External Affairs for Jubilee Housing. Jessica Pitts, co-founder of Flywheel Development. Okay. All right. Drew Turner, Senior Vice President of Development, Douglas Development. Is not here. Okay. Christoph Greena, Chief Farming Officer with Uptop Acres, is online. Chris Marshall, Vice President of Development with the NRP Group. Okay. Don't see them here yet. Christopher Agorsor, and I might have mispronounced that, I apologize. Okay. All right, so if they do come soon, we'll be able to add them in. But I've got Max, Neil, Tyrell, and Christoph. Okay, all right, so we'll just go and get started then. All right, so Max Broad, we'll begin with you, then we'll go to Neil Sauter, Tyrell Holcomb, and then Christoph Greena.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. And I just want to wish everybody who practices that they had a good Mardi Gras. Our city is getting schlocked on climate change. Yeah, for those who don't know, Webster Dictionary clearly defines schlocked as a made-up word to describe the district budget woes being taken out on environmental priorities first and foremost, dialing back and slow walking of important laws on green buildings, green food, and healthy homes, and the further entrenching of fossil energy into our neighborhood. The official definition, I'll note, which I assure you is definitely real. Schlocked refers to spending $500 million retrofitting an arena that successfully lobbied for an exemption to our own green building laws. In all seriousness, the EPA announced last week that they're revoking their own right to regulate carbon pollution. Remember when we used to resist this? Here's what I'm here to say. I'm here to talk about two things: one, food, and two, rats, right? First, food system is a secret weapon in the climate fight. It accounts for more than 1/3 of all emissions globally. Yet it's less than 3% of our climate finance, of fewer than 5% of articles in in the media on climate. This mismatch, it's like really sad that this issue is really undercovered and really under-attended to. But it's a great opportunity for DC because, you know, when we deal with home rule, which restricts DC from being in a strong position to respond to federal efforts to slow walk climate change or reverse, we can still enforce the laws we already have. This is a great opportunity. Small changes can make a big difference. But what can we do about it here in the district? The Department of Energy and Environment is responsible for one of the most impressive laws on food and climate in the country, the aptly named Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act. Thank you, Councilmember Allen, for being an original co-introducer of that. We're at the halfway point of this law to reduce the carbon footprint of the food purchased by tax dollars, and I come with an important finding. Food-related emissions have not gone down. In fact, they are on the rise. DOE has done an amazing job supporting this bill, and I extend kudos to Alyssa Wooden and Jen Hatch for their work on this initiative to collaborate with the agencies that serve the most food, collect procurement data, create guidance for reducing emissions, and convene a community of practice for agency staff responsible for good food procurement. However, it clearly has not been enough. We've already missed the first milestone of reducing food-related emissions 10% by 2025. We hope to hit the final, if we hope to hit the final target of 25% reduction by 2030, it will require doubling down on agency efforts. This is why I'm dedicating substantial effort to campaign for this. I've created a rubric to assess agency progress on green food across the district, which measures agencies by 4 categories, which you can see in my written testimony. And I'll be publishing the results next month, and I'd be happy to have you join us to learn about how agencies are doing and what steps they can take to meet our sustainability goals. Intentional food is climate action, and with a few thoughtful steps, the district can be a national leader on this topic. Secondly, last year, DC Voters for Animals played a foundational role in establishing DC responsible rat management. a coalition that is working to reduce the use of rodenticides and promote systemic solutions that get at the underlying causes of rat expansion. Since then, we have brought together government, nonprofit, and community voices to collaborate on shared goals of seeing less rats and less pollution. I want to thank DOE staff Natasha Garcia Anderson, Dr. Megan Wilkerson, Brandon Ward, and Dan Roush, who have been important leaders in shaping our understanding of how the city is responding to these issues. Thank you. We see our role as complementing the city's efforts to raise awareness, and we are even preparing educational materials. So Councilmember Allen, if you want to join us in being a rat smart household with a sticker for your trash bin, we have ways to signal attentiveness to preventing rats to our neighbors. We've testified at several adjoining hearings, including Department of Public Works, General Services, and Health. And our main inquiry for DOEE is to learn more about the certification process for a rodenticide application. DC law clearly states that government shall only use rodenticides as a last resort. It is clear with the ubiquity of black bait boxes throughout our communities that poisons are being used as a preventative measure. In the case that pest control companies are responsible for this, is there any pathway to shift to reactive treatment for rodenticides and proactive treatment to prevent rats in the first place? If we're leaving out food that's accessible to rats, they're going to return in abundance regardless of how much poison we leave for them. Lastly, flowers for DOE for being a leader on composting, which is an important tool in preventing rats in a government agency. This is an important step as the Zero Waste Omnibus Act has reached a threshold that now extends to food waste segregation at all government buildings. Sanitation is prevention. We hope DOE's model will serve as an example in climate and rat management, and it invites the question of whether the Wilson Building has started composting. Thank you, Councilmember Allen, and to your staff for helping make this hearing happen.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Mr. Sauter, who's online.
Hello, my name is Neil Sauter and I live in Ward 1. I grew up in the DC metro area and I've lived in the district for more than 6 years now. And for the last 3 years, I've worked to support the U.S. Department of Energy's Better Buildings program and other related building energy initiatives at the federal and state government level. I'm here today to urge the DC Council to protect funding for the Department of Energy and Environment and keep existing climate laws like the Greener Government Buildings Act and the DC Building Energy Performance Standards in place. Please also protect the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, SETF funding for the Healthy Homes Act and ensure it benefits low and moderate income households. The Council must ensure that this fund is not rated for use on unrelated projects. This has been a favorite tactic of Mayor Bowser in past budget seasons, and the Council preventing her from carrying out this underhanded and short-sighted maneuver again would be a fitting end to her term. Protecting healthy homes funding is important to me because I know personally what a difference phasing gas out of buildings can make. Fracked gas burned in homes and other buildings for heating and hot water accounts for roughly a quarter of DC's climate pollution. The gas we burn in our homes is methane. When released into the atmosphere, such as from leaking gas lines, methane is 80 times more powerful than carbon dioxide as a climate pollutant. If this council is serious about meeting DC's climate commitment of carbon neutrality by 2045, the city must stop burning methane gas and make actionable moves to transition towards efficient electric systems that do not rely on fossil fuels. Healthy Homes funding also represents an economic and environmental justice issue. Rating funding meant to go to struggling low-income DC families would hurt these households and undermine housing affordability in DC, sabotaging the mayor's and the council's own housing affordability goals. And we know that gas appliances fill our homes with many of the same pollutants as car exhaust, like nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, particulate matter, and formaldehyde. Over the last couple of years, the mayor has made it clear that she likes to talk a big game about DC's sustainability efforts, while simultaneously moving to gut some of the city's most significant climate legislation. Last year, the Bowser administration attempted to pause the Greener Government Buildings Act and the Building Energy Performance Standards under the guise of economic growth. The argument that these policies lower energy bills citywide and create sustainability jobs are bad for business does not hold much water. The mayor has simply sought to appease her corporate supporters. DC has been one of the pioneers in the United States for building performance standards, which are some of the most effective emissions reduction policies governments can enact, as buildings are responsible for roughly 40% of emissions globally. I implore the DC Council to protect these climate legislation pillars. Our city cannot go in reverse on this issue at a time when the federal government is determined to drive us back into the 1950s or even further. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you will protect climate legislation and funding across the Department of Energy and Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sauter. Next, I'm going to turn to Mr. Holcomb. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Tyrell Holcomb, and I serve as Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing. As a fourth-generation native Washingtonian who grew up in Ward 7 and still resides there, I know firsthand what it means to live in a community that's been underinvested in and what it looks like when it begins to shift. At Jubilee, our mission is to provide deeply affordable housing paired with services in neighborhoods full of opportunity. It's just as housing. Housing in resource-rich neighborhoods combined with wraparound services that improve the quality of life for residents. And when we talk about opportunity, we are not just talking about a unit. We're talking about stability, dignity, and a future that includes our residents in the progress of this city. That is what makes our partnership with the DC Green Bank so important. They bring maturity in underwriting and sound decision-making that gives projects the confidence to move forward. In a time where affordable housing deals are increasingly complex and the level of discipline and clarity matters even more. We have also experienced the DC Green Bank to be a collaborative, flexible, and responsive partner. They understand the realities of development and work alongside us to structure solutions that make projects viable while keeping community impact at the center. That combination of rigor and responsiveness is not common, and it makes a real difference. Not only that, they have helped us take buildings that are aging and inefficient and turn them into homes where residents can live with dignity while paying less in utility bills, breathing cleaner air, and experiencing housing that reflects the care they deserve. These are not just energy improvements. They are investments in people. For every dollar that the DC Green Bank has invested since 2020, more than 10 additional dollars have followed from private and public sources. That funding has created over 4,000 jobs, supported small businesses, saved millions in energy costs, and brought nearly 1,000 affordable homes online. That is tangible impact. It is the kind of partnership that the district should continue to strengthen. What the DC Green Bank does is straightforward and powerful. They invest in projects that grow local businesses, create jobs, and make DC more affordable for families. We see that impact on our properties and in the lives of our residents. That is not abstract policy, it is real change. Thank you for your continued support of this important work and welcome any questions you may have.
Appreciate it. I was going to say, just say it louder for the people in the back. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Christoph Greena, let me turn to you, and then we'll turn to some questions after this. Christoph, you still there? There we go. Sorry, I think you're muted. If you can unmute. No. There we go.
Thanks, Councilmember Allen. Excited to be here on behalf of my organization, Up Top Acres. We build, operate, and maintain rooftop and ground level urban farms throughout the district. We have over 30 growing sites. We partner with commercial real estate to bring these spaces to life. We distribute the food to tenants of the office buildings and apartment buildings, and then we also donate a large portion of the produce that we grow to organizations that are working on food insecurity throughout the district. I wanted to hop on today to advocate on behalf of DOEE and their programming around urban agriculture, specifically the Urban Agriculture and Food Security Act of 2016, which created a couple different programs. The one that I want to really advocate for today is the Urban Agriculture and Property Tax Abatement. It is a program that allows private landowners who utilize their land for urban agriculture to receive a real property tax abatement. It's been a catalyst for our organization as well as many others in the district. Within the first couple of years of the program being online, the funding was maxed out and has since only grown more popular. I want to advocate for the continued promotion of the program and hopefully eventually an addition of funds to that program. I think it has been one of the city's most successful programs in helping to promote commercial agriculture, both with for-profit organizations, nonprofit organizations, private landowners who are growing on their own spaces. There are a lot of different organizations who have taken advantage of it. And I just would love to, if the city is looking to continue to support urban agriculture, this has been the best program that's had the most success in doing so. I would like to give a big shout out to all of the staff of the Office of Urban Agriculture. They have been amazing. They've been incredibly helpful. They work really hard. And so just want to throw my full support behind them. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's testimony. And Mr. Greena, it's nice, usually at the hearings, we hear what's not going right and what needs to change. So having the positive feedback on the urban agriculture work that you're doing is great to hear. So thank you. Mr. Holcomb, appreciated your testimony very much. The stats you cited, I feel like, are the same things I feel like sometimes I'm yelling from the rafters. The Green Bank is a really good investment in our city. Like you said, every dollar, I get 9 to 10 in private financing that comes back. It creates jobs, it creates affordable housing. And in the process, it's creating more sustainable housing. It's lowering utility bills for our residents that then call that affordable housing home. So it just keeps compounding. And so it's a really great investment. And I think we need more people to understand the investment side of it, that it really does. It helps unlock, whether it's Jubilee Housing or others, it helps unlock the potential to get these types of deals done. So I really do appreciate your testimony there. I don't think you were here for it earlier. So if I'm catching you off guard, that's fine. We can follow up afterwards. But earlier we had somebody from Mikasa who was talking about the AHEAP program, that I guess there is a rule that essentially AHEAP's not eligible for housing, affordable housing, if it's 20 or more units. And their advocacy was we needed to help change that and align that with DHCD so that an example of a project like theirs, which might have more than 20 units, but it's affordable and deeply affordable housing, they'd be eligible for that program. Again, I'm just throwing it at you right now. So if we want to get back and let me know later, that's fine. But is that something that Jubilee has encountered as well? Would that be something that maybe you would align with recommending a change like that? And again, if it's better to check back in with the team and get back to me, that'd be fine too.
So first off, Councilmember, ditto on the utility bills perspective. Right now, utility bills are going up across the country. Saw something this morning that ranked DC top 10 in the country currently. And as a person who usually doesn't run heat in the wintertime, I'm grateful for it. So, but as it relates to the AHEAP program, I just want to clarify, is it that it's when a building has 20 units or more or 20 units or less?
My understanding is that it's currently eligible 20 or less.
Okay.
And the advocacy is 20 or more, because this is some of the funding available to help with electrification and modernizations of homes.
I think the only pushback I would imagine we might have is our reentry program. We have 2 houses in which we run reentry program. Actually, 2 that currently are online. There's another one that's coming online, King Emmanuel Baptist, that will be 18 units or 18 single room occupancy. So in terms of the way it would be identified, it would be 18 units essentially. I think that would be the only perspective, I'd offer in terms of thinking through what pushback might be evident, but could certainly look into if it's something we're already taking advantage of.
Yeah, if you're 20 or below, you'd be eligible right now. I think at least for Mikasa, they had some examples where they were at 25 or 30 and they were ineligible for that. We had another panelist who said, that makes sense, but if you're not putting more money into the fund, all you're really doing is just kind of spreading out who's eligible, but you're not increasing the pie. So now other people are going to be losing out, which is very valid to think through as well. Anyway, we'd love to follow up with you after the hearing too. We need a chance to maybe check in with some of your colleagues just to see, is that something that maybe Jubilee and Mikasa kind of align on, of a change that they're recommending or not? We don't need to do it here from the dais, but we'd welcome your thoughts on it. Mr. Broad, I think you were here for one of the questions I asked the previous panel with Ms. Sharangpani. For our Green Food Act, do you believe there's legislative changes that are necessary? Or is it the fact that we just need to follow it? We just need to implement it, fund it, and actually follow the thing we've already done?
In terms of legislation, one thing we are watching closely is the Food Policy Council Procurement Act of 2025, which would give more authority to the Food Policy Council to oversee contracts that deal with food. So that is exciting. And just empowering our districts use, like harnessing of public funds to use procurement to benefit the city. It's so cool to think of, like, we have this big pot of money we're spending on food. Let's use it not just to buy the cheapest food we can, but food that actually helps our communities, our businesses, helps our environment, helps the local farms, all these things. But yes, like the bottom line is we just need to follow it. And I get why agencies have a lot of challenge with it, but really, like, this is a situation where small steps can go a long way.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Well, I appreciate that, and we'll definitely follow up with DOEE as well when it's the government's turn. So thank you very much. And Mr. Sauter, thank you for your testimony as well, and very consistent with what we've been hearing throughout the day around the need to prioritize and make sure that these agencies are fully funded and that these goals and laws that are in place are able to be executed for the benefit of the district and our residents and our local businesses. So thank you very much. Thank you all. All right, I'm going to move to our next panel of witnesses. All right. All right, and we had a couple of names we'd called previously that are here now, so I'm going to go ahead and just pull them onto this panel. So Drew Turner, Senior Vice President of Development with Douglas Development. Chris Marshall, Vice President of Development with the NRP Group. Sam Bonar, Policy Lead with DC Community Wealth Builders. Chip Ellis, the CEO of Ellis Development Group. Christian Delisle, Managing Director of Pace Equity. Gabby Gilbo, Senior Manager of Policy with Nuveen Green Capital. Jamal Lewis, who's the Chair of the DCSEU Advisory Board. Rashik Ellis, Member of Residents of the Mo Apartments. All right. Trupti Patel, who's one of our ANC commissioners. I've signed up as a public witness, but she isn't a commissioner, so we might list her that way. Not here yet, okay. And Jocelyn Johnson, I think I did see here. Okay, online, all right. So I think everyone on this panel is virtual. Got it. And Drew Turner, if you can hear me, we need you to accept the panelist request, and that'll move you up onto the panel. All right. So Drew Turner, I've got you first. If you're ready, we can turn to you for your testimony. Mr. Turner, do you hear me? All right, tell you what, how about this? Chris Marshall, if you're there, I'll go to you, and we can always come back to Mr. Turner in a little bit. So Chris Marshall, let me kick it over to you to start us off. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Councilmember, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Well, good afternoon to members of the Committee on Transportation and Environment. My name is Chris Marshall, and I lead DC area affordable housing development for a company called the NRP Group. I'm here to testify in support of the highly influential work of the DC Green Bank and its positive impacts on our work in the district. My company is partnering with the Marshall Heights Community Development Organization to develop 2 fully affordable apartment communities in DC. Our first project, Emblem, is in the middle of the Noma and Union Market neighborhoods, and it's just a few months away from finishing construction. Emblem's top-notch location ensures that families living in this building will capitalize on the surrounding walkable amenities and the immediate adjacency to the Noma Gallaudet metro station. Our second project, the Waymark, is starting construction just 1 block from the Benning Road metro station. The Waymark will be built on an incredibly challenging site. Fully half of the site is unbuildable due to restrictions surrounding the below-ground water and sewer lines. And yet, we will still deliver over 100 permanently affordable homes in another metro adjacent location. Among other things, what's a common thread between Emblem and the Waymark? The answer is that both projects were made possible and made better by the DC Green Bank. In short, the DC Green Bank investment unlocked the ability to construct these affordable units in a high-cost location for Emblem and a very challenging site for the Waymark. The Green Bank's investment was the piece that got the deals across the finish line. What's more, DC Green Bank offered lower interest debt than traditional debt, thereby helping the project's dollars go farther. Credit goes to DC policymakers for aligning goals with financial resources to meet those goals. My favorite example to demonstrate this connection pertains to the building's heating and cooling system. The district's green building requirements expect projects like Emblem and the Waymark to save significant amounts of energy relative to the standard baseline. One of the best strategies for achieving this level of green building performance is to improve the energy efficiency of a building's heating and cooling system. Both of our projects will include arguably the most efficient HVAC system on the market, VRF, one that, despite expected operational savings, still is hard to afford given its high upfront cost. The DC Green Bank, however, makes this green building investment possible. Since DC Green Bank offers lower cost capital for targeted green building investments, these projects can afford the ultra-efficient VRF system. Importantly, building efficiency helps the families that live in the buildings. It's the families that can and will benefit from reduced utility costs that come from ultra-high efficiency systems like a VRF. In that scenario there, below market capital has helped improve residents' lives. The DC Green Bank enables green building investments that projects might not otherwise be able to afford. And through that, DC Green Bank is helping the project accomplish a lot more than just housing. In their homes, families will save on utility bills and enjoy higher levels of indoor air quality. And beyond the 4 walls of those homes, those same families will be able to enjoy the immediate access to Metro, which in turn connects them to opportunities throughout the district and the region. Members of this committee and the council overall should continue to remember that affordable housing production and preservation is an investment in the district's livable future. All efforts to help the financial viability of income-reserved housing will create new opportunities for families in DC. DC Green Bank is central to those efforts. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. Next, let's go to Sam Bonar. Good
Hello.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Hello, my name is Sam Bonner, and I'm testifying as part of the DC Community Wealth Builders Coalition, an organization dedicated to creating economic well-being, increasing racial equity, and challenging entrenched attitudes around economic development and wealth concentration. We do this by shifting the district's development model towards more community ownership, democratic governance, and locally rooted wealth. Simply, we are a coalition interested in unlocking the economic power of collaboration and cooperatives. So the Green Bank, or the DC Green Finance Authority, is one of the most promising tools in city government. Unlike our traditional economic development approach, where we hand subsidies to private developers and hope for results that may or may not meet our other goals that we have, social goals, climate goals, etc., the Green Bank uses public capital to make development pencil that wouldn't under private capital markets alone. It finances affordable, sustainable projects that private lenders aren't interested in or won't touch. It grows and recycles its resources rather than spending them just once. It fills the gaps that the markets won't fill, And I'm here today to praise this model and urge the committee to help the district build more tools like it, whether within the committee or looking beyond it. So looking beyond it, I do want to focus on two big ideas that we're advocating for: a land bank and a public bank. Institutions built on the same principles as the Green Bank, but applied to the district's broader development challenges: deeply affordable housing, grocery stores and unmet essential needs in underserved neighborhoods, and also permanently affordable housing and development models that private developers, including many large nonprofits, aren't really interested in pursuing. Critically, unlike the Green Bank, these tools do not require that the district appropriate new money from its coffers. Instead, they can financialize assets that the city already has but is currently underusing. A land bank would put city-owned vacant buildings, blighted properties, and tax liens, which we currently just auction off to the highest bidder, hoping they'll do something better with it, put them to more strategic use, making them available to mission-driven developers, coalitions, and community, or just groups of people who have a use for them that meets that need in that community, and gives it to them on terms that produce actual community outcomes and meet community needs. A public bank would take the millions of dollars in cash reserves that we currently just deposit in private banks, letting them earn the interest revenue and decide which loans get made from it, and instead redirect that capital toward the development our communities actually need and the businesses that massive banks do not prioritize because they aren't profitable enough for their shareholders. The Green Bank required an initial capitalization from the district, and that investment continues to pay off. But the land bank and public bank would take this logic a step further, putting our existing wealth to work without requiring the same kind of direct budget outlay, besides in the initial setup, because the assets are already ours. We're simply choosing to deploy them more intentionally rather than leaving them idle or letting private actors capture their value or letting them get kind of eaten up in a more political processes that a lot of land disposition ends up being. These are proven models, not untested ideas. The Bank of North Dakota has been around for over 100 years and operated successfully, partnering with local community banks and adding more than $300 million to public revenues over the past decade. It even turned a profit during the years following the 2008 financial crisis, when North Dakota was the only state reporting major budget surpluses. San Francisco's Board of Supervisors approved a plan for the public bank, which is in conversations and moving forward. On the land bank side, roughly 120 land banks are currently operating across the district, including in Atlanta, Twin Cities, Denver, and the New York City Comptroller's Office did a study a number of years ago, finding that the land bank there could support the development of over 53,000 units of permanently affordable housing on vacant city-owned properties alone. And I put some citations in my written testimony, which I'm going to submit after this. Our ask from the coalition is to urge the council to fund an RFP or a study for examining the potential for a DC land bank and a DC public bank. I think these will probably fit more in DGS's portfolio, which did a study of the land bank 7 years ago, and they never released the study, and in the CFOs. And we're also going to be testifying at those, but I wanted to highlight the connection to the Green Bank, which has proven that the district can build these institutions that put our wealth to work strategically, just like the wealthy individuals and corporations do. It's time to apply that same principle and build on it to meet the full range of community needs our current development model leaves behind. So happy to answer questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Let's see who I have next here. Gabby Gilbo, and if I mispronounce that, I apologize.
Nope, you're spot on.
All right. Thank you. Let me turn to you,
afternoon.
and good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of our incredible partners at the DC Green Bank. My name is Gabby Gilbo, and I'm the Senior Manager of Policy at Nuveen Green Capital. We are the nation's largest provider of commercial property assessed clean energy, or CPACE financing. The CPACE industry provides low-cost long-term financing to commercial property owners to install energy and water efficiency, building resiliency, and low-carbon emission improvements in their properties. CPACE financing is an industry that has grown tremendously over the last 15 years since the financing mechanism's creation. It's provided over $10 billion in financing to these projects all across the more than 40 active state programs, including the program in Washington, D.C., which is administered by the DC Green Bank. Nuveen Green Capital has worked alongside the DC Green Bank to close 20 different CPACE projects over the last decade, allowing our firm to invest more than $540 million in financing for the installation of sustainability measures in the district's commercial building stock, all at no cost to the city or its taxpayers. This funding has provided the district with hundreds of housing units, as well as improved office spaces, educational facilities, hotel properties, and houses of worship. Last year alone, Nuveen Green Capital closed the 2 largest CPACE transactions in the district's history, thanks to our partnership with the DC Green Bank. We closed first on a $42 million hotel property, followed by the landmark and industry record-setting $465 million financing of the Geneva, an office to residential conversion that will provide hundreds of new dwelling units to the district, including dozens of affordable and short-term housing units. These projects, along with all that we have and will continue to finance in the district through our partnership with the DC Green Bank, will provide housing, jobs, and further investment in the city, all alongside tangible utility savings and environmental benefits. The DC Green Bank has been a wonderful partner in shepherding our investment into the city. When we approached the DC Green Bank in November of last year to bring these 2 projects to them to utilize the district's CPACE program, the team there met us with a can-do, business-friendly, and forward-thinking attitude. The Geneva specifically is a landmark project, not only the largest CPACE deal in the history of the industry worldwide, but also the first to quantify low-carbon emission improvements to address greenhouse gas emissions in the built environment. The DC Green Bank's leadership in quantifying and allowing these improvements has set an example that is now being followed by numerous other state programs across the country to drive further investment and deliver additional climate benefits from CPACE programs nationwide. When we asked if there was any chance that we could close both projects by the end of the year, a heroic lift for even the simplest deals in the most experienced CPACE markets, we were met with Doug Wilberding's infamous quote, "Let's have a busy holiday season." Not only did we have a busy holiday season, we experienced working with an incredibly professional, helpful, and innovative team who worked with us and our borrowers to overcome hurdles, address timing challenges, and bring 2 of the largest CPACE projects in the district's history to the finish line well ahead of our end-of-year target. I'd like to thank our partners at the DC Green Bank, especially Brandy Collier, Doug Wilberding, and Detrebo Douglas, who all rolled up their sleeves to be great partners for us and the district's developers in getting these projects done. A CPACE program is only as successful as the administrators who allow the capital to flow into the property owners, and the DC Green Bank has shown leadership and innovation in this area. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with the DC Green Bank and do business in the district, and I thank you guys for your time and allowing me to testify today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gilbo. Next, let me turn to Jamal Lewis, Chair of the DCSEU Advisory Board. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Jamal, and I am the chair of the DC Sustainable Energy Advisory Board. As outlined in the Clean and Affordable Energy Act of 2008, the board is charged with providing advice, comments, and recommendations to the DC Department of Energy and Environment and council regarding the procurement and administration of the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, advise on DCSEU performance, and monitor DCSEU under its contract. In fiscal year 2025, the DCSEU continued to deliver measurable benefits to district residents and businesses despite significant financial headwinds. The organization supported over 3,000 kilowatts of renewable energy deployment, created 93 green collar jobs, invested nearly $6 million in low-income communities, and achieved over 74,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions reductions. Solar for All, the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator, and the Affordable Home Electrification Program provided tangible relief to residents facing high energy burdens while also advancing electrification and renewable energy deployment. Unlike traditional bill assistance programs that provide short-term relief, the DCSU delivers permanent affordability through energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is cost-effective and protects constituents from future rate increases, which I know is on the minds of many DC residents. These efforts have resulted and continue to result in millions in lifetime energy cost savings and improved living conditions for hundreds of households. The DCSU's ability to sustain and scale these impacts is threatened by recent budget reductions and policy changes. The diversion of SETF resources and the planned reduction of the DCSU's base contract from 20 million to 10 million starting in FY27 will jeopardize long-term planning and program continuity. These cuts have already forced cancellations of critical projects and risk undermining the district's climate commitments. Due to the funding cuts, in FY26, the DCSU no longer administers the Commercial Direct Install Program. Under the DCSU's Commercial Direct Install Program, selected contractors provide direct installation support to small and medium commercial building owners to implement energy efficiency measures that reduce overall energy consumption. Additionally, this year, the DCSU is not running the full-scale Solar for All program. The focus is on completing community renewable energy facility projects and a small number of single-family projects. As mentioned in last year's testimony, the DCSEU could be more impactful if their team had access to real-time energy data. Data sharing can help identify buildings and neighborhoods with high usage and inefficient heating systems, as well as prioritize the underserved communities most in need. Having access to PEPCO's energy data could help DCSU track progress, identify gaps, and adjust approaches to program implementation. This information will be particularly impactful with the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator and Affordable Home Electrification Program. Looking ahead, the board calls for improved coordination between utilities and the DCSU, particularly in PSC proceedings such as FC 1160 and FC 1167. Currently, there is a visible lack of collaboration where utilities resist sharing data and seek to run their own energy efficiency programs without appropriately coordinating with DCSU or the advisory board as required. The DCSU remains one of the district's most effective tools for reducing energy costs, creating jobs, and advancing climate resilience. Continued council support is essential to preserve and expand these benefits for all district residents. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Next, let me turn to Rashek Ellis.
Good afternoon, Councilperson Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and Environment. My name is Rashik Ellis, and I'm speaking on behalf of many of the residents of the Mo Apartments here in Ward 5. We appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony during your performance oversight hearing on the Department of Energy and Environment. DOEE's mission is to improve quality of life by protecting and restoring the environment, mitigating pollution, and monitoring environmental risk for district residents. Noise in our neighborhood is not just an annoyance, it's a form of environmental pollution that is affecting our sleep, our stress levels, and our ability to safely live in the homes the district has permitted and encouraged in a production, distribution, and repair, also known as a PDR corridor. Our building is a legal residential property located immediately adjacent to nightlife and environment uses. Several nights a week, and often into the early morning hours, residents experience intense bass and vibrations from a nearby licensed establishment. The sound is clearly audible and physically observable inside our units. It interferes with our ability to sleep, work from home, and to maintain basic mental and physical health. Over time, chronic environmental noise like this is associated with increased cardiovascular risk, sleep disorders, and other health harms. Yet, as residents in a PDR zoned area, we find ourselves effectively outside of the protection of the current noise enforcement system. Right now, the structure of district's noise and zoning framework creates a gap where residents in PDR and other mixed-use zones receive less real protection from environmental noise that residents in traditional residential zones receive, even when our exposures are greater. ABICA has told us that because of how DC Code 25-725 is written and interpreted, investigators cannot substantiate certain noise violations based on what they hear inside our homes, simply because our building is in a PDR zone, not as a residential one. At the same time, the Department of Buildings and others have permitted residential buildings in these corridors without a clear enforceable plan for noise mitigation or coordinated efforts. From a resident's perspective, the result is an environmental policy failure, not just an enforcement quirk. We are asking the DOEE under your oversight to treat chronic nightlife noise in mixed PDR areas as environmental pollution that falls within its responsibility to monitor, assess, and help mitigate. Specifically, we ask that DOEE incorporate nighttime neighborhood noise from entertainment use into environmental risk assessments and reporting to the council. Additionally, work with DOB, ABACA, and planning and zoning agencies to develop a coherent cross-agency strategy for noise and PDR and mixed-use corridors, including clear standards, measurement protocols, and enforcement roles, and provide policy recommendations to the council on how to close the current gap so that residents of legally approved housing are not treated as having fewer environmental protections solely because of the zoning category on a map. Every person in the district is entitled to ambient noise levels that are not detrimental to life, health, and enjoyment of their property. Right now, the residents of the Mo and similar buildings in PDR zones are living outside that promise. We need DOEE's leadership and this committee's oversight to bring environmental and health considerations fully into how the district regulates and manages noise where people live. Thank you for your attention and for the opportunity to share our experience. I'll welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Jocelyn Johnson. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Councilmember Allen. How are you? I wanted to come to you today, actually not in my usual stance, coming to you for two issues. One, and first and foremost, I wanted to bring to your attention and compliment the staff of DOEE. I have been dealing with them, and friends of mine have gone to them basically for assistance in utility bills, problems with paying our bills and that kind of thing. And I find these people to be some of the kindest. They're professional, they're friendly, but they have compassion. And I just wanted to say thank you to, you said that the director is there. And I wanted to say thank you because these people act like every one of the folks that I have recommended to go there, as well as myself, they act like we are the only person that they've had to deal with. They act like they care. They have assisted us, even when they couldn't assist us. They're so friendly. And I just really wanted to say, give an attaboy to that, the staff of that department. I think they are over the top. And I wanted to bring it to your attention. Secondly, I wanted to also ask that during the recent current weather event that we just had with the snow and the ice and the sleet and all of that, we have had residents overall have and will face utility bills that are going to be off the chart. And mainly because we have been told, don't turn off your water bill, let it trickle so the pipes don't freeze. Don't turn the heat off because we don't want the pipes to freeze. That means the meters are running all night, all day, whatever. And while I don't know how it's going to work, but I do think our utility bills are going to be a little more. I wanted to just ask on behalf of the DC residents that you ask the utility companies to either provide us with adjustments or over across the board adjustment, or just to put an adjustment, give us an adjustment when we ask for it, because we really know that it's going to impact horribly on our utility bills. I don't know who else to bring this to, but I thought I would bring it to your attention so you know that somebody did speak up about that. I want to thank you, and hopefully, you could add your professionalism to it to see how it can be used to help folks across the board. Whether they live in Georgetown, Palisades, Ward 4, Ward 8, they're going to need help. Thank you for your attention to these two situations, and I too am available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much. And I'll come back in just a moment with another couple of questions. Let me turn back and see if Drew Turner is back with us now. Mm-hmm. All right, I think you're here with us now, Mr. Turner.
I am, yes, thank you.
There we go. All right, we'll turn that, and then Chris Agresor, who we called earlier but is with us now. I'll turn to you after Drew Turner.
Yes, I'm Drew Turner. I'm with Douglas Development, and I am here to voice my vocal support for the DC Green Bank and the CPACE program. We have been fortunate enough to work with the DC Green Bank recently on a office to hotel conversion. Obviously in today's challenged market, when it comes to commercial office, finding new uses for these buildings is a huge priority for the city, for the future of the city, for the economic development of the city. And in the case of our project at 1023 31st Street in downtown Georgetown, we were able to utilize the CPACE program to not only end up with a better product from an energy efficiency standpoint for guests staying at the hotel and for the long-term operations of the building, but it also allowed the project to be able to move forward from a financing and capital structure standpoint. In the market today, it is very difficult to capitalize projects, and any source outside of traditional bank loans that is available, developers are exploring. And CPACE is very much a program geared towards delivering a above standard product, and allowing projects to move forward. We've since completed the project. It's been roughly a year. And without that program, I don't think it would be possible. And so we are continuing to explore other conversions throughout the district. And we absolutely support and hope the council can continue to support programs like the DC Green Bank to give opportunities for developers to get creative in a market that has, many headwinds in front of us. But with new alternative sources for capital, it gives opportunities to bring what is otherwise old vacant buildings back to life. So that's all I've got. I appreciate the time, and thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And then let me turn to Christopher Agorsor. And if I mispronounce that, please correct me.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much for the time. Sorry for taking some time to get here earlier. My name is Chris Agorsor, principal at Agorsor Equity, and I'm here to testify today to the outstanding leadership at the DC Green Bank that I had the opportunity to close a CPACE facility with in 2025. That was really, really important for the project we were working on in the LaJoy Park neighborhood in Washington, D.C. But more importantly, it was the conclusion of about 2 years of talking with private equity firms and debt firms outside of the district about tools that the city is using to again, spark investment, but also a signal to the capital markets that the environment in DC is welcoming of anything that improves the built environment, but also provides a better experience for residents and businesses. And so Doug's leadership, along with Natribo and Ms. Coriander as well, was again a really great experience, so much so that we are currently in the process of trying to facilitate another PACE execution with their team for downtown DC across 2 different projects. So just want to state for the record that we hope that there is more advertisement outside of just the DC Green Bank website, but also in partnership with DEMPED and the other constituents, as any tools that we have in our Rolodex, in our tool belt to facilitate economic development should be used. And really happy to have had that experience, and I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions, but appreciate the opportunity to share a really positive experience in 2025 that will carry through over the next few years.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate everybody on this panel for your testimony. To all my folks who testified in support of the Green Bank, first off, thank you. Two things I'm going to ask you to do. One, I need you to say the same message you shared with me today to the mayor, because this council approved funding for the DC Green Bank for the fiscal year that we're in right now that still has not been given to the Green Bank. We had the exact same thing happen last year where we put funding in and it was not given to the Green Bank to be able to use. And when the Green Bank doesn't have the funding and the resources to be able to make predictable lending and work with folks, it absolutely impacts their ability to do all these great projects. So that's my first ask. I need you to say everything you just said to me to the mayor. Secondly, everything you just said to me, I need you to say it to all my colleagues too. So when we see the Green Bank be cut again with its budget, as we've seen the last few years, I need my colleagues to help understand this is a way that we invest and we create new housing, create affordable housing. This is a great way that we actually get business going in our city. It's part of a growth agenda for our city. And when I'm fighting to restore the funds in a couple of months, I definitely want my colleagues to hear all the great stories that you're sharing about how this has been a really pivotal part of your projects. So those are my two asks for you. Mr. Marshall, I was going to ask you because the emblem in NOMA is one of my favorite projects right now. I wanted you to actually just spend a second longer talking about how this is a project that not only is a 100% affordable project in an area that is filled with, I would not call market rate, with almost luxury rate apartments and condos and housing, because it's so amenity rich. It's right on top of Metro. It's got 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 grocery stores that are within walking distance, multiple schools that are within walking distance, markets, retail, you've got parks. It's really in the center of it all, which is great. And this is a wonderful opportunity to build affordable housing because that type of neighborhood should be for everybody. But in addition, this project ensures that the way you're constructing it, the utility costs for those units are going to be, I'm making up, I'll just go ahead and say 30% less than what I might find through other traditional construction. But that also helps with affordability because now my utility bills are lower. Can you just spend a little bit longer talking about how an investment through the Green Bank helps you be able to make that type of decision to be able to not just build a building, but do it in a way that actually you're lowering what people are going to have to pay in utility costs?
I mean, I just want to be very clear and direct in that low-cost capital for income-reserved housing is a difference maker that makes everything you just mentioned, Mr. Councilmember, possible. When we are considering how to improve our residents' lives through multiple ways, not the least of which being helping them save money on utility costs, we need to be able to look for the capital to do it, the targeted capital that can allow us to invest in that extra step to make those green building investments possible. Obviously, I made reference to VRF systems in my project. So my point is the presence of the Green Bank is a signal for the ability for us to take the extra step. The participation of this low-cost capital allows us to, as I said earlier in my testimony, afford it in an upfront manner, and ultimately reap the payback for it on the part of our residents. You know, I think that a project like Emblem, from a cost savings perspective, through the eyes of our future residents, is checking all of the boxes, right? You know, you, Mr. Councilmember, referenced its supreme location, so therefore there will be transportation cost savings to be had. Obviously, there will be rent savings costs to be had, given it being an income reserve property and designated affordable property. And lastly, we expect the green building performance to be so strong, to be so great, and the energy consumption to be so low that it is a community that is positioning our future residents for success because of all those money-saving opportunities, and of course, as you said earlier, the location attributes. So it is part and parcel with a larger picture that this project is, I hate to use the pun, emblematic of, but we are so proud of it. As I said earlier, believe that the Green Bank is helping make a difference and make it possible.
Yeah, well, it's been exciting to watch it be under construction and go up, and I know you're on the home stretch.
We are.
So I remember when we were at the groundbreaking, I asked for a date certain of when you could promise it'd be done, and you refused rightfully not to give me a date, but it's exciting that we're a couple of months away.
We are.
I just want to go ahead and tell you right now, I'd love to come back out and take a tour as we're kind of getting close to the finish line and get a peek at it, because it's going to be something I'm really proud of being in Ward 6, and I'm excited about what it's going to be able to do and provide housing the way it can. And again, it's an emblem. It's symbolic of what I think is possible with the Green Bank and the way it helps with it. You know, I know we have a lot of other stakeholders here that have great projects with the Green Bank. I'm just picking on this one. But I think it's a symbol of what's possible for all of these projects.
Thank you very much.
All right, but I'm serious about my two asks for everybody who just went and talked good things about the Green Bank. You have your assignment now. Let me also look to, let's see here. Mr. Lewis, for the SEU, because we haven't had a ton of testimony today on the SEU. So from the advisory board perspective, you talked a good bit about the SETF cuts, and it's just inability, or those cuts meaning the SEU can do less. You also talked about the Solar for All program. Can you spend a little bit longer talking about what you think the impacts are on our Solar for All, our ability to deliver that?
Yeah. With less funding, the DCSEU, I mean, as you know, DCSEU runs its programs in order to meet the requirements laid out in the contracts. And so one of the requirements is to deploy renewable energy, and the DCSU does that through a variety of different mechanisms, through CREF projects, Solar for All. But with less funding, the DCSU will effectively have to focus in on a few of those projects, delivering outcomes that help them achieve the requirements laid out in the contract. And so the Solar for All program, solar generally is one of the best ways, again, to reduce energy costs here in the district, especially when we see electricity prices rising. The more solar that we can deliver, the better it is for all district residents. Distributed energy is a really effective way of reducing costs. But one of the ways in which the SEU delivers solar is by also pairing it with energy efficiency. So not only are we increasing renewable energy generation, but we are also reducing energy load and peak load as well, which also result in reducing energy costs. I'm happy to talk more, but I would also note that we are excited to partner with your office on a roundtable that will be on March 19th. And so you'll be able to hear all about the benefits of the DCSEU and its impact on DC residents.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much. Ms. Johnson, I appreciate your testimony, and you're right. What you're seeing and experiencing with those utility costs just at a household level, it's hitting across the whole city. It's not just household budgets. I want to be clear. Our local businesses have to they feel that too, right? And that when your businesses are experiencing that means they're having to pass that cost on somewhere else. So we as consumers, you might see the cost of that hamburger go up all of a sudden because everything kind of keeps getting passed on, ultimately down to all of us. And one of the things that we can follow up after the hearing and share with you, but one of the bills that I'm working through in our committee right now has to do with streamlining the process by which all that utility assistance, you were talking about getting that assistance and the kind of the ability to help manage those costs or get some of those deductions. Right now, the way the system is set up, you've got to apply and jump through like a dozen different hoops just to kind of get through them. And so we're creating essentially in law a requirement to just automatically enroll people, especially our working families, our lower income households, seniors on a fixed income, to be able to be eligible for these programs so that you don't have to jump through the hoops. Let's just get people the help they need. And so that might be a bill you're interested in, and we'll make sure that we send you a copy of that so you know what's coming. But we're working on that one right now, which I think lines up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And just to add 2 cents to it, I just think that with this winter event, the bills are going to be awful. The ones that's going to come out, and maybe they don't want to give everybody an adjustment. At least when people ask for them, there's going to be a hardship. They should be open to it, because I believe, having my water run all night for several nights, that meant the water meter was running, the water, the heat did not go down at night. It had to stay high so that the pipes wouldn't freeze. So I know that going to DOEE, those staff people are amazing, but everybody's going to need help. So that was my main thing. So thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, council member.
You got it. I know there are some adjustments. I do want to say, you don't need to keep a tap running if it's an interior pipe, if it's inside the house. I don't want you to
know that.
Yeah, you don't have to keep that water running if the pipe's inside. Unless your house is getting below 32 degrees, but I think you'd let me know if your inside house was less than 32. You don't have to keep the water running.
Oh, well, no, I had to heat up, but the water was also running.
Nope.
But see, we heard it on the news. We didn't hear it from the water department. We heard it from the news, people saying, don't turn your water off, that kind of stuff. Goodness.
Look at us. We're solving problems every day.
Exactly.
External pipes are at risk of freezing, but you're like your kitchen sink inside, don't have to keep that running.
Who knew? Oh my God. Thank you.
You got it. Absolutely. Happy to help.
We know it's going to be, then we really will need some help.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
You got it. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. All right. And Mr. Boner, thank you very much. I'll try to read through and learn a little bit more here about what you're talking about in terms of the banking side of things. From a land bank, an RFP or a study to create that, I think part of what you were saying, because to me, it does feel like that would be a little more in the wheelhouse of like DGS or some of the other agencies. But I know you're trying to draw the link between the Green Bank perhaps as a model. So I'm happy to kind of think that through a little bit and maybe talk with some of our colleagues that might be more in the DGS space.
Absolutely. And we did testify in front of Councilmember Lewis George. She said, she's been fighting with DGS to get the data from their previous study, but we're going to need a new study because these are complex policies. So trying to kind of connect the dots to a lot of different council members' work, and just want to highlight that there could be more tools that we're doing, and that would require even less upfront capital.
Sounds great. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Well, thanks to everybody on this panel. I appreciate it. And we're going to move to panel number 9 now. All right, so I've got, I think, a mix again of folks that are here in person and some folks that are joining us virtually. But we have Daniel O'Brien, public witness. Susan Volman, public witness. Melissa Hyundai, public witness. Deborah Akel, public witness. Amanda Wilson, public witness. Maru Yigzaw, public witness. I think we're online. Corey Westbrook, public witness. DeWitt Demisiv, public witness. And Catherine Ferguson, public witness. All right, so I think we've got everybody here. Daniel O'Brien, I think we've got you online, and I've got you up first, so how about I'll turn it over to you for your testimony. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Councilmember. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this performance oversight hearing. My name is Dan O'Brien, and I'm a Ward 5 resident. The year is 2026. Public, city planners, council members, and pretty much everyone I know known about the effects of climate change and pollution for decades. We also know about the solutions to these issues and just need to implement them. Many cities around the world and in our area, with a lot less funding than DC, have implemented a lot of solutions such as more resilience projects, more urban farms, better bike lanes, cooling measures, environmentally friendly snow removal solutions, etc. Doing so will greatly reduce our impact on our emissions and our pollution, as well as reduce waste. We must ensure funding to conduct education and outreach to restaurants on our existing plastic pollution laws, update our bag fee laws, protect the programs already on the books, like Riverkeeper, and require reusables in sports venues and music venues. Furthermore, DC must enforce these programs. It's also imperative that we continue to do the work in DC to reduce waste and emissions, and do all we can do to start implementing our DC Zero Waste Plan. Again, the year is 2026, and we should resolve these issues and move on to other priorities. How much longer do we have to talk about these issues before they're implemented? And if they are going to be implemented anyway in the future, why not just start now? Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate all your hard work and for always thinking about all of these issues in really robust ways. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Susan Volman.
Hi, thank you, Chairman Allen, for allowing us to testify at this hearing. My name is Susan Volman. I'm a member of the Parks and Environment Committee of the subcommittee of the Committee of 100 of the Federal City. I first want to say I really appreciate a lot of the programs and a lot of the work DOEE does, and I endorse what everyone has said about restoring funding in all the previous testimonies. I'd like to address just a few issues that DOE has partial or full responsibility for in the area of protection of wildlife. And in the words of one of my fellow birders at a hearing, an NPS hearing we had a number of years ago, I'd like to speak for the birds. The council passed the Migratory Local Wildlife Protection Act, which is to install bird-proof glass in new construction and remodelings. As you know, glass collisions result in the death of many birds. And I know that DOE has partial responsibility for this along with Department of Buildings. I'd like to see that this is implemented and enforced citywide, but importantly at this time being implemented into the design of the new stadium at RFK campus and all other buildings there. DOE has monitored the birds on Kingman and Heritage Island, also adjacent to the RFK site, mostly had been done by Dan Roush. This is the third shout out to Dan in this hearing. And also because so many of us bird there that there's a wealth of data available in eBird as well. And I think it's very important that that be monitored during the construction and afterwards in the development of the RFK site, and that any negative impacts be mitigated, particularly thinking about the lighting, which I know has been addressed in other hearings, the lighting for the stadium. And finally, DOE has responsibility to produce the Wildlife Action Plan. It was originally due in September and now supposedly in March. We haven't been informed of public comment on it. I think it's extremely important that that plan be in place with the developments of the RFK site, Poplar Point, others developments in the Anacostia ecosystem. And so thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Melissa Hund, who I think is.
Yes.
John?
Do you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, my name is Melissa Hunde. I'm the owner of Avenue Supermarket. As the owner of Avenue Supermarket on New Hampshire Avenue, Ward 4, I'm here today to voice my opposition to DC borrow bill. If passed, this new borrow deposit system will hurt my business, other businesses like mine around the district, and the customers that we have served for years in one of the DC's busiest corridors. The borrow bill before the DC City Council will raise prices for my customers, some many of whom are raising families in DC and struggling to keep their own businesses alive in a city where the cost of living has only steadily increased. I'm worried that this bill is going to force a small store like mine to take on the burden of handling an entirely new bureaucracy with no safety net. I'm going to have to store dirty bars, taking up spaces in my small store, while at the same time reducing my own margins and driving business away. I estimate the water bill would cost the business upwards at $300 a week. So the 10 cents adds up really quickly for small business. It's also helpful for our competitions across the state lines in Maryland, as my store is 1 mile away from Maryland. I'm all for improved recycling in our city. Our recycling system needs improvement, but we cannot remedy the city's recycling system at the expense of hardworking families and small business owners across the street. I ask that you reject this water bill and seek alternate solution that doesn't disadvantage the DC residents who are fighting every day to make ends meet. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. I would note this is not a hearing on the bottle bill. This is on the performance of DOEE, but appreciate your testimony nonetheless. Next, I'm going to turn to Deborah Akel. This no problem at all. If you'll push the button, the red light will come on, and that way it'll get projected. There you go.
Thank you. My name is Deborah Akel. I'm here today on behalf of myself and my neighbors. We live in an apartment building at 1603 U Street Northwest. The building has a commercial tenant on the ground floor. It's a shoe repair shop that has been for a long time creating toxic fumes that bleed into the upper floors and into the common areas of the building. Shoe repair sounds quaint, but in fact, it's one of the most hazardous industries that there is. They use chemicals that are known carcinogens that affect the nervous system and can cause cancer. We have a lot of tenants smelling fumes, and we lost one of our tenants in October. He died of a type of cancer that can be related. I can't say for sure, but it can be related to fumes. And he signed this petition. The signature is right here saying he smelled fumes. This has been going on for many years. This is my third appearance in this room or in front of an oversight committee. I testified when Mary Che was having oversight over the environment. I testified to the committee of the whole in front of Chairman Mendelson about this same issue. And it seems that there's no one in the district taking ownership of indoor air pollution. So DC Health's mission statement says it is there to protect the safety of residents in the nation's capital. Their responsibilities include identifying health risks, preventing and controlling exposure to environmental hazards. Healthy homes only applies to families with small children. We do have a family with small children, but for many reasons, they don't want to get involved in anything that appears to be challenging the landlord or et cetera. I have heard that DC agencies do have authority that they're not using. It's at their discretion whether they want to use it. And I'm here to ask, actually to plead for something that you can do to help us. These fumes the shop is open 6 days a week, sometimes as much as 12 hours a day. We have called DOEE. They say they can only address outdoor air pollution. We've called the Department of Buildings. They refer us to DOEE. We have tried the Office of the Tenant Advocate. We have tried the Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division, and on and on and on. I mean, I've even contacted universities trying to get monitors that we can use to collect hard data. And the monitors that address VOCs that separate them out are very expensive, and you kind of need some expertise to set those up, and we just can't afford that. So I'm here both to plead with you to see what you can do to get us some help with these fumes. The landlord has been non-responsive, and the business proprietor doesn't care. And just generally, if you could, if there's anything you can do to add, I know this is a bad time to be asking for additional services, but if there's any way you can add indoor air quality to DOEE's mandate to give them citation, inspection, monitoring, enforcement in a case like this where we have 75% of our tenants saying they're smelling toxic fumes, I would be very grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to come back with a couple of questions. Just
Sure.
a minute. Thank you. Amanda Wilson next.
Thank you, Council Member. My name is Amanda Wilson. I live in Ward 4. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Also, thank you to my fellow witnesses who are sharing their stories about issues that often go unrecognized, such as indoor air quality. As a volunteer with Sierra Club DC's Zero Waste Committee, I am proud of DC's ambitious zero waste vision, especially reducing single-use plastics. On the topic of bags, the bag fee was intended to reduce plastic bag use, and it went into force in 2010, but plastic bags still litter the district. Bag fee revenue is rated by the mayor, and that bag fee may have been innovative at the time, but it's no longer cutting edge. We need to stop pollution at the source with the single-use polyethylene film bag ban and a bring your own bag bill like PG counties. I know the council is focused on the bottle bill right now, and I definitely support that also, but we should always be looking at the horizon of what's possible. And we also need to enforce our existing plastic reduction laws. DC's Serve on Request law, which was intended to slash utensils and extras coming from restaurants and in takeout food deliveries, really is cutting edge. However, some of the biggest food franchises are still operating in flagrant violation of this law. Please urge DOEE to regularly educate businesses large and small about our food service regulations, which are really great. But getting something out that would just take a small budget of 10 to 15K for annual mailers would be really great. And please ask DOEE to increase its number of annual inspections from 300 to 600 yearly. And we should not stop there. We need to boldly and fearlessly enforce the law. Laws do not work if they do not have teeth. I love the Serve on Request law, but I'm repeatedly disillusioned and disappointed by the repeated automatic inclusion of utensils, stirrers, and all manner of utensils by huge franchises in deliveries without requesting them. What are the mechanisms for enforcing DC's Serve on Request law and holding the biggest violators with really deep pockets accountable? I strongly support a reusable cup requirement for all sports and entertainment venues. Our cup is already successfully serving venues like the IMP venues. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. We just need political will. And thank you all for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. All right, next we're going to turn to Maru Yigzaw, who I think is online.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Maru, and I own Fair Liquor on New Hampshire Avenue in Ward 4. Took some time away from my store to express my opposition to the bottle bill. Running a small business in DC is already incredibly challenging. We face high taxes, steep rents, and increasing payroll costs. My business's profit margins are already thin, and this proposal would add more costs. Under the bill, we would have to take back a flood of bottles and cans, sort them, store them, and keep detailed records, all while continuing to service my customers. Every inch of space and every hour that my employee work matters, and I simply do not have the room to handle this. I also cannot afford to pay an employee to handle bottle returns in place of handling the cash register. There's no profit for me in that. Even worse, my business is near the DC border, which means that customers could buy their beverages at a store in Maryland at a lower price and redeem them at a business to receive a 10-cent refund that they never paid for. That would cost my business both sales and money, potentially putting me out of business. I estimate the bottle bill would cost the business over $700 a week. Small businesses are a crucial player throughout the city's neighborhoods. The bill would shift the costs and labor of a new recycling system onto us, without providing the resources to make it possible. I urge you to reject this bill and work with small business owners on solutions that improve recycling without devastating local stores and markets like mine. Thank you for your time.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. And I'll reference what I did with the earlier witness to, this is not a hearing on legislation. This is a agency oversight hearing, but again, appreciate your testimony. We'll make sure it's included. Next, let me turn to Corey Westbrook.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Westbrook, and I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant in Ward 1. I've lived here for 30 years. I'm an environmentalist, author, and an Institute of Integrative Nutrition certified health coach. I'm here because of the climate crisis, which demands we take many actions to slow the worst impacts. Global temperatures are rising faster than ever before. Agriculture or food systems contribute significantly to greenhouse gas emissions, 26 to 34% globally. Food, public health, and the climate crisis are intertwined. Most people in America have at least one diet-related chronic disease, and that makes them extremely vulnerable in a climate disaster. Many healthcare systems are regularly overwhelmed, and the ever-increasing flood of climate-fueled disasters compounds that stress. This is especially true in marginalized communities whose ability to respond during environmental emergencies may be impaired by food insecurity and a higher prevalence of chronic disease. People with diabetes, for example, may lose safe storage for insulin, which requires refrigeration. Healthy plant-focused diets not only reduce risk for diseases like diabetes and heart disease, but they also ease the climate crisis and reduce demand on a stressed healthcare system. In 2021, the Council recognized this and passed the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act, important legislation designed to reduce the carbon footprint of food purchased with DC taxpayer dollars and set clear goals. However, DC failed to meet the first goal, and the emissions have increased because the law is not being implemented. The Trump administration refuses to acknowledge or address the climate crisis and is hostile towards DC's autonomy. So we must implement our own existing climate laws to protect our communities. I'm asking that DC agencies do what they are legally obligated to do and implement the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act and consider climate impact when spending public money on food. When we shift toward low carbon food purchasing, we're supporting local farmers and food producers and making delicious, nutritious, healthy food more accessible across our communities. According to Boston Children's Hospital, a lot of people are lactose intolerant. Cow milk produces roughly 3 times as many greenhouse gas emissions as plant milk. Having a plant-based milk available instead of cow milk is good for health and the planet. Encouraging people through example and opportunity to feed their microbiome with a rainbow of fruits, vegetables, and beans is beneficial because it helps prevent chronic disease and extreme weather. More Americans suffer from a lack of fiber and micronutrients or vitamins than from a lack of protein, though plants provide plenty of protein. And we know DC can do this important work. Just look at the successful Compost DC food waste collection that keeps 160,000 pounds of food waste out of landfills every month, a reduction of nearly 30 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions from entering the atmosphere. Climate change is coming for us all. Please provide oversight support to ensure the district's climate laws are actually enforced. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to DOEEE Demissive. I may not have pronounced that correctly.
DOEEE Demissive. That's okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, as you said, my name is DOEEE Demissive, and I am the owner of 7 River Mart on Capitol Hill. One of the reasons I love owning my small business is the people we serve, the families in our neighborhood who rely on us week after week for their essentials. That is why I'm worried about the DC bottle bill will increase the cost on my business. I estimate the bottle bill could cost the business up to an additional $1,000 a month upfront costs. On top of inflation, changing regulations, and tight profit margins, this price increase will threaten our business and burden the families we serve. Every year, it seems there are new costs being passed down to businesses in the city that make it harder and harder to stay in the city. I understand that it is important to take steps to improve recycling, but haven't we been through enough? There has to be another way to make our city clean that doesn't disproportionately encumber small businesses and residents who are already struggling. I ask you not to move forward with the bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I will note, as I have for other folks, this is not a hearing on the legislation. It's on the performance agency. I will note, because I am familiar with your business, you would be exempt under the law as proposed. So this would not make those requirements for you. But next, let me turn to Catherine Ferguson, who's the last witness on this panel.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for the work that you've done to make Washington, D.C. a national leader in energy and environmental policy. As the federal government has abdicated this responsibility, the district's leadership is more important now than ever. My name is Catherine Ferguson. I've been a resident of Ward 6 since 1998. I am here today to ask the council to continue to support and fund the climate legislation that you and thousands of Washingtonians have worked so hard to enact and that DOEE implements. Specifically, the council should not weaken, delay, or underfund the Climate Commitment Act, the Greener Government Buildings Act, the Clean Energy DC Building Code Amendment Act, the Building Energy Performance Standards, or the Healthy Homes Act. This body of legislation is important because it works to electrify DC buildings so that they no longer burn fossil fuels. Burning methane gas inside our buildings is inefficient and dangerous. It generates unhealthy levels of indoor air pollution and can lead to deadly gas leaks and building explosions, as happened this week in Centerville, Virginia. In the district, the vast majority of greenhouse gas emissions are produced by buildings that continue to burn fossil fuels to heat air, water, food, exactly as they did in the 19th century. In 2026, we have highly efficient, clean, and safe electrical appliances that will save lives and money. Now is the time to convert to 21st century technologies. Current DC legislation provides a clear pathway to transition DC buildings from dirty fossil fuels to clean electrification. While some have argued that this year's difficult budget season means that we should postpone the electrification process, any delay would be a mistake. We know that it is far less costly to electrify buildings during construction or renovation than to retrofit them later, and it's fiscally prudent to run energy-efficient appliances on renewable energy. We also know that our local action impacts the climate, and that as the nation's capital, we lead the way for other jurisdictions to join us, whichever way we turn. As Dr. King reminds us, the time is always right to do what is right. The council should reject any attempts to weaken or delay implementation of these important climate goals.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks everybody on this panel. I have a couple of follow-ups here. Ms. Volman, when it comes to the RFK development, my understanding is the laws in place around the migratory bird glass applies. Is there any exemption or anything that you're concerned about that there's some type of way in which they would not follow the law?
Yeah, not that we know of, but it hasn't really been enforced. I mean, supposedly it's coming along for enforcement, and so it's just a question of vigilance, I would say. And I know the other people on the Committee 100 who testified at DEMPED hearings and stuff have also brought it up. So we just feel like it's something to make sure that keep pushing it out.
Yeah, I mean, I know I had heard from some contractors, that a couple of years ago, concerned around the cost that at the time, some of the, I think frankly, technology has probably gotten better in terms of the construction, but at the time they were concerned around the costs that were involved. I think that some of the costs have come down with different technology around it, but I'm not aware of any, someone installed it in violation of the law. I haven't found that yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I just
So you want to flag it as something to keep an eye on.
just that it's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
And also the lighting, as there is regulation on that.
Yeah, and one of the things I'm trying to follow up for the whole RFK redevelopment site is making sure that DOEE and others are in a decision-making seat constantly around all the different elements that both we wrote into the deal, promises that they made, and requirements they have to follow to make sure that they're there. So I'll make sure that we keep note of that too. And when DOEE, when we have that portion of the hearing in a few days, we'll make sure we're asking those questions as well. I'm sorry, was it Ackle or Akel? Ackle. Okay, Ms. Ackle. Sounds not good. So as you've described the fumes, I think you and your neighbors, I can understand very much, not just an inconvenience or an irritant, is deeply concerning. So one of the things I may not have all the answers sitting here, so part of it will be the follow-up with the department itself. If DOEE was engaged, I'd want to hear from them. What were their rationales? Do they have a legal reason that they felt they could not take a step to evaluate the air quality inside? I'm hearing you kind of say that they represented to you that they do air quality outside but not inside.
Yes, and I can respond to
Sure.
that. I've been in touch with Jacob Sangrilli, who's
Mhm.
the Chief of Compliance and Enforcement with the Air Quality Division. Very nice guy. He wants to help us, but he said his hands are tied because DC follows the Federal Clean Air Act, which has language in it that says it defines atmosphere as external to buildings. And therefore, they interpret that they don't have authority to come inside of a building and do anything. So what he has offered is if we smell fumes on the sidewalk in front of the shop, we can call them and they'll send in an investigator.
Doesn't
But
it sound like that's part of the problem is that it's not
No.
vented properly, even if there is a smell, so it's
one-
all coming inside?
tiny window in this shop that is partially blocked. The shop has low ceilings. The owner doesn't use proper filtration,
Right.
ventilation, fume capture, none of that.
So part of what I think I can do to try to help, again, I don't have all everything right in
Mhm.
front of me, right? But it feels like this is something where we need not just Department of Buildings to say, go talk to DOEE, or DOE to say, go talk to DOB, but they need to come together to help figure this out. Because there would certainly be certain codes around proper air ventilation for a business, things like that. And if those codes aren't up, then that would impact what DOE would do. So I'll take what you're saying. We'll follow up. I know that we have representatives from DOEE that are paying attention and taking notes. So when we come back to the director, we'll be able to go into that. But I think probably what we need to do is get DOB and DOEE in the same room at the same time to talk about it, because it helps make sure they're not pointing fingers.
And that's what Mary Che had requested
Mhm.
way back when. And they didn't do a joint inspection, they did individual inspections. And DOB at that time, DCRA, they found some problems, but I don't think they were ever followed up on.
Okay.
And so now DOB's, their response is they don't do what they call nuisance odors, which they used to do, but I don't know. This goes well beyond a nuisance. This is not French fries. These are, benzene, acetone, leather dust,
We
really
have,
nasty stuff.
This sounds very similar to the challenges we've been working on in Ivy City with NEP. And so I think that some of the same strategies are going to have to be employed there. So I'm not going to have all the answers here, but I
Okay.
will follow up and with our colleagues from DOEE that are here, certainly follow up on that too.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ms. Wilson, thank you for your testimony. I know you touched on several items that I appreciate, and I appreciate the call and continue to look at the horizon. We'll continue to look at that while understanding the current workload that we are trying to move our way through. But I do appreciate that very much. And trying to see who else we have here. Ms. Ferguson, appreciate your consistent testimony and support for a lot of the efforts and work that we do here. And Corey Westbrook, certainly try to look at more ways to do additional composting. I will say that the composting that I've saw, at least a household composting, at least my Ward 6 constituents, it's gone very well. It's a very popular, I think we have a pretty significant wait list. So in terms of being able to also expand, and this is a DPW program, it's not DOEE, but it certainly is in the same vein of some of the work that we're doing here, and has been highly successful. And even during the winter, this most recent storm, while I didn't get trash or recycling for a few weeks, composting picked up every single week right on time. So they communicated well, they actually got it all done. And I know we contract to a third party who does that work. feels like that works really, really well. I don't want us to mess around with that because during a storm, they delivered and did really well there. So I appreciate your testimony. And of course, I think consistent with everybody is making sure DOE has the resources they need to get the job done. So thank you. All right, we're going to move to, believe it or not, our final panel of the day. All right, let me start calling. Again, we got a mix of folks that are online and in person. We have Patricia Stamper, public witness. We have Katie Singh, public witness. Jean Stewart, public witness. Let's see, Jean. Oh, she's online. Okay. All right. Matthew Bond, public witness. Devon Samant, public witness. Gary Goodweather, public witness. Cody Jockfers, public witness. Okay. Parul Bhatti, public witness. Lulu Lai, public witness. Vivian Rowe, public witness. Mike Accardi, public witness. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to mispronounce this, and I apologize, and I'm going to have you help make sure I correct it. Tikle Gebrigzamhim, public witness. And I apologize, I did my best there. And Kimberly Smith, public witness. All right, I think we've got everybody that here. Patricia Stamper, you're online, and I've got you up first. So why don't I turn to you for your testimony?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good afternoon.
Beautiful, beautiful. I'm doing well. I'm in Ward 3 soliciting signatures for my next phase in life, but I want to talk about my previous phase. So the Healthy Homes Act, I love it. It's awesome. I want to be able to use it. I'm a first-time home buyer now in Marshall Heights, and I see a lot of issues still on my old street on Just Street regarding getting them to electrify or convincing my old neighbors to electrify, and they're having issues with the contractors that are assigned via DOEE, and it's become an issue. Like they just haven't got it done. I don't know why, but it's not getting done. That's one thing. The next thing is I'm a first time home buyer. I'm so excited about that. But these gas, water, and electric, Councilmember Allen, I don't know who set the prices, but it's not cute. And it's really messing with my budget. It's really making me feel like this next phase of adulting is just financially it's a burden right now. And I'm like, I've applied to LEHAB. A lot of organizations, like even like the councilman's office, can only help you one time per year, which is cool. I understand constituent service funds and the restrictions. However, like if you go to say, hypothetically speaking, east of the river, they can only help you in one thing. Either they're gonna help you say with your mortgage, your rent, or with moving costs or whatever. So if I went to them for help hypothetically, I'd only pick one. So I've applied for LEHAB over a month ago. I haven't gotten a response, but I'm really here today to encourage and continue and amplify the work that I did with the Washington Interfaith Network around the Protecting the Sustainability Energy Trust Fund and the Healthy Homes Act. Allen, it needs more money because I need to get solar panels on my house, on my new house. I need to be able, if I want to be able to switch the stove, I need these contractors to actually come and contract and do what they're, being paid to do. Like I remember you just said the compost people were able to deliver in a snowstorm. Where are these people, these contractors to fix Miss Shirley's house, to fix Miss Nita Brooks' house? Like, what's going on? Like, we never finished the work on Just Street. Like, we got the lines and got the gas back on, but now the lines aren't divided. So it's like, to me, in my opinion, call me silly. I feel like all of Ward 7 and 8, specifically Ward 17 with proper, deserves to sue the government for not being able to properly receive gas. Like my old neighbors were still charged full rate for gas they never received because their gas was off for like 3 months. So like make it make sense. Shout out to DOB, Delana Hutchinson. She is the bomb.com. Like let the record show she is awesome. Like anytime I call Miss Hutcherson about anything DOD related, I know this DOE, but I'm gonna show you how it translates. She helped coordinate a walk with DOEE, the Office Public Commission, all these different city agencies came to Just Street, Mendelssohn's office, Wendell's office, Christina Henderson office, Anita Fawn's office. I was like, yes, come on to Just Street and see this foolishness because they didn't have gas for weeks. Luckily, we were able to get free what is those little things called? Electrical stovetops and dishes through a program with DOEE so the people could cook. They were not being able to cook in their homes for months, Councilmember Allen. Not weeks, not days, months. And it didn't even make the news. It was like a blip on the 11 o'clock news. But my neighbors literally were struggling from Memorial Day to day near when school started. That's a long time to go without gas. Luckily, it was hot. Thank God. So a cold shower go a long way in the summer. Thank God. Let's focus on the positive. But that's just crazy to me that like my neighbors went that long without a basic amenity, a utility that they were still responsible to pay for. I currently right now my gas like
Amber?
my yeah. I'm sorry. Am I going too long?
Well,
I
I
didn't
mean, I
see the
love what
clock.
you're saying, but we're about a minute over.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know. I didn't see the clock. I had it. I was reading my testimony, but I'm gonna sum it up. Let's keep the Healthy Homes Act. Let's keep the Sustainability Act. Let's not charge people for amenity if they're not using it. That's all. Thank you.
I hear you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Next, let me turn to Jean Stewart, who I see joining us on Zoom as well.
Good afternoon, Mr. Allen. My name is Jean Stewart, and I'm a long-term resident of Ward 1. Last week, there was a gas leak in my apartment building. It was quickly repaired, but this reminded me that it's the nature of gas to be leaky. And more frighteningly, as my colleague Catherine Ferguson pointed out, leaking gas can explode, as happened recently in Centerville, and residents of that community still can't move back to what's left of their homes for safety reasons. And aside from the dangerous nature of methane gas, is its negative effects on our health. And as an older person, I know that my gas stove and heat pose a threat to my health from all of the pollutants that you've heard about that damage respiratory and cardiovascular systems. Methane gas is also expensive and getting more so. I would love to see my building switch from gas to electricity so my utility bills wouldn't go up so much. As a longtime advocate, though, for environmental justice for everyone, including with the Beyond Gas Coalition, I am personally troubled by the growing income and health inequality in DC and sad to see displacement of many of my minority neighbors, partly due to the increasing costs of energy. As you've heard from so many witnesses, lower income communities are affected disproportionately by climate change. And I'll add to the risks of heat and flooding. We're all also more vulnerable to the wild weather fluctuations driven by climate change, such as our recent lengthy deep freeze. Frustratingly, the Council has often passed groundbreaking environmental and climate commitment legislation, only to see that the provisions don't get implemented. These are not performance failures by DOEE. Last year, Mayor Bowser drastically cut the agency's budget and poached SETF funds to pay unrelated purposes. Thus, DOEE has less capacity to enact programs passed by law. Funding the Healthy Homes Act would provide economic and environmental justice for families struggling to stay in DC amid rising costs. For homes with HVAC systems and other appliances on the verge of breaking down, replacement costs would be a major burden to many families. The Act frees households of that financial burden by providing new electric equipment and appliances that will reduce air pollution, save energy, eliminate the safety concerns of using methane gas, and cut utility bills, all at no cost to the household. so we can afford to remain both cool and warm in whatever weather impacts climate change brings to us. I thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your support for adequate funding for DOEE and for implementation of the Healthy Homes Act. But I'm just asking you that you urge your fellow council members and Chairman Mendelson to work hard to prevent new proposals that would slash funding for environmental programs. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jean. Next, let me turn to Matthew Bond, I think is online.
Hello there. Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Yep.
My name is Matt Bond. I'm a current resident of Ward 3, and as someone born and raised in Washington, D.C., it's a special honor to address the Committee of the Whole today. And as a registered dietitian, I hope the committee has a chance to break for lunch at hearings like these. I commend you for your commitment to the hearing for all of us, but lunch matters too. And that reminds me, happy Ramadan to all who celebrate. So it turns out that what we eat has a huge impact on the environment around us. Who knew? The fact of that connection between food and climate was a large part of my decision to become a registered dietitian. And by the way, I took some of my classes at our very own UDC, Go Firebirds. I chose this new career for myself because I want to help people meet their health goals using food. I also want to help people meet their sustainability goals using food. For example, today you've heard about the Green Food Amendment Purchasing Act, an act passed by the DC government 5 years ago with a target to reduce DC government's food purchases related emissions by 25% in this decade. This goal is achievable, but unfortunately, as you may know, emissions are rising from food purchases in the DC government, not falling. But why should we care about this? 30% of our emissions comes from the food we eat. That's a good chunk. Now, humor me, if we were all part-time students, just imagine with me for a moment, if we were taking a sustainability class together and one project in that class was worth 30% of our grade, we'd probably pay a lot of attention to that project. For 30% of our grade, I bet we'd even be prepared to stay up past our bedtimes to make sure that project was finished on time. Yeah? That's the kind of energy we are trying to bring to sustainability in food. We're not yet on track to meet this goal. Adjustments are required in order to succeed. But here comes the good news. This goal that DC has set for itself is achievable. This goal stands to benefit our city's fight against chronic diseases. Many of the same foods that are low in emissions are also great for our hearts, great for preventing diabetes and more. We know these diseases do not affect all parts of the city equally, so this is a matter of social justice as well as good public health. I'm speaking about fruits, veggies, whole grains, beans, and much, much more. Finally, we can set a powerful example for environmental justice. Our current federal government will not discuss these issues at all. They are sacrificing our long-term health and our environment in exchange for short-term boosts to the economy, maybe 1 to 2 years. Well, I believe DC residents expect our leaders to set an example in this field. Please live up to the promise of this law that we've already passed. Let's turn this law into a success, not a loss for DC's sustainability. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Devon Samant. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Devin.
Devin. All right, well.
All good.
Thank you. Devin Samant.
Yeah. Well, first, Councilmember Allen, I want to thank you for your attention and patience today. And it's got to be a long day, long month, probably long year too, if it's anything like mine. My name is Devin Samant. I am a data scientist, a graduate of University of Virginia and Columbia University, and a Ward 2 resident for over 2 years. I have published papers on glaciers, oceans, on energy markets, and I'm gravely concerned for our future. And I'm here today to talk about food. Humanity has managed to literally terraform the earth since the invention of agriculture, with croplands now spanning 6 million square miles, the size of multiple continents. There's no doubt this has had an impact on our climate. The IPCC reports that 1/4 to 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions come from agriculture and land use, and as many others today have stated, those stats are similar for DC. And I'm sure I don't need to explain to you the problems that emissions can cause for our city. They can and will cause. The DOEE has a dauntingly large mandate, but the DC Council has shown support and leadership by passing a very inspiring and hopeful piece of legislation called the DC Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act of 2021. As you know, as a co-introducer, it generally directs 7 agencies to reduce emissions through their food purchases by 25% by 2030 through guidance from DOEE. If on track, we should be seeing a reduction of 10 to 18% this year, but we don't appear to be on track. So I'm here today to ask you to help DOEE help the other agencies follow through on this goal. I certainly advocate for more plant-based options to reduce emissions, but food choices impact the climate with such magnitude, it can be even simpler to mitigate down. Substitutions like swapping palm oil for olive oil would cut emissions by 26% from that common ingredient, according to Our World in Data. Project Drawdown also has similar benchmarks and suggestions. It can even involve shifting how the same food is produced. Every time I go to the grocery store and I see apples from New Zealand, I have to laugh to think that a single apple traveled 10,000 miles and carried all the emissions with it when we have perfectly good ones here around the district. There's several other recommendations I'll add to my written testimony. So I'll end by saying the legislation you passed is a great one. We just need to follow through now. So please help make DC the model city it can be. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Samant. Next, Gary Goodweather. Good afternoon. If you push the buttons, the red light comes on. There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and Councilmember Allen, thank you for allowing me to provide some comments to the hearing this afternoon. I'm Gary Goodweather. I live in Ward 2 and do work throughout the city. Here to testify specifically on protecting funding for the Healthy Homes Act for the purpose of which it was passed. Specifically, funding to ensure transition to electric appliances and retrofit of homes and buildings. I am seeing the real world impact on projects today and the cost to make these decisions that support these upgrades. The decisions that we make today affect the health of our residents, the success of our businesses, and the environmental health and sustainability of our city. Additionally, the ongoing financial gain of new high-efficiency HVAC systems, lower electricity charges, and retrofits reducing long-term operating expenses. This type of investment can help reduce the cost of living and do business in our city. I encourage that the funding for these projects are maintained as the way that they were passed. And I think that what we're seeing is that these type of investments are having the benefit that we want across our city in terms of, again, reducing operating expenses, long-term environmental success, and long-term health outcomes for our residents as well. So I appreciate your time today.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Parul Bhatti, who's joining us on Zoom.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Parul, the owner of Tacoma Park Liquor. I join many of my fellow business owners and concerned residents of Washington, D.C. to opposite the bottle bill that this council is considering. The D.C. bottle bill will mean my customer will have to pay more for their drinks or other stores than a business in Maryland, a state that doesn't have a deposit fee across the street from my business on Eastern Avenue. This will make it harder for my business to compete with nearby stores, as families could drive or even walk to Maryland store or marketplace to purchase their bottled water, soda, drinks, beer, and wine. On top of all that challenges small businesses are facing in the city, inflation, changing regulations, and high rent, we simply cannot afford to decrease in business profit. I estimate that the bottle bill will cost over $300 a week in upfront costs, and there could be weeks that are much expensive than that. That is why I'm asking you to oppose the DC bottle bill, right? Council members should be focusing on politics that support small businesses and residents in the city right now, not imposing new political that make it harder for them to live and operate in the district. Please say no to the bottle bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Tekle, and I know I mispronounced it the first time. Can you say your last name so I make sure that I get that correct?
This one? Oh, it's good.
Yep. Whenever you're ready, sir. Oh, I think he just accidentally logged out. Okay. Is Kimberly Smith here? Kim Smith, we'll turn to you, and I believe that Tekle is going to log back in, and we'll get him back in just 1 second.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kim Smith and I live in Ward 6. I urge the DC Council to step in to ban single-use plastic bags and require reusable cups in sports venues. I also urge Council to protect funding for the Department of Energy and Environment from cuts this budget season, including ensuring fees on paper bags go to their intended purpose and to ensure DOEE has the resources it needs to enforce existing plastic pollution laws. Protecting zero waste funding matters deeply to me, not as an abstract policy, but as something that touches the food I eat, the water I swim in, and the places I gather with my community. Every year, an estimated 20 to 33 billion pounds of plastic enters the ocean. Every river and stream flows downstream to the sea, carrying with it the plastic we drop on sidewalks, in parks, at festivals, and outside stadiums. This is not just a coastal problem. It's a problem everywhere plastic is produced, used, and discarded, which means it's a problem everywhere. Once plastic reaches the water, it does not simply float away. Sunlight makes it brittle, waves and currents break it apart the way paper shredders destroy a document, and the result is microplastics, fragments so small that they are nearly invisible, yet now found in fish and shellfish. When I enjoy eating seafood, I cannot ignore the reality that plastic pollution is cycling back into our bodies, and this pollution is preventable. I attend sports events in DC, excited to cheer with thousands of others, and yet every time I try to bring my own empty reusable drinking vessel, I'm stopped. Instead, I'm handed single-use plastic that will be used for minutes and persist in the environment for centuries. In a city that prides itself on leadership and sustainability, that contradiction is frustrating and it's disheartening. Zero waste funding is not symbolic. It supports the infrastructure, education, and systems that make waste reduction real. Requiring reusable cups in sports venues is a practical, visible step. Large venues generate enormous volumes of single-use waste in just a few hours. By shifting to reusables, we can dramatically reduce plastic pollution at the source. Protecting zero waste funding protects our rivers, it protects our oceans, it protects our seafood, and it aligns with our public spaces with the values many of us already practice in our daily lives. It's about stewardship, it's about health, and it's about choosing systems that reflect the future we want, one where the joy of swimming, eating, and gathering together is not overshadowed by the waste we leave behind. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And then I was going to see if Tekle had gotten back on. I have not seen him yet. Oh, wait, no, we do. He is back. All right. Tekle, if you can hear me, hold on just 1 second. We're going to send you a request to be a panelist.
Yes.
All right, there you go. All right, whenever you're ready, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Tekle, and I'm the owner of Franklin Market on Franklin Street, which is on Ward 5. I'm here in opposition to propose battle bill that sit before the council. I have been so proud of running Franklin Market for 11 years. Part of the joy of running a business like ours is that we became a part of the community. We are a regular spot in neighborhood for family and local who rely on us for their everyday needs. Offering our goods and affordable price was the major source of pride for many years. As prices on everything have increased, it has made so much difficult, expensive to run business in the city. This barrel bill will make it even more difficult. And under the proposal bill, a 12-pack of iced tea or beer would go up by $1.20, which we make like $1 or $2 on a 12-pack. That's a significant increase for our customer who rely on us for our affordability and expensive city. We will lose the customer we have kept for our door open for so many years, while at the same time having to deal with the increased cost we have to pay up for front for the thousands of bottles and cans we order monthly. I estimate that this bill will cost my business at least over $300 a week in upfront cost. As a business owner who has to manage revolving inventory, including many plastic bottles and containers, I know how important it is to have an effective and reliable recycle system. I understand that this bill wants to make that a reality, but it will only make it hard for local small business like mine to stay open in the process. I ask that you do not move forward this bill, which will harm communities, residents across DC, and work toward finding a better resolution. In addition, like especially a store who own by the border, you know, they can bring a lot of bottle from Maryland and Virginia, and they can bring it to DC and sell it to small business, which is going to make it so difficult since most DC stores, they don't have that much space. We have limited space. My store has nothing, zero. We don't have any basement. We don't have nothing. We don't have any space. So I just want to you guys to consider this and drop this bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank everybody on this panel for your testimony. I feel like this year, more than I've heard before, we've heard advocacy around our Green Food Act. And so that's kind of come up a couple times during the day. So I'm really glad and appreciate that. Mr. Usman, I was going to ask you a couple of follow-up questions on this. When I asked earlier witnesses who had testified around this, I kind of asked the question, is there something we need to change in our law, or is it really more, we got the law, we just need to enforce it more and put it into action and implementation? Would that be your position as well?
Yes.
Okay. Would you mind turning the mic on just that way? Okay, thanks. So DOEE, under the law, is supposed to essentially lay out how DGS and other agencies purchase to make these changes that we want. Do you believe DOEE is actually putting forward the right type of guidance and direction? In other words, I'm trying to figure out where is my problem spot? Is it DOEE not putting forward enough and strong enough of their guidance and recommendations around what should be procured? Or is it my other agencies that just aren't following and listening to what DOEE is putting forward?
That's a good question. Yeah.
You know.
I would have to know, like, okay, the contracts that these agencies are making with their suppliers, right? Are they including the language required to actually build in a reduction in emissions or substitutions or something like that, right? Is that something is the onus on DOE for that, or is that on the agencies? You know, I'm not entirely sure. What about the sort of education and awareness building for the sort of constituents, let's say, of the agencies themselves, right? Again, where does that ownership lie? Is DOE simply just like an enforcement arm, or are they the ones who are actually creating the material that have to then distribute it? I'm not an expert on this, but what would you say is sort of a gap?
Yeah, well, that's part of what I will try to be digging into to understand. So, you know, it's helpful to have folks come in and, like, this is why we hold the hearings. So you coming and say we need to focus more attention on A, B, and C. So when we have DOE come up, we'll be able to have a better conversation now about what steps are they taking. Then I can also work with my colleagues to find out, are these other agencies following this guidance? You gave a great example of, you know, just switching the oil
and
used,
olive oil,
right? Are there other And then you gave a great example of a very well-traveled apple. Is there other low-hanging fruit that you feel like this is the easy stuff, right? This is the easy things to do to make a change.
So yeah, like the supply chain itself of like where the ingredient is coming from, what type of ingredient, like swapping those additional ones. Personally, I think substitutions for plant-based food is healthier. It's lower emissions. That seems like the easiest low-hanging fruit, but that can be controversial culturally and whatnot. I think maybe blending, like using a mix of like legumes, plant-based protein with other protein can sort of assuage some fears around that kind of thing. Providing taste testing, let people try things out. Trying to think.
My apple from Pennsylvania versus my apple versus New Zealand. Yeah. Yeah, I don't necessarily need my strawberries to come from Chile. They travel around the globe much more than me. It's helpful, and as you were talking, it also reminded me of like when I see, on an advertisement for a fast food hamburger that is for 99 cents. There's just no scenario where you can make a hamburger like that for 99 cents. And so the sheer amount of costs and waste and emissions.
It's the externalities are being passed on somewhere else, and so they're not being really factored into the cost itself there.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Goodweather?
This touches on something that I think is important. Your example of the apple traveling 10,000 miles to get here, and I think it's over 50% of our produce is in the United States is imported. And something that something for the city is we're working on building this first of its kind indoor controlled vertical farm of scale in Washington, D.C. Effectively all land in Washington, D.C. is zoned matter of right to do major agriculture. We just haven't done it because it just hasn't been the highest and best use. But if in terms of the application of the law, if we were able to produce produce here in the city, does that start to address obviously it's as green as you get because it's not traveling very far and it's made here in the city. Does that start helping to address some of these issues and be in compliance with the law?
Well, and that was earlier panels. We had our rooftop gardens and produce, which DOEE has some really great programs. And that was, as much as we've heard testimony throughout the day of DOEE not being able to deliver as much, this was actually one where they came in and was it Uptake Acres talked about really maximizing that and being able to use our rooftops in brewing space.
A portion of the emissions from agriculture is not just the materials, the production, the shipping, and all that. It's the land use changes, right? So if you clear cut a forest that had carbon sequestration potential to grow a farm instead, you have to measure the difference, and that is also a contributor to what these stats are saying.
Okay.
So by using urban land, vertical farming, you have a smaller footprint if you're growing the same yields. So yes.
Good. Gene Stewart, I wanted to ask you, you talked about a gas leak recently in your building. So switching gears for a second, how did you and your neighbors resolve that? And I guess, was it resolved?
Excuse me. It was resolved. It was our management. We got a very short email message saying apologies, the gas service is off for now. And then a few hours later, we got a very brief email that said it's been restored. Meantime, I saw the whole block in front of my building shut off to traffic. The only information were a couple of traffic controllers whose command of English just included the word gas, which made me very nervous, especially after Centerville. But then, I saw the email say everything's fine. So that was a relief.
You could send a letter to management, ask for a little more information than that. How do they fix it? Where do they fix it? To your quote, which I wrote down, the nature of gas is that it's leaky. That's not to be messed around with. So I'm glad to hear that it's been repaired for now. But that is one of the challenges that we have.
Me too. And as we noted, you know, not just Centerville, but other places where it has exploded.
Yes, unfortunately, every few months it feels like we have a story like that. Patricia Stamper, you had your hand up on Zoom, so I wanted to see if you were trying to jump in real fast before we start wrapping up.
Real quick, so I wanted to say, you know, another way you can make sure we get groceries just east of the river is by funding Black farmers initiatives. So if you know, feed us and give us the food that we need, we won't have.
Okay, Ms. Stamper, we can't hear you very well. I can tell that you're.
Hold on.
I can tell you're speaking, but we can't hear you very well.
Hold on. What about now?
Now I can.
Ah, there we go. Okay, so I wanted to say we should fund Black farmers. There's a lot of farmland. We have Letterer Gardens. We have the East Capitol Urban Farm. We have several farms in Ward 7 or farmland, just how Mr. Goodweather said. I feel like, you know, if you're not going to give us grocery stores or, you know, amenities such as full service grocery stores, why not fund us our farmland to ensure that we can then grow and create our own crops and our own fruits and vegetables and be a self-reliant community like we were when Nanny Helen Burroughs was alive. That's what I was going to say.
Well, I'm a huge advocate of our urban farms and being able to grow more of that. So I hear you. That's great. Let's keep pushing on DOE to do even more of that, not just on the rooftops, but all over the place. All right, I appreciate everybody's testimony today and of course throughout the entire day. We had 95 witnesses, so it's a good hearing, and it also speaks though to the urgency a lot of people feel around these issues, and frankly the frustrations that they felt over the last couple of years of watching the mayor sweep the funds undervalue and under-resource the Department of Energy and Environment and so many of our other agencies here. So this is going to conclude the committee's performance oversight hearing of the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency, the Green Finance Authority, the Department of Energy and Environment, and the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. Again, my thanks to all of our witnesses during the day for their testimony. The record for today's performance oversight hearing will close on Friday, March 6th, 2026. So you can submit written testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. Until then, there are multiple calendars on the council's website, so please be sure to use the hearing management system so you can submit your written testimony. The next scheduled meeting of the committee will be next Thursday, February 26th at 9:30 a.m., where the committee will hear from government witnesses from the same set of agencies that we heard from today. And I know they were all here taking notes, so they're ready. As we will hear from both public and government witnesses on the Public Service Commission and the Office of People's Counsel the following day. And how many witnesses are we up to there? We're up to 62 witnesses for Friday. So there being no further business before the committee, the time is now 3:48 p.m. and this public hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.